think that's a good idea, sir.
Well, for once, Commander Kroll and I are in total agreement, sir. By the way, I do have 50 gallons of bouillabaisse that I need to prepare by tomorrow.
My birthday.
Yes, sir, I could do the cheeseburger routine.
No, it's not for me. It's the crew. They really love that stuff. So we'll
Round one, fight!
Hey everybody, this is Dean Cain, and you are watching Double Impact with Gabe, Shanth, and Jericho Green. And so am I.
Welcome, guys. It is Wednesday, June 14th. I hope my mic is on. My goodness. Guys, I wasn't here last week. I was busy doing something. I was at the roast battle with my daughter, Minnie. She was at the Comedy Store here in La Jolla in San Diego, California. But I am joined tonight. I don't know what's going on right there with the fuzziness down there. I'm joined tonight by the panel, the always great Shanthan Jetty and the amazing Jericho Green. Welcome, guys. How are you doing? We're here to see the way better version. I gotta put you up here. There you go. That's freaking me out when you're in the wrong spot there. Are your mics on? It's very quiet.
Yeah, I don't know. Well. I don't know what's going on with the fuzzy area down here either, but I'll figure it out.
Yep. That's what she said.
I'll get down there and root around until I figure it out.
Well, I have been growing my hair out, so
that's right.
Got a mane going, so yeah. Right. How you doing, gentlemen?
Doing great.
Gentlemen,
ready to talk about a great movie. Yeah.
People who identify as males that are gentle. Okay,
that's
there.
True.
You go. There you go. 2023 Pride Month.
That's right.
This is a very, very good movie. Very good movie, but there's one better. But anyway.
Right. Maybe The Last Crusade is better than Raiders of the Lost Ark. Maybe.
No, not that one. Not that one. You're close.
Kingdom of the Crystal Skull?
Hell no. Nothing with Shia LaBeouf is even close to this movie.
I can't wait
by the way,
Dial of Destiny.
Is everyone in the chat? I feel sad about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull because it has been the reigning defending champion of worst Indiana Jones movie for so long, and now its time is coming to an end.
Yep, its reign of terror is over.
It was a very
people were like, "We got to get George Lucas away from these things. Let's see what." Oh no, it's not just worse.
We got to get rid of this success. Let's do something that sucks. And that's what they did. What an atrocity. I was talking to somebody this weekend. You know the scene in Raiders where he fights that big old Nazi by the airplane.
Mm-hmm.
What a strange looking aircraft that was.
Yep.
But he fights the big Nazi, and I was thinking in a scene like that, if you have the same cast as the new one, which is going to be his goddaughter or his granddaughter or some shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be his goddaughter.
Yeah, he's like, he's the old man sitting back, and she's like wearing earpiece, and he's telling her what to do. Not literally, but basically she's using her young body to carry out these missions while leaning on his wisdom. And I was thinking, what if they had that in the first Indiana Jones, and there was a woman, that had to fight that guy? It's impossible. Mm-hmm. She would have gotten killed in 5.5 seconds, but here we go. We got a lady ass kicker coming down the pipe, and it's gonna be
great.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be awesome. But it's it's that whole woke thing, and we're not gonna be negative on that because this is such a great movie, Indiana Jones. And the Raiders of the Lost Ark.
Fucking Raiders, eh?
Hey, the fucking Raiders of the Lost Ark. Hey,
the Lost Ark, fool.
Hey, you see my ark, fool? I lost it, fool.
Hey, you see my arcs? I'm one of the Raiders of the Lost Arks, fool.
It's happening.
I lost all my arcs, eh?
Hey.
Okay.
But this is like that whole We Was Kang shit where they try and tell Middle Eastern people like me, Libyans, Egyptians, all that, you didn't build the pyramids. That was all black people. And they do that to be the white liberal savior to the blacks. And black people, they have wonderful things of their own history, their own music, their own folklore, their own achievements. But for whatever reason, they want to. I saw a thing where like Napoleon was black, Beethoven was black, and it's like stop, white liberal savior, stop it.
No, everybody was black everywhere, and
except Michael Jordan, he was white as snow. He was. It was actually it was Michael O. Jordan. He changed it when he joined the league. So
Michael St. Jordan. I saw one today, an article, and I'm going to talk about it tomorrow, where the first drag queen was a black slave. So,
okay, that's good.
But my point is, I've heard the dial of destiny.
That's great.
I've heard the dial of destiny is basically what you're saying, Jericho's. They use this time travel device, and that girl replaces everything Indiana Jones ever did.
Yeah,
so it's just
that was the theory.
He was the hero, and that's just. It just epitomizes woke culture. Like, don't make a new character, just steal the old one and make it you.
Yeah,
totally not narcissistic.
You did, but for everybody in the chat needs to understand this. We're going to be talking about. I think we can all agree, even though we disagree on some Indiana Jones points. We are going to be talking about next week the most Indian Indiana Jones movies. I mean, that movie put the Indian in Indiana, so we're going to be talking about that. But here's the thing. You're probably saying to yourself, what would happen if Indiana Jones had to fight the same Nazi guy in Temple of Doom? Well, he did. The giant Indian is the exact same actor in brown face in that movie.
Really?
So, yes, it's the same dude.
I love it.
I love it.
We need an all-star team of like racially insensitive guys from movies. Like all those people that played like Eli Wallach in The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. He's playing a Mexican, and I'm pretty sure he's like Jewish.
Yeah, we'll just take everything before 1970.
Right. And then we need Tong Po. Tong Po is.
What about Remo Williams?
Oh yeah, come on. And all the.
What about the guy that was Soul Man in like 1988?
Oh my Lord, C. Thomas Howell.
Yeah, and what was that movie? Was it Stir Crazy with Gene Wilder? And all of the Sword and Sandals movies, Ben-Hur, the Ten Commandments. Those are all white folk in blackface. I love it. But if the left has it their way, you just take the history books. You take the history books and you get a brown marking. You just turn the page. That person's black,
all the Italians were British and everyone.
Well, yeah, and what about all the Clint Eastwood spaghetti westerns? All those Italian guys playing Mexicans, right?
Yep.
So,
yeah.
Hey, Mom, you got any more gabagool?
Yep. It's
You got any more fettuccine over there, Mom?
Roy,
Brev.
the gravy will be done soon. Quit fighting with your brother.
yeah. They were making Gladiator, and they were like, in Europe. Like,
It's over there somewhere.
It's over there.
Yeah, and Russell Crowe, he's Australian, right?
Yep. He's
Right.
Australian,
Australian?
playing a Brit, playing an Italian.
Crikey. Yeah, he was 2 degrees of separation? He was an Australian dude playing a British dude playing a Greek. Was that Greek?
It was some Tropic Thunder shit.
Yeah.
Is what we're trying to
You
say.
never go full retard. He went full
Yeah, he
retard.
went there.
Good
So,
times, man.
I have
Love
two
it.
things I want to talk about before we get going that I'm very proud of. So I wasn't here last week because I'm very busy with some work stuff, but also last Wednesday night was the roast battle at the world famous Comedy Store in La Jolla.
Yeah.
This was last Wednesday. That's why I
Yeah.
couldn't be here. My daughter's roast battle was at 8 p.m. Local.
Wait,
And,
Gabe, are you prioritizing family?
I am.
What?
I am.
Son of a bitch.
And my daughter, the one, Minnie El Taib, won the roast battle. That is right.
Boom.
And it was
Never
judged
doubted.
by super famous comedian Jonah Ray. I'm sure you've heard of him. He's been touring
Mhm.
for 16, 17 years. My daughter took some pictures with him, and she did great. She did really good, and I was very proud of her to see her roast people. So that's where I was. And then another thing that happened this last week, it matters to me, may not matter to you guys. But you guys grew up in the 90s, Sean Jericho, and you know how big basketball was. I played
I've heard.
basketball. I didn't play it organized like high school or Little League. But I played thousands and thousands and thousands of games like all boys did in the 90s. We all wanted to be like Mike and blah, blah. And I have been a Denver Nugget fan. And they have been a fucking joke for 40-something years. And they won the NBA Finals on Monday. And I still can't believe it. I was so happy.
They did, the
I love
Denver
that.
New Jays.
One
And
of the
also,
best, historically, one of the best teams ever, at least statistically, insanely great team. It was, I don't know. I'm very, very happy about that.
that's great. But I must say, 10 people did get shot during celebrations for the NBA Finals.
Hey, it was probably some Raider fans.
But that's gonna happen anywhere. That's not.
Definitely some transplants from Oakland or LA that were Raider fans. You can't take them anywhere, nowhere.
Yep.
Right?
How
we get
dare
a-
you? How
dare
dare
you?
you?
You got to hit the dare. It's how dare you? She comes down and she wiggles on the dare. How dare you?
How dare you? Little
Yeah.
angry
My
little
daughter
turd.
does it. My daughter
Yeah.
does it perfect. That the show I do on Thursday is Father-Daughter Dance every Thursday morning. She played Greta the whole hour and a half we were on the air together. She was just a character. It was very fun.
My God.
So,
I love it.
What a miserable little shit.
that's
right. Yep.
Oh, and in other news, we got to be careful because Big Baby is always around. But Big Baby now has 2 teeth coming in on the bottom.
Oh man,
Uh-oh.
those chompers.
It's very
Gabe,
cute.
Look out, y'all.
Don't do like I did and stick your finger in the mouth. Hey, you got any teeth coming in? And then they chomp down, and then you think
They're like, I sure do.
Big Baby like, teeth. Who wants to know?
Yeah, she gets the stomping, man. All you can do is get out of the way and call your
Right.
insurance company
Right. And who knows when Big Baby could show up at any time.
whenever she wants. Who's going to stop her?
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, she was about to destroy the bank and then she needed a nap. So they got off the hook there. So,
They got off the hook. Yep.
yeah. So, and then
Count
one
your
last item I
blessings.
want to get to. This is, should I say the thing, Comic-Con thing, Jericho? Because it's not 100%. No, I'll save that. Because that's not 100% yet. That's 95%.
I'm in though. I am.
You're in? Okay.
I'm in.
Because I've said it on here before, but the other thing I told you and Sean the other day, he said he's in for sure, but we got to figure out how to do it.
We'll give him one more week. We'll
Okay,
let him
we'll
know
hold-
on the
we'll hold on.
21st.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Guys, we got something very nice for you. The first night of San Diego Comic-Con, live, meeting us in Poison. You know what I mean?
So live right now?
It'll be very nice. It'll be nice. So we'll get to that though. Let's see. Jericho Green. Hey, Mickey Mouse.
Hi guys.
Now, hey, Mr. Mouse. So it's Pride Month. So I was wondering, does Disney have any special plans for the month? Anything coming up for the family?
Actually, we are, guys. We're gonna have a night called Butthole Night, where everybody comes in and they just bend over and show their
Okay,
buttholes.
say no more. I know that Daffy Duck was probably behind that, right?
That's what Daffy loves, a nice turd cutter.
Okay, well, pun intended. Daffy was behind that for sure.
Yep.
So, yeah. All right, well, that's your
Yeah.
Disney update
Hey,
for the
guys.
night, guys.
Mickey
Yeah.
is all fun and games at Disneyland, but you catch him after hours on one of these shows here, he's bound to say, any fucking-
Hey, I made a great meme. It was Minnie Mouse hugging a kid, and the kid goes, "Minnie!" And then there's a word bubble which goes, "I'm Mickey."
It's Mickey.
It got dark. Yeah, it
Okay.
got dark.
Dude, it can take a left turn like that.
Yeah.
And
it can.
Sean, you sent me a video of
I
the
did.
big time producer over there at Disney, right? And
Yeah,
she is-
Lucasfilm, the woman who has
Lucasfilm.
been
What's her name
who's
again?
in-
Kathleen.
Kathleen Kennedy. Very
Right.
successful. She has been running Lucasfilm into the ground for the last.
Is it that
Yeah,
video
decade
where
plus.
someone's getting twerked on?
Yeah, it's a
well,
twerk video.
It's a preview from the next Star Wars that's coming out.
Mhm.
It's like Revenge of the Woke, or it has something woke in the title. I don't remember.
But why would you
Yeah.
ruin a movie franchise like that? Why would somebody do that?
Your
Spike.
question is racist, Jericho.
That's right.
I didn't even
what-
mention a race. I didn't even. Okay.
You don't have to.
Okay.
You're disagreeing with a woman, Jericho. That's racist.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering why would you take a steaming dump on top of something
Wow.
that is so successful?
Cold-blooded hatred. Cold-blooded hatred.
It's an innocent
Joe-
question. I just want to know.
I'm here. Don't
Sorry.
worry. I'm here in spirit. I got to fix my camera. Sorry.
I just
also
wanted to
sad.
know
I gotta
why somebody
Let me
would
take
do
my
that.
pants off. No.
Do I think the Padres will go above 500? Yeah, they've had a bad start. I think the Padres will make the playoffs again, though. So
Well, the
it's
Padres
sports
always
now.
have a bet.
Hey, they did good last year. Then they overspent and they're underachieving. So there you go.
Mm.
Look at this. JG flexing his white privilege. You know it, boy.
I have all the privileges.
Yeah, that's black white supremacy.
I'm a black white supremacist.
You
Apparently.
know that it's also racist to deny that black white supremacy is real. I
I
like the
got
fucking little game they play where
Listen.
if you disagree with them, that's also bigotry.
yeah. I
It's
saw
the
one that
new
says
math.
criticism is hate. That's what
Right,
I
yeah.
saw.
Right.
Criticism equals hate. Math
Oh.
is racist. Numbers, the things that all societies built on, it's racist too. By
Yep.
the way.
The Horror of One. Do you think the Ark of the Covenant exists? I think it actually did exist. And then if I had to just guess, maybe God took it away. It went to heaven. It dematerialized. I don't think it's just some artifact stuck in the mud somewhere. I think it supernaturally is gone. You know, I don't know. That's just a guess. That's not based on anything in the Bible. That's just a guess of mine. I have no idea. So
Well, Raiders of the Lost Ark might disagree.
right,
Yeah.
it is just a movie.
It is.
Real quick. So I wanted to share. Should I share the Kathleen Kennedy thing? The Sean has got us exclusive clip from the next Star
Yeah,
Wars.
He knows
It's a
people.
good palate cleanser.
He knows
Yeah.
people.
So you know what, guys? I don't care. I don't care what the censors say. I don't care what anyone says. We're just gonna do it. We're just gonna show people. So this is from.
But this
I
is a
guess-
huge budget movie. Are you sure you want to do this?
Hey, you know what? They shouldn't have let Sean get a hold of it. Here it is.
Yep. Shouldn't. What are they going to do? They can't touch me.
Hey,
Fade in,
Sean.
fade in.
MGJ on the track.
Get it, girl.
Fade in.
Getting it.
Ah!
Can't hear you, Gabe.
Oh, I hit my mic with my forearm and muted it. I think the video hurt Sean's face.
It melted his face off.
Sean, if
That
you can hear
was-
us, I know you can't speak because your lips are melted. Waggle your
Yeah, you
tongue
have-
if you can hear us.
You have no. You have no.
Oh, God, I'm good. I'm good. Let's get on with the show. We're all good. High five.
What a way to go. What a way to go.
Why would a woman with such power reduce herself to twerking on the beach?
That's empowering. See, that's another racist question of yours, Jericho. Green.
Sorry.
Ooh, I'm back.
Another-
I'm
you
good.
should change your name to Jericho White, by the way.
Oh, it's okay. So I shouldn't even question. I shouldn't question anything. is
You
what-
Look,
shouldn't
guys,
question
this is
me
getting
about
into
you
some
questioning
Inception shit. Racism is getting like seriously. It's kind of like, now, Jericho, have you picked something that you can hold on to that you know if you're in it that you can find your way back to your place in the progressive stack?
I've tried. This shit's confused. I got to take
Tried.
notes.
Yep.
I thought, okay.
Half of me is racist against the other half. I'm getting sick of this.
No,
So don't question anything is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Ever.
Don't question. Just
I mean, but I think it's a good question. I think people should be allowed to ask, why would you take a shit on something that can basically just print you money until your grandchildren's grandchildren are dead, and people will want to see it and pay money to see it and buy your merch and just copy and paste. I don't get it.
Yep.
Well, I would say this
Talking about
as a creative, as someone that makes art for a living, very successfully at the highest levels, I've done it. The reason these wokesters make garbage art is all narcissism and ego. That's what this is. They don't care about the art. They don't care about the audience. It's all they are the most insecure and narcissistic people at the same time. And they want to take Superman's success and give it all to them, their glory, instead of like honoring keeping the fire alive and feeling honored to just be a temporary caretaker of the Superman mythos. They want to say, fuck everyone and everything that made this famous and successful. I'm better than all of them. That's what I work with these people at Marvel and DC. That's their mindset. That they're so intimidated by anyone better than them that they just want to say, no, none of that really happened. It was all me. My version's better. And then they make their version and their version sucks. So.
Well, John has a very good point he's just made in the chat that I think we should take a moment to celebrate with.
Are you talking about this?
I'm talking about congratulations, Gabe, and also, of course, Eric July, Eric Weathers, everybody who's involved in the book.
Well, it was a scam the first time, and we're scamming them again. That's what the
they got me again.
That's right. They said we'll see if they ever make that comic. We'll see if they ever deliver that comic. And then people got it, and they're like, "Well, we'll see if it's any good." And then people
and then it was.
We'll see if people buy volume 2, and now people are buying volume 2. So I wonder what the next goalpost will be. I don't care. I'm just interested out of morbid curiosity, but it's nice.
Yeah, man.
I mean, and if nothing else, just take that franchise and make yourself super duper wealthy off of it, and then pass it on to the next guy. Because it's pretty simple. Get a movie theater full of people in a certain age group and ask them what they want to see, and then go make that, and then call your bank and say, brace yourself, and then that's it.
Do we really have to wonder what men and women want to see, though? Men want to see awesome dudes that they can like imagine like living up to becoming, saving beautiful women, and women want to see, intrigue and drama about relationships and romance. Generally, that's what men and women want to see.
I thought it was that men want to see
what?
No, I think it's men want to see powerful, strong men that they can dream of becoming, and women want to see strong, powerful men who help them becoming. So there's a lot of, look at the MCU, look at Raiders, look at all of these films. Now, I'm not a mathematician. I'm not sure how many times in any of these movies we got to see Karen Allen's bare chest, but I'm pretty sure we saw a lot of Harrison. We saw a lot of big German mechanic. Ladies, if you're into a Nazi mechanic, talk to somebody. Reach out for help.
But watch this movie first.
Watch this movie first, and again,
then go get
be easy on that section, okay? Take care of yourselves.
Right.
Take care of yourselves.
Yeah. What a great movie. I mean, where my loyalty lies when it comes to the Indiana Jones trilogy, and I only consider the first 3. Crystal Skull and this horse shit that they're about to shovel on us with this next one. No. But Raiders, Temple, Last Crusade, awesome. And it's rare to get 2 great movies out of a franchise. They gave us 3.
Amazing.
And all 3 movies were awesome. And the very beginning of Raiders, not even when they're showing the movie, just when that silent Paramount Pictures comes on, that golf Western company, that mountain, when that comes on, it's on. And we can't reiterate this enough, especially the era of movies that we talk about here. But it just sucks that, and maybe it is the same for kids. Maybe no matter what, if you're a kid and you're seeing this movie for the first time, maybe it feels the same way that it did for us. But I
bet it's even better. I've seen this movie since I was a little kid, over and over. As you guys know, famously, we had like 10 VHS tapes growing up of these kind of movies, and I wasn't allowed to watch anything else. And this is one of the 10 movies I would always watch. And watching this on Sunday with my son, this movie's even better now because now it's juxtaposed with contrasted with the diarrhea, shit, vomit, modern movies, all the chuckle fuck, Marvel Cinematic Universe, all of that stuff, the SJW, the woke nonsense. This movie looks even better now. I think, and it could just be the recency bias because I just saw it, 2.5 days ago. I think this might be the greatest adventure movie of all time. I think it might be. I don't know. It might be.
I wouldn't be mad at that.
I think it's safe to say, right? Wasn't the marketing campaign "Adventure has a name" and it's Indiana Jones? I mean, that was their campaign. I mean, listen, guys. The fact of the matter is, and I mean this sincerely, I'd love to agree with you, but the thing that's great about the time that we're in right now is that this movie was taking a lot of old classic things that people thought were going to be timeless. So many of them are in all these movies. And then it was made new by somebody who brought optimism, honesty, and came at it with the right attitude, which is entertain the audience. And whatever people want to say, by the way, about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, it failed differently than the new movie is going to fail. It failed trying to entertain, but at least you could say it was trying to entertain, not to lecture. That is what it is. This is the thing about this. There is going to be a new generation. These folks were in their 30s when they were doing this. Yeah. There's going to be a new generation of filmmakers in the aftermath of this time who will redefine these things in an honest way that speaks to not only us, but for our little big baby when she's hitting her formative years. It's going to happen, and that's why we're making new entertainment. It's because it's all the commentary, all the other stuff that's out there. We like to praise the great stuff here. We do like to offer a one-fingered salute to the bad stuff. But at the end of the day, making the new stuff requires you to be in this zone. And that's why we're doing what we're doing, guys. We have so much planned for you that we're going to make on all of the things that we're doing, all three of us. And, just buckle up because we're ready.
Huge things. Guys. Yeah. The stuff I'm announcing this July, y'all don't even know. It's as big as it gets. It's so good. Jericho and Sean, you guys know. I sent you that new art the other day. The new
That's right.
Secret project. Come on.
Yep.
Looking good. I just want to. The first thing I want to say about this movie is, fuck you, Belloc.
Right.
That's all I want.
Frenchie too. Real quick, I saw this in the chat, so I want to honor this. Shrapnel, one of our great viewers here. Shout out to his dad. He put him in an urn today. It's a whiskey barrel, so shout out to my old man. Well, we pray for comfort for you and comfort for you and honor to your father. Thank you, Shrapnel.
Yeah, thanks for being in here in the face of all that. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. God bless.
Ooh, I like this idea. They should have passed the torch to Short Round. That might have been interesting.
Amen. Yep.
That would have been way better than what they did do. That's for sure. But yeah, this is a great movie, man. And the very first scene, and they don't show him right away. They don't show Indy right away.
No.
They show his silhouette. They show like him like from here down, but you don't see his face at first until a very cool moment. And the way that they show kind of introduce his face, because you see his silhouette from behind, because the Paramount logo turns into an actual mountain that they're standing near, and so it turns from that, it kind of fades into the actual mountain. Man, it's really fucking cool. And like you were saying, everybody was in their 30s, and you got a young Spielberg here too.
Yep.
Doing his thing, and man, it's beginning to end, credits to credits. It's a great movie. It really is.
That's right.
Yeah.
This little piece of shit here.
This is Dr. Octopus from Spider-Man 2. That's Alfred Molina.
Really?
That's him.
Yes.
In his late 20s. Yeah. That's
he's in all the interviews about this movie, like that he had no idea. But here's what is the biggest theme we have here on Double Impact, right? that you look at the supporting cast in these movies and you're like, that is what makes these things truly great. And in the short time, what is the clocking of his time in this flick? He left such an outstanding impression. Peter Lorre was in Casablanca this like almost the same amount of time, like almost no time. This is what great acting is. It's outstanding.
Yeah, this guy's a real piece of shit here. Adios, senor.
Right. Oh, what a piece of, I won't say my least favorite word is what he is.
I know what it is. I won't say yours if you don't say mine.
Cool beans. I can agree
All
with
right.
that.
This guy's a real piece of caca.
No.
Yep.
There you go.
Golly.
There you go.
I hate that word so much.
You know what, guys? At the end of the day, no,
we're not doing these. We're not doing these.
Fucking hate that.
The Horror of One. I like your streams. Most of these movies you talk about are like my heritage in a way. They're not your heritage in a way. They are your heritage, dude. It's your cultural patrimony. It is.
Yep.
And before woke ruined everything, this stuff was commenting on what was possible if you would believe and be brave and have character. So,
yeah, these movies are common areas where we could all come meet up.
Right.
You know, this is like the courtyard, so to speak. This is where we all can come together and enjoy this shit. And we've mentioned this before, you know, as kids of all different colors, that didn't matter. You just imagine yourself being Indiana Jones. You imagine him doing the swashbuckling, fist fighting with his whip and you know, running from the boulder, all that shit. And so many iconic images come from this movie.
Right.
Yeah. This one movie has so much shit in it. I mean, look at that, just that silhouette right there, the hat, the jacket. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Indy, this movie's fucking crazy.
So you're saying you didn't care that he was, I guess Ford would be a British last name. You didn't care that you don't look like him?
Well, it depends. Let me turn down.
What the hell are you even talking about? A dead ringer. I was like, why are you zooming in on Harrison?
I got to turn like this side.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you're like, Harrison? Is that, you know, that's what people get confused.
Joining us tonight, Harrison Ford, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Get off of my plane.
Yeah. What was so
that's Air Force One.
Air Force
One.
I've never been able to identify with people who didn't look like me. So when I saw Melina's character, I was like, that's who I am. And then 5 minutes later,
dude, out of here, Melina.
Never saw the rest of the movies. I just couldn't take it.
Turn it off.
Patrick, I'll make you a deal on this. Patrick says it's sad watching Hollywood destroy my favorite movies. One time was in the theater for the original Star Wars. Listen, Patrick, it's like a restaurant having a bunch of food you don't like. Just don't order it and ignore it and order the thing you like. Get these on DVD because I'm telling you what Disney and all these companies, what I think they'll do. I don't know this. They will edit these for future release. They already did. In Lilo and Stitch, I think she climbs into like a refrigerator or a washing machine or something. Like 20 years ago when the cartoon movie came out, they edited it now so she just like climbs in a box because they were worried that some kid would climb into a refrigerator and die. And in the 20-something years that the movie's been out, 0 children have climbed into a refrigerator because of that movie.
Because of Lilo and Stitch.
So good job, dummies. But they will absolutely use AI and everything, in my opinion, to woke the shit out of the originals and pretend they never existed. And good luck finding copies, you know. So,
I think one of the main things, like we were talking about earlier, how is it the same for kids now? I think that the imagination of a child and all that stuff is the same, but I think what kids are missing now with these old movies that we grew up watching is build-up. If we show these to our kids, it's, hey, let's sit down and watch this movie. It's not seeing the previews and then having to wait to see them again and seeing the movie posters and all that kind of shit and allowing this to build up in your mind. You know, it seemed like the poster you just showed, you know, looking at, like, staring at that thing. If you had like a magazine or a TV guide or something, you're going to lay there and stare at this picture and know every inch of it.
I told you guys many times, I can't express to you guys how much I loved reading the movie advertisements in the newspaper.
Yes.
In San Diego, we had a pretty big newspaper, San Diego Union Tribune. It would have sometimes like 4 pages of just movie ads. For those of you too young to know much about newspapers, first of all, I love newspapers. I worked at 2 when I was younger, 2 different ones. But the comics page, God, what a great thing, the comics page. And then the movie advertisement were so amazing. Just black and white, not much of a description. Maybe a quote, Rolling Stone says it's a laugh riot. And you're just like, I guess.
Siskel and Ebert give it 2 thumbs up.
Right.
That's
And you
right.
just and the one I wanted to see the most, I've told you this, Sean, and I was so disappointed, was Monster Squad. I love
Howie
the creature.
Mandel. No. Monster Squad was Frankenstein, Dracula,
Yeah.
werewolf.
Yes.
Yeah. My son loves that movie.
I fucking hated it. I
My
wanted to
son
see it.
loves it.
I wanted to see it so bad, and I just never saw it when I was little. And then I saw
Yeah.
it like 3 years ago, and it didn't work for me.
No,
at
you
4
needed
years.
to see that when you were a
to see
kid
it at 8
You
or
did.
9.
because
You
we were
did,
on the
yeah.
playground saying Nards all the time.
Right, I
Kick him
would've-
in the Nards. He doesn't have any
Wolfman
Nards.
has Nards. Right.
Kick him in the Nards. Yeah, my son loves that movie, and it drops the F word in there, not the 4-letter F word,
Yes.
but the 80s F word. It's it's all in
that's
that
right.
movie. Unfortunately, my son didn't ask me what that is, but yeah, it's in there. And again, Gabe, you had to see that when you were a kid, because maybe you could have
Right.
brought some of that with you to your adulthood and still liked it. But if you're watching it the first time as a grown man, you'd be like, this movie sucks.
Oh, I thought it sucked. I didn't see Goonies until I was an adult either, but I loved Goonies.
I'm not a big
that's
fan
right.
of Goonies.
What?
What the hell is even happening anymore?
No.
What the hell is even happening
That
on
wasn't-
the show?
That wasn't my and it was filmed in California, so there was some things that I recognize and all that, but I never got into Goonies.
Damn.
But I'm glad to see what was Chunk. No, not Chunk. That was the kid. What's the
Kehi Kwan.
Yeah, it's good to see him get into politics and be a senator
That's
for
right.
Pennsylvania. So that's
I thought you meant the
That's
sloth
amazing.
monster character guy.
Yeah, that dude.
You
Yeah,
guys.
him. He's a
Yeah.
senator
That
in
guy-
Pennsylvania.
He played
Yeah.
right. I was
He's
gonna say
doing
the
great.
real
That's not
actor
him?
wasn't
That's
the guy
not him?
the guy that really played sloth. Wasn't he like on the Raiders or the Rams or something like that? I'm pretty sure he was
Yeah.
defensive.
All the
lineman.
Raiders players look like that guy, and their fans. Their fans look like him too. Hey, you
Lord.
guys. Fucking stupid, eh?
Look at this. Look at this.
Oh,
Raiders
there,
fan.
see?
No, we're all-
Hey,
Smoke him up.
how about them Denver butt nuggets, Gabe?
Ah.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it
Yeah,
comes.
Diesel. He grew up in the 80s and 90s because butt nugget, dickweed. There's some good
Oh,
ones.
Jim Steranko. Now you don't know who
Mhm.
Jim Steranko is, Jericho, but he is one of the greatest
Oh,
comic book
Well,
artists.
thank
of
you
all
for assuming that. I appreciate it.
time. Oh,
Yeah.
do you know who he is? I didn't know.
I have
you
no
would.
idea.
Yeah, you wouldn't know the new math. Here we go.
Yeah, these are called words,
You
Jericho.
Oh my
You
God.
don't fucking know. No, I don't know.
But-
But go ahead.
He's a legend. I think he's near 80 years old. But he's so
Yeah.
vivacious. He's still fit and exercises, and he's got a big personality.
He's based
got,
as
like-
fuck. Can we add that?
He's based as fuck, and he was a legend at Marvel, and I think he worked a little for DC, but mostly he's famous for Marvel. Nick Fury and all that stuff. I have a huge art book of his, but I've met him at Comic-Con, and he is a man's man. He's dapper. He's in the $1 billion suit. He's 80 something with like a mop of silver hair. He's so old school and based and masculine, Jericho. He will not pose for a picture with men. He will only
Yep.
take pictures with ladies.
Hey,
I'll take
that's
a picture with your
great-
girlfriend, but I ain't take a picture with you.
That's
Right.
a great
That's what he
rule to
says.
live by.
Right.
Yep.
But the commenter was saying that Jim Steranko did concept art
There
for
you
this
go.
movie.
Here is the concept art by Jim Steranko. I saw that
Oh.
comment. So this right here is the concept
Not
art
bad.
by Jim Steranko for this.
Can
So
we
my
see his
brother
face?
from another mother.
Lower it just
What?
a little. Lower it a
There we
little.
go.
There we go.
Oh,
So this right here. So Jim's my brother from another mother, Phil Diaz of Zaid Comics. Some of you guys may know him in the chat. He had gone to this show. He met Steranko, hangs out with Steranko from time to time, has dinner when they go to cons, and he knew I wanted this catalog, so he picked it up for me. So thank you so much, man.
that's awesome.
Great people out there. So yeah, there he is, the legend, man, the legend.
And that's what you want to see in these movies. That's the kind of character you want to see in this movie. Just a
That's
man's man. I wouldn't be mad if he had a cigarette hanging out of his mouth. But
Damn right.
they did a great job with
Right.
Harrison Ford. And this is my first intro into Harrison Ford because I was too young. I didn't see Blade Runner. That came out, 79? This came out in 81. So I hadn't seen any of his shit from the 70s. So this was my first time seeing Harrison Ford when I saw this movie.
Right on.
Actually, I saw Temple first because I was born in 80, so I was really little when this came out. And by the time it made it to the video store, TV, or whatever.
Well, Temples is the first movie, right?
Yeah, it should be. They should have. Yeah, they should have started with.
It's chronologically. It starts
yeah,
first. It's a prequel.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of people don't know that the date in Temple of Doom, it takes place before this movie.
Yeah, because it's what 1935. 1935 in Temple.
I've warned you going into the deep tiki lore. It gets the women too hot and bothered, dude. You're gonna have to watch it with the deep geek lore.
No, I actually just showcased a crotch. I just showcased a crotch painting. Indiana Jones, and the chat went wild. I just want to.
They love this chat. Loves a crotch shot.
That's not the only bull whip around here. I'll tell you right now.
That's right.
Oh,
hey,
I'm not afraid of all snakes. Sorry.
Why did it have to be snakes? Double Brewski. Excuse me for 2. Just got ISOM number 2, A, B, and C. Dang, dude. Thank you. How's T-Jaw coming along? I can tell you this, Double Brewski. Things are better than ever. I'll put it that way. Thank you so much for supporting everything, man. Things are amazing right now in all of those fronts that you're talking about. ISOM number 2, a non-woke adventure comic that I did the color art for. I finished back in January. It launched on Monday. And we're just over $1 million after 2.5 days. Not too bad.
I want to make $1 million in 2.5 days.
Just over $1 million. And guys, when we hit a certain sales number, I won't say because I don't want to go into my contract too much, but we're getting there. I get a nice fat bonus from the very generous Eric July. So I'm watching those numbers. I'm like, come on.
You watching them close.
Oh, I can smell the bonus. It's right there. We're almost there. So,
and I mean, we should say right now too that no matter how, how many times you get knocked down in this world and put down, just remember that, Eric July is going to be struggling to get to 2 million. I mean, it'll happen, but it's going to be a struggle when he gets
it might take
it might take hours.
4 days. It might take
5 days at the most.
Brewski, thank you for the
stay
super
strong.
Chat. And whenever you send a super chat, you get one of these.
Nice.
All right.
Very nice.
Let's see. Okay, so that's where we are. All that's going very well. And thank you for that. So moving on. So we start off in the jungle. We see that mountain. They're going through the trees. There's a little bit of like foggy steam coming up from the ground. Indiana Jones is traveling with 2 guys. They're looking for this, they're looking for a temple, not the Temple of Doom. That's another movie. Not as good, but it's another movie.
Okay.
And listen, for those of you out there, you have to understand Jericho has made the critical mistake of saying Temple of Doom is better. It's the best Indiana Jones movie. So I am here to disabuse him of that notion. So
it's okay. I'm used to it. I'm used to saying the truth before anyone else. It's fine. You guys will catch up. But like Shantha was saying, Temple, I think is 1935. So this is what? This is 36 or something like that. So chronologically, yes, Temple was first, but they come across. So like I said before, you don't see Indy's face. You see him from behind. You see him from like up to like his chest, and he takes one of these darts, or he sees one of these darts in the tree, and he knows that some these tribal people who live there are close by, and so those guys take it out and they taste it. They like put it on their tongue.
Can we talk about that for a minute? Can we talk about movies and police officers tasting cocaine and heroes or villains tasting poison? Can we talk about that?
I love it.
Because you're not supposed to taste poison, guys.
You are if you want to know what it is. If you're buying
cyanide for sure.
I'm not a doctor. As I always say, I'm not a doctor. Do not take medical advice from me. I am certain you're not supposed to taste poison. I'm certain about that.
Yeah.
I don't know. He spit it out 5-second rule, right?
Okay.
He put it on his tongue
and
he spit it out. That's a medical fact. And he spit it out and he's like, oh, poison, it's still fresh, maybe 3 days. And that's another thing watching this as a kid. You wish that you could be some kind of tracker and be able to, touch stuff and look at the leaves and all this kind of shit. There's always something that you wish you could do. And also, being a young man watching these action movies, you learn that if you're buying a bunch of cocaine, somebody has to open a pocket knife and stick it in there and either snort it or, put it in their mouth. It's the only way.
Right. It is.
What if it's sugar? Then what happens? No.
Then somebody has to die. But, and I also learned that if you're carrying a large amount of money, it has to be in a stainless steel briefcase.
Right.
Has to be.
Yes.
That way it stays conspicuous and nobody can notice that you have all this. You don't want to draw attention.
Yeah, handcuffed to your arm. No, it's my taxes.
It's almost April 15th. I really got to protect these. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
that's what I learned.
Yeah.
So yeah, they figure out, these guys are around, and then go back real quick, Gabe. That's the first time you see his face, because one of the guys is going to take a gun and shoot him, and he turns around with his whip and he whips it around his wrist and pulls the gun away from him, and then it pans up and you see his face. And you're like, oh, that's him. That's Indiana Jones.
Right.
So, fuck that guy. So him and Alfred Molina, they proceed through the jungle.
Into the temple, because they're after this little statue, and they do know that the French archaeologist, who's a rival to Indiana Jones and seems much more corrupt. Belloc. What's his first name? I forget it. It's a short
I don't
name.
even know. Just Belloc. That's how I know him.
Yeah. Oh, what is his first name?
I don't even know.
Starts with an R. I think it starts with an R. I can't.
Yeah, Renee. It's Renee.
Oh yeah, Renee. Yeah, he's a frog.
Yeah. He's René Belloc. I'm here to take this from you.
He was always carrying a baguette, and he had a scarf around his neck with a fucking beret on. And then this is another cool thing that you see in these movies. The first two, I don't think that they did it in Last Crusade, but the decomposed bodies, stuck to the booby traps, and showing that, this is also showing how talented, showing Indy's prowess, that all these other guys have failed. And he's making it past these checkpoints. So obviously, Indy's the man. He's cool. He's not worried. He's not and all this shit. He's just like, okay.
And they mention a third archaeologist or a treasure hunter that was after this. And Indy says that this is that guy, whatever the name was.
Yes.
I forgot if it was Johnson or Frederick or whatever. He's like, oh, here's Johnson. Like he got it in the neck from a spike from the wall or whatever the hell it was. So,
which tells you he's even better. He's the best amongst his peers too.
Right.
Like, we got to say this though too. This is the great writing though, isn't it? This is the great writing that there's three guys and they're going on a quest to get this stuff. There is a dumb writer is like, okay, and then we'll have them get killed off by the traps, and Indy is the one who makes it. But they start with the fact that he can trust nobody. That two of the guys he brought with him, one of them points a gun at him and tries to fucking kill him. Gets to this point, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I mean, good lord.
You think they let him go in and bring it out and then cap his ass? And this movie, I don't know, if you don't like spiders, then don't watch the first 10 minutes of this movie, because Alfred Molina, he turns around and then it has that what is that instrument, the string that they pull, and it's like buds and stuff.
Is it a violin or something they're picking
a harp or something? I don't even know, but just that sound, that string instrument sound when it's some creepy crawly shit. This dude, he has honestly 25 big ass tarantulas on his back. So Indy, again, showing how badass he is. Turn around, like, quit being a puss. And he takes his whip, it's all rolled up, and he just starts brushing the tarantulas off of his back. They're not only on his back, they're like crawling up here around his fucking neck.
So
I'm sure Alfred Molina said, hey guys, let's get this in one take. Because I don't want you guys to have to put these 25 damn tarantulas on me again. But like we said before, young Alfred Molina, he didn't have any clout. Shut the fuck up. Take number 5. Here we go. We don't know that. But that shit, even and whether you're scared of spiders or not, that's going to make you.
This is disgusting.
That shit was crazy.
Real quick, authentically Kennedy, no relation to Lucasfilm's Kathleen Kennedy.
No.
Okay, I'm here. Got to get my daily dose. Jericho Green in any way I can. First time tuning in. What up, everyone? Well, we are so excited to have you. We have a lot of fun here. So prepare to buckle up and
yes, and authentically Kennedy.
Yeah,
she's not alone. She, her and her husband do what husbands and wives do, and now she has a baby growing inside of her belly that is now the size of an orange. So welcome to Authentically Kennedy and then Beanie.
Congratulations!
Right. Congratulations,
first one. If it's the first one?
It is the first one.
Everything's gonna change.
Yeah, for the better. People that tell you it's not, they did it wrong and they suck. It's amazing.
There's literally nothing better I've had no money. I have money now and blah, blah, blah. And there's nothing better than a family. Nothing else.
I'll tell you. Nothing. Yeah, I've got twin 17-year-olds, and I always tell them, I go, there is not a single thing I have ever created in my life as an artist or anything else that compares. They are my best thing ever made on this planet. So congratulations.
Right. Yeah, and we have 3 different phases. I have 2 little ones. Sean, the 2 17-year-olds, Gabe with the 2 adults, and
I have a granddaughter.
75 foot, 2 teeth having giant baby.
Giant.
It's me,
Giant.
big baby.
You know, this is the thing. We think as parents it is important not to spoil your children. However, we are weapons free in this house for grandchildren, and Big Baby gets whatever Big Baby wants. That's how it's going to be.
It's just the way it is.
She had her first food in the last 2 weeks. She had a little bit of avocado. She liked it. She had a little bit of it was like pureed beef. And then I snuck her a chip, like the tiniest flake
of course,
of chocolate off of a C's candy that I had. Against everyone's wishes. Everyone told me not to. Don't give her sugar.
No one's stopping you.
Shut up. If I don't give her sugar, she's going to step on my car tomorrow morning.
That's right.
Big Baby.
For those who don't know, my granddaughter is 75 feet tall.
Big
She smashed 4 cities, all of them in Pennsylvania for some reason. Not sure what her deal is. Said something about hating the Steelers. I don't know. But
but you know, it's a recessive gene, the giant gene. I mean, let's be clear, it wasn't Big Baby's fault. You know?
I mean, she's
Baby
only
does no wrong.
She's only 6 months and she's 75 feet, guys.
So
yeah,
where is this going?
Maybe she'll like Benjamin Button. She'll shrink as she gets older.
Yeah, that's right. Tiny little old lady.
We don't know. We just have to see how it plays out.
Oh man.
But basically, what we're saying is welcome.
Mark didn't have children of his own, but he did spoil his nieces and nephews, some of which are like his adopted children.
That's what you're supposed to do.
Man. Yep.
Aunts, uncles, grandparents, you're just in it for the fun.
I'm the cool uncle.
Tired, cranky, sitting back home.
The cool uncle for my 2 nephews that are here in San Diego. They were both 16 when COVID locked down the schools. So they would come over to my house every week and we would watch UFC. We'd fight in my garage, like do boxing and all that. And they both joined MMA gyms because we were watching fighting in the garage all the time. But I knew during the COVID thing, like they were young men and they needed to stay busy. So I would invite them over all the time, show them these cool movies that we watch. I showed them Saving Private Ryan. I showed them Akira. They were blown away by Akira. And I showed them some other awesome. I showed them like Bloodsport or Kickboxer. They actually loved it. They'd never heard of it. And so, yeah. But definitely the nephews, the nieces, the grandchildren. There's no rules, man.
It's all fun, man.
Spoil them. It's all fun.
It's all fun.
It's all fried chicken and pizza. You know. So, let's see.
That sounds real good,
doesn't it? Oh, let's see. My daughter is here. Minnie
in the building.
The girl that made me a grandfather, and then my wife is here. The lady that made me a father. So I don't know what they're talking about though. So I don't know. Those comments, they're just whatever. Okay, so back to this. Indiana Jones, he's gonna get this gold statue of whatever it is and take it to the museum. And I've seen this movie 1,000 times. I just watched it on Sunday with my son. I never noticed the cake on this little girl, this little statue here. The straight up booty working.
Oh, you got dumps right there. I got golden dumps.
What's going on here? Yo, what's her number, man?
That statue got a fat ass.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't have put it so.
You gotta be like rubbing the hands, like yo, little
up?
Yo,
What's
that
up,
hair
girl?
support comes in. Yo, what's up, girl?
Let me see that ass. Let me see that golden ass, girl.
Oh.
But what he does before this is he has a little sack because we all carry around a leather satchel, and he fills it with sand, kind of trying to duplicate the weight of this statue because he's going to do the ultimate switcheroo. But before he gets there, one of the booby traps he goes through, because he's with stupid Alfred Molina, and he doesn't know. So he's just like, we made it this far. Let's keep going. And he tells him to stop, and he takes a stick, and he says, stay out of the sunlight. And he holds the stick out, and this little arrow comes and shoots and sticks, into the stick that he was holding instead of, I guess if he was standing, it would have been like his leg or something like that. It probably had a poison tip. But there's all kinds of cool, little booby traps. And he doesn't just walk straight to the statue. He's like walking off to the side and like climbing up almost on the wall, getting around all these booby traps to make it here. And who knows?
Booty traps.
Yeah, this is definitely a booty trap.
Hey, I've fallen through a booty trap or two in my life.
Hey,
it happens.
We all got kids. So yeah, we've all fallen victim to that, to that booty trap. But would it be that hard? I was gonna say, would it be that tough to catch a guy in a booty trap? Like, there's nothing but ass in here. But He makes it, of course, because he's Indy.
Of course he does.
He makes it to the statue. He does the old switcheroo. He waits a second. And even Indy, starts believing his own hype. And he's like staring like, look at that shit. I did it. Nobody else could. My old partner, he's
That's
half
right.
decomposed with a fucking arrow in his face over there. I did it. And then right when he does that, the temple starts shaking, rocks start falling. Alfred
Right.
Molina, let's get the fuck out of here.
Because the weight doesn't match. Who knew that a bag of sand didn't weigh as much as a gold
And he took
item?
some out. He took a handful out. Obviously, he should have left a handful in
Oh,
there.
and we
Indy.
forgot to tell you, I don't have a picture of it, but when they were coming through, there was a chasm like 12 feet across, and it was not bottomless, but awesome bottomless pit, we'll call it that. And they had to swing across with the whip and all that, and they had to get across.
Yeah.
So that'll play in here.
And Molina didn't make it. Indy had to grab him by his belt loop
Right.
and pull him over. He saved him.
Right.
That's right.
Bitch.
Helping people is always the way to go.
Yeah, and he didn't need him. He didn't need Molina to carry his shit. He could have let him fall in the pit and grab his whip, but he didn't. He saved him because Indy's
I feel like there's a metaphor for the gentleman here about trying to
Uh-huh.
get some booty and getting your life ruined because you're trying to get a little booty.
That's right.
It's a good
But you
life
don't-
lesson, guys.
But you don't realize it until after you've gotten the booty.
We've all
That's
had
the
this
problem.
look on our face, like, well, she seems like she's not that crazy.
Yeah, she looks clean. I'll take it.
Dear God.
And then,
No.
like I used to have merch and it said "jerk it first," and that was for young men out there. I would say young women, but you guys don't got to worry about that.
Wait,
But once
wait,
you
wait, wait, wait,
clear-
wait, wait, wait a minute. This shirt of yours, ostensibly giving men life advice.
Yeah.
Are there any qualifications like jerk it first, like before you go to Kentucky Fried Chicken or before you go to the library?
course.
I mean, he always jerk it first, but I was specifically talking about before you make a decision concerning a young lady. Before you make that, you go over there in that late night booty call, or that girl that you have to sit there. If you have to look at a girl like Indy's looking at that statue, it ain't right. So in that
there's nothing
moment,
going on there.
if you were to jerk it first and you sit there and go, I don't want to go over there, it would save you a lot of heartache.
Gotta make it happen.
Good.
Rub one out.
Booty always has a high price. Mark's Music
Sure
Exception.
does. And we will pay it every time.
Cash on the barrelhead. Fenrir Fire. Duty or the booty?
Always the booty, man.
Why not both?
Always. The booty is your duty. I said duty.
So he does the old switcheroo
Boom.
with his bag of sand and the statue. And does
Sean,
not. So
hope you don't have
taking the booty-
arachnophobia.
So see right
No,
here.
I'm good. I'm good, guys. Just I want to stay still, and everything's gonna be fine. Just keep doing this. Just do Indiana Jones.
Huh?
Don't move.
I need
Guys?
Don't move.
I'm not.
Do
Just
not
keep
move.
going. We're good.
Are not
We're good.
moving.
Okay.
We're
That was
totally good.
basically that was Alfred Molina a few minutes before this, covered his back and his like I said, they're crawling around his neck, but his back was covered in the big ass tarantulas. That's a no.
Yeah, that'd be terrible. Let's keep going.
So his little trick with the weighted bag doesn't work.
Uh-huh.
The
Damn
whole
it.
temple starts to crumble, and we get and they jump across the chasm.
Yeah.
But Molina's like, throw me the statue and I'll throw you the whip. And then he's like, ugh. So Indiana Jones throws him the golden statue. And then, do you want to guess if Molina throws him the whip or not?
No, come on, man.
That's what he's right there. He's saying, "Adios, senor." That's what he's telling
right.
him, and he drops the whip on the other side where he is, so Indy can't get out, and he's
Yeah,
gonna
they had
go.
to cut it out because he ad-libbed a little bit. They told him, you're going a little too Latin because he went, adios, senor, go Raiders. That's what he said. And they're like,
He said, "Adios, senor." Ay ay ay.
Spielberg took him aside and said, listen,
It's a little too
the
much.
Oakland Raiders didn't exist in 1936. Okay, you cannot add that into the movie. All right.
They always existed, fucker.
Yeah. And this
Lie.
The Raiders
Yeah,
are
just Palmer
timeless, vato.
The Raiders were at the Last Supper, fool. Who do you think served it? Who do you think served it, eh? Fucking Raiders. So he, now he doesn't have his whip to make it across because Alfred Molina's a
Right.
dick. So he jumps across and barely makes it. And he's, that classic, he's making it barely, and he grabs his root. And he's like, oh, I made it. And then the root slips, but he makes it. He climbs out, makes it because he's Indy. And then he goes a few more feet, and he finds Alfred Molina.
Oh, didn't go
stupid
well
ass.
for him.
Nope. He didn't know where the traps were. He should have stuck with Indy. And it's a different angle, but under his right ear, you can see where another whatever those things are about to come out of his neck. Like it's almost poking through the skin. It was some crazy shit. And something else I wondered, or I realized watching this, because I saw it about 3 hours ago, but watching it so intently, PG-13 was something different back in the day.
I believe, I don't know if this is right. I've heard that this movie and another one I don't remember were the first PG-13 movies. I don't know.
Temple of Doom was, I think, one of the first to get the PG-13.
Okay.
This was PG, kids. This was PG.
Yeah, this was something different. And you see there's some headshots coming up. There's some blood out of the mouth coming up, and it's all PG.
Yep.
Right. And then you
And
get
by
the
the way,
greatest. Well, is this the most iconic Indiana Jones thing? The boulder rolling?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Yes.
It's the most iconic thing. You think of Indiana Jones, you think of the hat, the whip, and the boulder. I think those are the things you think of.
I remember back in the day, was it in the 90s? Oh, maybe they were advertising. No, it was something else where it was like a Taco Bell ad or something, and they borrowed this. They bit this. It was like a big boulder chasing somebody, and you know where that's from. Till the end of time, if somebody has a scene in their movie or whatever where there's a big boulder chasing them, you know where they got it from. But I remember it being in something else too. It was crazy. This is, like I said before, a bunch of iconic images come from this movie. But man, this, like I said, this PG-13 and you see some shit.
I'm for it though.
I'm
for it. And then we get outside, and the guy that pulled the pistol on Indy. So the two guys, the one guy steals the whip, runs off. He gets murked by that thing coming out of the wall with the spikes. Then the other guy that pulled the pistol on Indy, he gets a jillion arrows to the back of the poison that they were tasting. They were sampling like Costco free samples earlier. He dead now.
Yeah, by this group, this tribe that lives in the rainforest, and that's where this is our first introduction to Belloc.
And where else do we know Belloc from? We did him on this show.
Oh gosh,
come on! Isn't he in Roadhouse?
Is he?
Isn't he the bad guy? That
no. That dude's American. No. Looks like him.
Where do we
looks like him?
We were just calling someone Belloc in a. No, wait, no, he was in Demolition Man. Was he in Demolition Man? He's in another one.
Hold on, now you got me because we did. I know we did something where we saw him.
I think he was a bad guy. He was a bad guy in Demolition Man.
Was he?
I think. Okay, that's what.
I think so. No,
it wasn't Roadhouse. It was.
It looks like him.
I don't know. I'm off the rails, guys. Let's just come back.
You know we like to be off the rails.
Brian McCormick is with me. Temple of Doom was cool as a kid, but damn, it just went overboard with intentional growth stuff.
Nigel Hawthorne, that's who played the bad guy in Demolition.
Nigel Hawthorne. Is he a member of the club?
Hawthorne. No, we know this dude. This dude is from. Oh my god, this is killing me. He was in a movie. I know the movie. I just want to confirm it. Shit, keep going. Keep talking. I'll find it.
Listen, just yell out the wrong movie. That's what I do sometimes.
Yeah, Paul Freeman.
I feel like he had a cameo in Double Team. Is where I feel like we saw him.
Really?
As the secret agent guy for the island they send you to.
Oh yeah, that's right. He was.
He was in it, right?
He was the head of the island that the.
Am I right?
The what do they call it? The community or whatever he had to go to, because he was a
he's in Double Team as Goldsmith. That's it, or Goldsmith. Sorry,
right.
with the
our buddy Todd was saying that's me and him standing overlooking the water on the edge of the cliff. Remember, he said in that shot it's me, not Jean-Claude Van Damme. So, and
that's right.
Oh, and I heard a little birdie told me about Van Damme's new movie coming out maybe in the fall or something. So,
that's right.
That'd be great. Yeah, that's right. He was the one of the good guys in Double Team.
Okay,
but he's not a good guy in this one.
No,
he's not so good.
No, he's French in this one.
Yeah, he's French. Yeah.
So I love the scene. So Indiana Jones, he gets away from Belloc here and the Native American, like the natives that he has, not Native Americans, and the natives, and he's taking off running, and it's such a great shot because you see there's these like a series of little hills, and there's a plane out in a river, like a one of those planes that lands in the water, and it's going to get Indiana Jones away. And you see Indiana Jones come over the grass. You just see his body, and then immediately you see all these guys coming right after him, and they're throwing spears and shooting arrows and screaming.
The pilot's fishing, and he's like, Jacques, start the plane, Jacques. And he's like, and Jacques like, but I gotta bite here. And he's like, Jacques, start it out now. And then you see the people coming over the hill.
But in Jacques' defense, man, he had a fish on the line.
Right.
He did.
Oh,
He
and maybe
did.
how many times has he seen Indy, do this shit? He's like, fuck. But he does pick Indiana Jones instead of the fish. And one of the angles when they show him running over the hill and you see the natives right behind him, it looks like they're right behind him.
Right.
But in true Indiana Jones fashion, he jumps. There's a vine there. He jumps, swings out in the water, gets on the plane. It's all good. So he thinks until he looks down between his legs on the plane and he sees a giant python, an actual python, you perverts, not like a penis. But he looks down and the homeboy has a snake. He's like, "What is this?" He's it's a snake. He's like, "Oh, calm down. That's my pet snake, Reggie. I hate snakes.
Yeah.
So
real quick, the horror one comments, the boulder rolling was inspired by a DuckTales. He corrected in a later comment. Comic story. Ooh, I didn't know that. I always liked the vibe of DuckTales and all that. It was very, it was Indiana Jones. It was adventurous and stuff like Scrooge McDuck, DuckTales, all that kind of stuff. So
I used to love that show. One of the best intros, best cartoon intros ever.
Right?
Here in Duckburg.
Look, this show is going to transition into an exclusive DuckTale commentary channel, and you guys are going to just have to roll with it.
June, it's DuckTales all month long.
Month long. You might solve a mystery or rewrite history.
That's right. The woo-woo.
By the way, a little creepy, that line. Solve a mystery or rewrite history cuts to Mao.
Man,
a lot of kids grew up on DuckTales, got the wrong message. Let's rewrite history. There's Reggie.
All right. So then we cut back to the university where he's a professor of archaeology.
Yes.
And
doing it.
Yeah, and all the girls in the class are just trying to Me Too the crap out of Professor Jones.
That's right. I've been a college professor, and let me tell you, those things say I'm fucking crazy across them.
Yeah, they just want, all those girls want is ding dong.
Right.
And they're not hiding it. They're all just like all these little.
Right. No, they cut out the scene where Professor Jones says, "You trying to get the pipe?" They cut that out. They thought it was too modern.
I think they should have left it in.
Well, and
the part where he
says,
way, this is touch it. Come up here and touch it.
Yeah, this is the thing about.
I'll bet you won't.
But let's be real about this too. What I like about this kind of thing being in movies at the time is it acknowledged an aspect of college life and like that this was a normal occurrence, and they weren't like, oh, what's he gonna do? Like these are all freaking adults in college when you think about it.
Yeah,
these students are flirting with him. This is what it is. It's not a national emergency. You can't even imagine something like this because they would have to make it some creepy thing. Nobody knows, nobody understands folks like this who come off to college. And it's like, come on.
And he's like, look at him. He's a really good looking dude. He's out there, traveling the world on the weekend and shit and running from natives with poison darts and shit. And then Monday, he's back in the class, has all these cool artifacts. Plus, he looks like a 30-some-year-old Harrison Ford. So, yeah, I'm sure there was a stack of draws at the front of the class every day.
I'm failing the class, Professor Harrison. There's got to be something I could do to raise my grades.
There's gotta be something I can do. Takes off her 1930s fucking underwear.
Folds them eight times like a fucking parachute.
Can you help me? Get that corner like a bed sheet?
No, stand back up. Stand over there.
Yeah, pull it tight. There we go. Fold it. Yeah, I mean, and no shame on him for taking him up on that because I'm sure everybody in college is 18, right? So
you've got an F. the best I can do is give you a D.
Yeah.
No.
If you don't want that F, you don't want that F, you're gonna have the F.
Right.
I hate to jump ahead,
I'll
though.
make this is as dirty as I go on the show. Says I'll give you a D and the A. Okay, that's okay. You know what? I disavow that.
Disavow. Yes, and let me just add one more quick thing to this. As much as I don't want to, yes, absolutely.
See, confirmation.
Yeah, I can definitely say they are.
You were a professor.
Again, the whole
18 years,
Yeah.
Sean?
I was a professor for 18 years, and I can tell you this: the youngest relationship to me, lady, that I have ever been interested in was my wife, and she's 6 months younger than me. I had a buddy of mine who goes, I didn't understand college girls when I was in college, man. He was joking about it. But I will say, there is one concern we will be getting to in the future, right? So Marianne and Indiana Jones have a history. They have a problematic history, right? Yep. She's like, I was a child and you knew it, and he's like,
you knew what you were doing.
Yeah, but I want to point out that she
was
says, I've learned to hate you in the last 10 years. And she's 25.
Uh-oh.
And so he would have been 10 years ago, 27.
Whoops.
Uh-oh.
And she would have been 15, I think is what the mathematics state.
Listen, we don't need to do math on this show. You don't have to show off doing your algebra and your calculus.
Just a thought.
Your trigonometry.
Yeah, all your fancy math. You don't have to do that.
That's right.
That part, that was a no-go. I can't support that.
No-go.
Let's just chalk that up to, let's see, if it was 10 years ago, that'd be 1926. So maybe that's just how things were.
I'll
Back
just
then,
say
it was
this.
a different time.
This is how I rationalize it. I say it's a typo in the script. That's what I tell myself.
It is, yeah.
And back then it was different. I mean, for a 15-year-old to be married, that wasn't unheard of. They still had people riding horses down the street. So that's what I chalk it up to.
Jericho, that ain't gonna hold up in court, buddy.
Oh well, that's why I plan on staying out of court. But that's that's the way I rationalize that shit, because I don't want to see Indy as a pervert.
Indiana Jones.
Pervert. Indiana.
Because when she says I was a child, and it's like, oh man, that's.
He goes, you knew what you were doing. It's like, oh, come on. And it was his mentor's daughter, Ravenwood.
Yeah, that's his daughter.
Yep.
That's his mentor, who's his main professor of archaeology or whatever. So.
Yeah, like his. Hold on, don't tell me. Marcus. That was his Marcus.
Rum 13 has to go because their connection sucks. That sucks, man. Watch it on replay. Maybe log off. Did you try restarting your computer? There you go.
Take the cartridge out and blow on it.
That's right.
That's what I say.
So
yeah, that Ravenwood was like his Marcus, because that's who Marcus is to him. That's like his dad's friend. Right. It's kind of he kind of looks up to him. Marcus helps him out and shit. And he banged his daughter. And Ravenwood is no more.
No,
he's gone.
No, he said they had a falling out and they hadn't spoken in years.
Yeah, and this is Marcus coming to tell him that there are some people here that want to see him. And he says he tells Marcus, I need money. I need more money he's almost had it. He tells him about the adventures, almost had it. I got some other shit that's cool, but I had it in my hands and I lost it. And he wants to go back, and because Belloc took it from him, the damn Belloc. So he wants to go back and get that artifact. And he tells him, well, there's some men here who want to see him. He's like, what? He's like, what, am I in trouble? And he's walking out of the room, with all these paper, all these rolled up papers sticking out and shit, kind of haphazardly. And he goes to meet these guys, and then they work for the U.S. government, I guess. And they're telling him that, this the Fuhrer, this German or Hitler, he's crazy. He's gathering up all these artifacts and he's doing all these archaeological digs. He's obsessed with the occult, and America's starting to kind of see the writing on the wall. They're like, hey, we need to get ahead of this crazy little tiny mustache motherfucker and get these artifacts before he does, and they don't really know. They don't know shit. Indy actually begins to explain to them what the Ark of the Covenant is, and he's basically saying if he gets a hold of this, they're invisible. They can vanquish any army. They can destroy anything. So better get
It
this
slightly
shit before he
echoes
goes.
the building the nuclear bomb in World War II. That
Mhm.
Yeah.
Einstein had written that letter that the scientists over in Germany were working on a nuclear bomb, and that the Americans had better
Yep.
work on it too. And it kind of mirrors that concept of if he gets a hold of this ark, we don't know what it can do. You know, you read the Bible and they talk about laying waste to armies and lands and stuff like that. Like, could it work that way? Now, as a Christian myself, I always thought, well, the ark has God's power in it. God's not going to help the bad guys. If the bad guys got a hold of the ark, it just wouldn't work then. It's God's power.
Yeah, because the Ark was a part of the Ark of the Covenant. The Covenant was with a certain group of people that were Hebrew, Jewish. I have a feeling things wouldn't have worked out so well, as we learn later
For
in
the
the film.
Nazis.
It would be frowned upon. But this is another aspect of this too, right? Where what I love about the writing here is he goes, "It was Belloc. Do you want to hear about it?" He's like, "Not at all." He doesn't give a shit, Marcus Brody, when he's about to tell him the story. And they go into this place, and the John Williams Raiders music. You know, I don't know if it's a flute or what it is, but it's like that, you know, that beautiful da, da, da. Like every time they start telling you the mystery. And I think there's been too much made by people like J.J. Abrams and folks like that about the idea of the MacGuffin and finding the MacGuffin. Like, God, people are just so obsessed with that. It's a story. I know that it could be viewed as that element, but this particular thing that they're trying to find is not just a MacGuffin. This is showing a more contemporary society that has lost touch and viewed these stories as myth. Indy, among most people, as being someone who does not believe in the realness of this stuff. So this is a journey of him going back to really the Judeo-Christian traditions that tie into all this stuff. And it's crazy. I mean, this is such an amazing film. It made it real. It's beautiful.
Yeah. And he starts to explain to them, you know, with the staff and everything and the light coming through, and he starts to explain to them how not only what the Ark of the Covenant is and what it can do, but how they're going to find it, what pieces they need to find it. And we find out very soon that the Nazis are in hot pursuit, and they know exactly what he knows. So, and the guys, they give him like $3,000 cash, and they're gonna, you know, and you kind of need. There's in these movies, there's always, not always, but most of the time, there's somebody with enough wealth to make this happen. Like in this case, the U.S. government, we're picking up the tab. So now Indy can do whatever the fuck he needs to do. In other movies, you know, somebody's rich. You know, one of the characters is always rich, like Batman almost. He's a billionaire, so he can afford the suits and the weapons and the, you know, there's always something to give people the financial backing they need to do this shit. And it was pretty cool to see it in this, that we are. And it's almost, again, something you won't see very often nowadays in the midst of this woke garbage, is America being the hero. America is sending Indy to get his hands on this shit before Hitler does. And just, you know, as a thought, if Hitler had the nuke before we did, he for sure would have used it in Europe. For sure.
No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
Yeah, something about him. Look, I got to be honest with you. You know, no matter who you talk to, a lot of people say he was fucking crazy.
I mean, he has a track record. He has a track record.
He would have used that shit for sure.
Right.
So this is kind of, you know, our little arms race that we had with Hitler getting our hands on this Ark of the Covenant.
Really quick, simply Green, I do wonder with a bunch of these films, Operation Paperclip, but they actually find some of this stuff. I would love to think so, man. I love a good conspiracy. I love all the flat earth websites, that outer space and the moon landing is all fake. I love all that shit. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I subscribe to it. I just find it fascinating. I think because it's in the same vein as comic books. It's fantastic and intriguing, you know.
The aliens are real now.
I straight up believe Bob Lazar and all that shit. Yeah, the legit shit. Oh, yeah.
You see that fucking video out of Vegas?
Yes.
Somebody with it fucking filmed this bright, glowing thing streaking across the Las Vegas sky. What the fuck was that?
I mean, to be honest, not to be a wet blanket, it's just a meteorite. I've seen it myself.
So wet right now.
Like I've literally seen that exact same thing, same color, when I was like 9, and I saw one like 3-4 years ago above my house. And it's I've been told that's just a meteorite, you know, burning up in the atmosphere or whatever.
But that shit,
no. Meteorite is when it's on the
was pretty
ground.
low.
So it's a
no. This was low, and a freaking a ring camera outside of somebody's house. Did you see that bit? Saw it, heard the sound of it, then the hit, and then there was a big boom, and they can't find anything.
Right.
So
I
just
think it's
masking.
an asteroid to a meteor to boom, and there's nothing left. It vaporizes.
But
That's
it
what I
looked
think.
but it wasn't. It was almost a shape. Like the head of it was round, and then the tail kind of went to this really fine point. And if something coming from space that fast goes that low, that size, I mean, is it going to have some kind of kinetic energy that's going to fuck shit up? Because there's bullets that we can fire on Earth with kinetic energy if they're close enough could rip a limb off. This thing's coming from outer space. It's made it through our atmosphere, and it's like this thing was right behind the clouds. Like it could have hit an airplane. So I don't know, man, but more and more we're hearing these little bits and we're seeing more images. I've always been open to that. I don't believe like, man, that thing came down here and fucking probed me, man, my butthole. Like all that kind of stuff. But
That's why I don't tell you my
as
stories,
best friend,
Jericho.
John.
Yeah, that's why I don't tell Jericho my stories, because he imitates me back to everybody.
But let me guess, they probed you in the ass, right? Oh, I know.
Can you imagine?
How
they
did you
fly
know?
all the way- They fly all the way across the galaxy to look up some Earthling's butt. Come on, man.
I don't know.
No, not just some Earthlings, Gabe.
Man,
Mine.
Oh, yeah.
I
I feel like you and
Nash.
your buddies were out in the woods and got a little too deep with the Bud Lights. And
I got a
someone-
Nash stinker, man. You know, until you see mine, I got it. This
No,
this bad
every
boy's
time-
worth flying across space for.
Every time they try to land, they just see a whole crowd of Americans bent over with their cheeks spread and then just try to run it away.
Mine,
They keep
check
going
mine out. Probe me. Yeah.
Bro,
okay.
me!
Mouse
Talk
C,
about
don't
a
give
booby
up.
trap.
Don't
Right.
give up, Mouse C. This party's not over yet.
See,
They
this
might
is
come
the
check you out.
You know, Adam Carolla said something great about all the alien and alien abduction. He's all, how come all these alien sightings disappeared the minute everyone got cell phone cameras? You know, I believe there totally could be aliens because there are a bajillion planets out there in space.
Yeah.
Why not? They're probably not all just frozen rocks. But from what I know, which is limited as a human being about space travel, it takes too long to fucking get here that it's probable that they've ever come here.
But based on our technology,
Based on what we know, we know. Right.
I want them to just show up. Let's get in a war. Let's fight.
What if
And
aliens
then-
came to Earth and they were even further left? They were like total SJW social justice
were
warriors.
They were
Dude,
shaped
they
like
are. What are you
dildos.
talking about?
They just try to come here and like cancel everybody.
What are your pronouns?
Oh,
Take me to
shit.
your him, her. Oh,
Where
that's what I'm
gender
saying.
neutral.
War. Kill them all. Kill anything that comes down here. Kill it. If it bleeds, we can kill it.
That's right. Would be cool if. What would be the best kind of alien to show up on Earth though? Like, what would you want? Like, if they came here, ideally.
Aliens
Either
with
one.
big old titties.
I fucking knew it, and I agree with you 1,000%.
I want titty aliens. I want titty aliens with no mouth. How about that?
So wait, is it just like one big tit with legs, or is it like two with eyes, or how does it work?
No, as many titties as we can fit.
Oh, so this thing is like a
6, 7, 8 titties. You know, just big old titties.
okay.
Sean lost his face again.
Oh,
Um,
what about the one from Total Recall? Baby,
Yeah,
you
3
make me
titties? Yeah,
wish
there we
I
go.
had 3 hands.
that'll work. That'll work. No, just some aliens that are cool. Maybe some aliens with some solutions, like how we can turn. Maybe aliens who have the ability to time travel, and we can go back to 2001. How about that? That's the kind of alien I want.
I don't know,
Ugh.
but Rob has made something magical happen. And Double Impact Triple Threat is a show where the magic happens, guys. Rob has created something that I never even crossed my mind, but it's so obvious.
Love this
Who would
comic.
win a fight? Tom Cruise
Cruise.
or aliens? He spelled Tom Cruise the Hispanic way, and now I'm thinking about a Mexican action movie star. You want
Tom
the truth?
Cruise.
You can't handle the truth.
Fucker.
we
No,
gotta
Tom Cruise. I think if the Cruise Tom Cruise
yeah.
or aliens, I don't know. Is Tom Cruise allowed to get some of the alien dinosaurs that are buried under the volcanoes to help him? If he can get some of the Scientology aliens, I think Tom could take him out. He'd definitely do his own stunts. He'd fight his own
I
battles.
like the Latino Tom Cruise. I like this. I like where this is going. Hey, Mission Impossible. You don't seem so impossible to me.
Hey, put me on the yacht. It won't be impossible, fucker.
Oh, shit.
My name is a Tom Cruise.
Tom Cruise? Tom
Tom.
Cruise?
My name is a Tom Cruise. My friend, you motherfucker. I used to have, I've told this before. I don't think I've told it on this channel, but I used to work with this little Mexican dude named Adamar. He was a little Oaxaca, like one of the little 5-foot dark skinned ones.
Yeah.
And man, when somebody, all he did was janitor shit. He didn't do no food or nothing, but he would clean up the bathrooms and, mop the dining area, help close at night. And whenever somebody would walk on his wet floor that he just mopped, oh shit. That's it. That's worse than making fun of his mother. If you walked, hey, you motherfucker, I just mopped the floor. You motherfucker. So,
I love
and
that he's
anybody
a
could get it.
motherfuck.
Dude, I don't care who it was. Girls, guys, managers, everybody would get it if they walked. Did you motherfucker? Love Adam. Shout out to him.
Karen Allen already. All right. We'll get there.
Get to the broad. Get to the fucking broad.
Yeah, we better make tracks. This is going to be a two-parter.
It's going to be a 9-hour.
It's already
podcast.
7:40.
Dude, people
Sean's
know
face
what
is
they get
melting
here.
off twice.
Twice. And he had fucking tarantulas on it too. So Indy is explaining to him with this staff and with this piece that they're looking for, the next piece to the puzzle, you put on a staff, you put it, there's a certain room, this temple, not really a temple.
The Well of Souls in this.
Yeah,
Egyptian
the Well of
city,
Souls.
The Egyptian city of Tanis.
Because he explains, the transfer from, of ownership of this Ark of the Covenant, and somebody got it and put it in this, what did you call it? The Pit of Souls?
The Well of the Souls.
The Well of the Souls.
To where this thing's going to be. Yeah.
So if you get it there and you put the staff in a certain place at a certain time of day, the sun will shine through the medallion
Crystal
or what.
On the medallion.
Yeah, and it'll point to you. It'll show you where the Ark of the Covenant is buried. So that's why it's so important to get this next piece, because that's what you need the sun to shine through to show you exactly where it is. And he knows who has it. Ravenwood has it. So because he doesn't know Ravenwood's dead, because it's been like 10 years or whatever they said, whenever the last time he banged his daughter. And so he has to find her to find the piece to find out where the Ark of the Covenant is. So he has the money. And then the next scene cuts to his apartment. Marcus comes over to visit and he says, you got him? He's like, oh, we got him, man. We're going. So he starts packing his shit, and they're having a little celebratory drink right here, a little champagne. And then he starts packing his suitcase, and he throws in his leather jacket and his whip. It's like,
and he throws his revolver. Yeah.
But I'm like, just put that shit on. But then we see after that scene that he's traveling. This is back in the 30s, so everybody wore suits. So he's looking
Look how
good, cleans
good
up.
you look. Yeah. People used to get dressed up to go flying and stuff like that. Now I remember I flew to Colorado once with my family, and my wife sat with the kids because they were younger, like middle school, elementary school age. And I sat next to a woman that I didn't know who smelled like, like how a locker room smells like old, wet, stale, like that sour wet smell. And she was like, just started talking to me that she was flying and she was sad because her boyfriend was shipping out to some military something, and she didn't get any sleep because she's missing him. And she stunk like gross sweat, hair everywhere, wearing like pajama sweats, just a disheveled mess. And I'm just smelling this the whole time. Awful. And then she pulls out a summer sausage in a Ziploc bag, not sliced sausage and cheese, not something, classy. And
Yeah.
She pulls out, 8 inches of premium mystery meat and just starts gnawing it.
You
like
won't,
they found her floating at sea for 3 weeks. She's like, and she's just eating this haunch of meat, smelling like gym socks.
You want some? You want a bite? Fuck no, I don't want to bite. I wish there was an ejection button on your seat. Yeah, people like that are just fucking disgusting, man. That's the downside to living in society with other humans. But he looks great. The hat, and this is the 30s, and people wore suits traveling all the way up through like what, the 70s,
right?
Early 70s. But this is the 30s style. The pants were kind of not really baggy, but kind of wide legged and stuff. The hat, it's great, man. I love to see how dressed up people used to be back then, and it wasn't just white people. Everybody wore suits and button up shirts and slacks and dress shoes. Women wore skirts and dresses.
You know what's a disturbing trend that's like only in the last year I noticed it. Maybe it's been going on for a while and I didn't notice. People wearing pajamas out of the house, like the pajamas with the repeating pattern everywhere.
You're fucking out of here.
Stop
You're
it.
out of here. That should be a citation. The police should be able to cite you for doing that. If I was King Jericho Green, you're getting remember what happened to Denzel and Glory when they caught him running off?
Right.
And they brought him back and Matthew Broderick had him whipped. That's what's going to happen to you if I catch you in pajama pants out in public. That's disgusting. Nobody's life is so fast paced that you don't have time to put some damn pants on.
They're busy and they're a big mover and shaker if they're dressed in like NFL patterned pajamas.
Get out of here. You're getting whipped.
Like,
you're getting tied to a post and whipped.
When I see someone in a blue outfit with bananas all over, I'm like, oh, did you just come from the shareholders meeting, sir? Like,
nah, you're done. I don't care where you're coming from. You're headed to the post so I can tie you up and whip you in public because that is disgusting. I go to my daughter's school to pick her up. This kid's wearing pajama pants all the time. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Ridiculous.
Pajamas?
Ridiculous.
Oh.
This is a thing they do over and over in the Indiana Jones movies that I love as a designer and an artist. I love when he travels by plane or train or whatever. They'll show a map. They'll draw a red line moving over the map.
In all three.
Right. And they'll superimpose the plane or whatever. I don't know if he does it on a ship or on a train ever. But I love that showing of the map, the red line. It's a really fun visual thing.
It's a cool way to show you, them traveling, and they do it through all three. Again, the last two Indiana or the Crystal Skull and the one coming out, I do not count those when I speak about Indiana Jones. It's the first three, and they do that in all three of them, and it's pretty cool.
Now, I've never thought about this, but this would be disturbing to me. You see the origin point where he's leaving from. It's the Bay Area.
Yeah. It's the
now,
Golden
I'm
Gate Bridge.
hoping he's not a professor at Berkeley or anything. I'm hoping he's back on the East Coast or something, and this is just where he traveled to depart the U.S. Don't tell me Indiana Jones is a professor at Berkeley. Don't you tell me that.
No, he was a professor at maybe a smaller college, that wasn't about the bullshit. I don't think anybody was about the bullshit back in 1936. I think everywhere was pretty safe back then, but that's definitely the Bay Area. That's the Golden Gate in the background.
They get their fashion sense from Fetterneck, the pajama crew.
Yeah. Oh, how can I look like I just rolled from underneath a fucking bush in the park?
How disrespectful that guy to be a senator or congressman or whatever the hell he is.
You know what kind of clothing budgets these people have and these per diems that they have? I would be looking sharp as a tat every single day. Are you kidding?
Yeah, but this is.
I would go like Def Comedy Jam 90s style, and I would get the biggest, loudest
shoulder.
Yeah, and it would be like a wild pattern, like
Steve Harvey,
glass heels,
Cedric the Entertainer, just something crazy like that.
But at least it would be a suit. At least it would be a suit, and you would look nice. A little cartoonish, but you would look nice.
Horror of One, we will not be doing the Crystal Skull or the Dalek
Hell
channel. As long as I am here, we're not doing those.
No way. Those are disrespectful to the first three. The first three, we were talking about this off air, but it's rare for a franchise to have two great movies.
Right.
Or even two good movies. This franchise had three amazing movies, awesome movies, great movies, iconic movies. All three of them. We can quote a line to anybody in public from some of these movies, and they know exactly what you're talking about. Three of them. And then they want to take this franchise and wipe their distended anus with it. Disgusting.
Yep.
So we the plane that Indiana Jones in, it travels, I believe, all the way up to Nepal, the snowy mountains, and you come across is like a pub, like a bar, and there's a lady drinking, having a drink off with this guy. I love my daughter collecting these photos.
Faded. That dude is faded.
He's been
been there. I remember my 21st birthday.
Dude.
I don't remember mine.
I do remember mine. My bachelor
my
party.
buddy,
That's a little.
I don't know if I've told you guys this. In college, I had a buddy who was much like me, Mehdi, Middle Eastern guy, believe it or not. And he was about my size. I'm 6'4". Remember, he's a big guy too, Mehdi. And it was a college town, like 10,000 students, mid-sized college. And everyone knew everyone, though. It was a town of 100,000 people. All the college kids knew each other. And on his 21st birthday, we went to the State Armory in Greeley, Colorado. It used to be a National Guard Army, and it was converted to a bar like 30, 40 years ago. And that was the bar to go to. And it's cheap. It's a college town. You know, a beer's like $1.50 shot, and it was 50-cent shot night.
Oh,
And
why they should have
everyone-
just killed him.
People were buying Maddie shot after shot after shot after shot. And we went over to IHOP at 2 a.m, you know, go get some pancakes or whatever, try to soak it up. And he was so drunk, he was sleeping with his forehead on the salt shaker,
Yep.
like balancing with his face on the salt shaker, sleeping while me and my brother were eating. And he's like, oh, guys. And he had to throw up. And I told him, go outside. He ran outside and he threw up. But when he ran out the front door of the IHOP, he spun around and he threw up all over the window of the restaurant.
Jesus.
So everyone could see. Like I remember a big chunk of celery just sticking around. And,
Oh,
That's what 21st birthdays are for, man.
oh,
That's what they're for.
oh, Maddie.
To just get shitty. Oh man, I've been so fucking shit faced before. Young. Oh my god.
Oh,
Oh man.
we're all
Overseas
just kind of cringing, thinking back. We're all just cringing.
yeah, just
overseas
having
was-
those memories.
was the worst, man. Being in the
What is
Navy
the alcohol
overseas.
that you hate? And like to me, it was tequila. Let's smell of that. Like wants to give me the chills.
Southern Comfort. Can't.
Oh.
Sean?
Can't.
What do you call it? Everclear.
Oh
Ooh. That's paint thinner. That's not even booze.
shit. Yeah, if
Yeah.
you run out of gas, that's an option. Jeez,
look at-
man.
look-
Yeah.
There's Everclear, a little bit of Jaeger too. That shit will
Oh,
fuck you up.
Jaeger.
Jaeger
I think it's the
will fuck you up.
Everclear, not so much the Jaeger
Yeah.
in that equation.
Yeah, you're
It
right.
might be the
Yeah, 6 to 1.
100,000 proof fucking alcohol.
I have not had a drop of alcohol. In August, it'll be 6 years. I don't drink at all. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke nothing. So
Yeah, I don't
but
drink.
Yeah,
I drink like a football game. Then that Goldschlager. You don't like that Goldschlager, authentic Kennedy. But if it's watching a game or from somewhere like at a barbecue or something, I'll have ab beer, you know, just kind of out of respect. But other than that, if I didn't go to any events or anything like that, man, I wouldn't touch a drop.
but you put back the Bud Lights when you're watching the 49ers?
No, it's all Bud Lights. All I drink.
Sucking them down, huh?
Shotgunning Bud Lights all day.
You're deep throating the Bud Light bottle.
More.
Oh!
More.
Oh,
I need
too
more.
soon.
Man,
More.
man. Well,
Give me more.
anyways,
Stop it.
Karen Allen is drinking, and she is 1/100th the size of the man she's drinking
Yeah.
again.
And
There's
they
all
both
the
have
glasses.
like 10 empty shot glasses in
Right,
front
and
of
they're
them.
just whoop, you know, and then flip the cup and
Yep.
oh, and this has Jericho, Sean, one of our favorite things, the random gambling in a crowd, like in Bloodsport and all that.
Yeah, somebody taking
There are
money.
just people handing money to people, and there's just cash everywhere. Who's going to win the drink off?
Dude, the
I still don't know
photographic
how movie
memory.
gambling works.
They need to hire the dudes who are in these bars or in these underground fight clubs who are taking the bets. They need to go work for the FBI and the CIA because their photographic memory is unmatched, because you can glance at somebody and know the denominations of money that he's giving you and know when to pay him out if your guy wins.
Know his home address.
while everybody in that room is yelling their money at you,
yelling and waving money,
fucking screaming.
Yeah, piece of cake.
100 people are screaming at you, handing you money, and you fucking no problem. I love it, man. To get these guys to work for the government to make America a safer place because their powers are being wasted. And they're in all of these movies. Some have the visor with the green, some don't. They're all usually older Asian people. This is in
those
Nepal.
little things on their sleeve, those little like garter belt on the
Yeah,
sleeve.
hold their sleeves up. They're usually older Asian dudes. This is in Nepal.
Right.
So this fits the bill right here. Yeah, but these guys, their concentration is unmatched. Everybody's screaming and handing money at you, and you're just silent, zen.
Shout out to illegal bookies everywhere.
Yeah, man,
Yeah,
you guys are
shout out
amazing.
indeed.
And
We
so
respect you.
they're drinking until somebody passes out, because she takes that shot and then kind of has her hand. She's like, and the crowd's going, whoa. And she comes in, she's like, no. And she turns it over. And that's just a cool thing to do, to turn the cup over. Like, that's just showing
still
you
have
it's
some
empty.
hand control.
Yeah,
I like
it's
how-
it's
and
just
then
like
Big
showing
Boy-
you. Yeah,
Oh, go
and
ahead. I'm sorry.
they're just showing you that, this thing is empty. It's just a cool kind of thing to do, to have turn the glass over like that makes a difference. but it's cool to see. And again, as a kid, you're thinking, you're picturing yourself, taking these shots and putting the glass down, not knowing that you would be so fucking drunk after drinking all these damn shots. Or the Westerns, or any show from a long time ago. We're finishing up Boardwalk Empire. We watched
Nucky.
Yeah, Peaky Blinders and shit. All these old movies, these dudes are always sipping on some brown liquor. Every scene, brown liquor and a cigarette. And when you see that as a kid, you just think that's part of that cool action star. You gotta go, to the local watering hole, have a drink, man. Or if you're Riggs, have a drink at home, and then look at your dead wife's picture and put a gun to your head every night, and then cry and not do it.
Yeah. No, it's true.
Not good. So wait a minute.
What the fuck is
No, I was just agreeing with you guys. There aren't any aliens, and we're all good.
What's with the problem?
I don't understand what the problem is.
Why do the aliens always go to the butt? That's what I want to know.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know. Why are you looking at me?
Do you think Sean looks different?
I mean,
Sean is fine. He's the same hip guy he was before.
A little bit. I wouldn't say a lot. Maybe he.
Do you think
lighting? It's a lighting.
Okay. Well, I've adjusted. Sean can't hear us right now. I adjusted his the output, the audio for him. But do you think did he get a haircut or shave or something?
That's what it was. He got rid of his goatee.
Oh,
that's what it is.
okay.
It's the only difference.
Okay.
That I see right now.
Okay. Weird. Okay.
Very.
He's been acting strange lately.
Are you sure he can't hear us?
Well, I'm pretty sure. I mean, unless he had like some high tech stuff, like some technological thing that I don't know
same
about.
Goatee, same everything.
He seems.
I
pretty
saw
low
him,
tech.
Jericho. I saw him eating a handful of batteries.
Now that is different. That is different.
That's not safe, though, right? I mean, it's got heavy metals in it.
No. How do you even?
How's he gonna
shoot those up?
Battery?
That's not good. I know I may seem like a doctor, but I'm not one. But I'm going to assume that's not good.
Right. But listen, so he ate the batteries at my house. And then when he told me he was leaving, I went outside. I went outside 3 hours later to take the trash out. It was like 1 a.m. He was standing in my driveway just staring at the moon, not moving. There's something going on.
You're lucky. He did that. He told me he was leaving my house, and I went out there an hour later, and he was taking a shit in my driveway. So at least he was just looking up at the moon in yours.
Was it filled with batteries?
It was. There was. It did have the alkaline kind of scent to it, and I think I saw some Duracells in there. I didn't get too close.
Wait, were they D's or C's or triple A's or?
They were the big ones.
Oh gosh,
the big
Wait,
square ones.
The
with
big
the
square
coils
one. Oh no,
coils on top. Yeah, they were huge.
Listen, I don't want him to like do anything weird or get his feelings hurt. So let's just act normal. I don't know. So I'll turn his speaker back on. Hey, Sean, we were talking about something we were going to do later on the weekend that doesn't have anything to do with you.
Yeah, man. Nothing.
What's up, bro?
Nothing, bro. How are you?
I'm totally great.
Bro.
So
those humans say?
Yeah, that's totally what a person.
I'm back. I'm good. Woo, that was rough.
You live in a strange area, Sean.
Yeah,
I do. A lot of weird shit's gonna happen tonight, guys.
You live near some power lines.
Guarantee it.
Mm-hmm.
One of those power line clusters.
Yeah.
Where half the residents have cancer.
I hate when you drive by those and your radio goes in your car.
Or
you're like, oh my.
You ever stood next to one, you could hear it buzzing? Like, that can't be good. That shit's buzzing.
And it's like planted on the sidewalk 8 feet from someone's living room. You're like, oh my God, why would you buy that house?
there's like 4 of them, and someone's house is built right in the middle of fucking 4 towers.
Ugh.
Why are those kids' heads so big? Those kids are fucked up. They live at the base of a fucking power tower. Oh, man.
Anyway, this cuddly little fella, he takes another shot. So everyone's like, ooh, he's going to win. He takes it and leans back, and then he just keeps he just goes back forever. And
that's it. He's gone. And then she just, people are just putting money down, still yelling. And she just picks up, a big old pile of money and just like stuffs it in her pocket. Doesn't count it.
Yep.
Because everybody's honest. It's a local spot. Everybody knows everybody. It's like Cheers in the Himalayas. So
the Nepal Cheers.
Recorded in front of a live studio audience.
Yeah. Will they or won't they?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All the
Sam and
locals
Diane.
clear out. All the locals clear out, and then one Dr. Jones comes in.
Steps in. What's up, girl?
And,
it's cold out there, but it's about to get hot in here.
Right.
And this is when he finds out Ravenwood is
there
there.
for the he's there for the medallion and this and that, but not so fast, Dr. Jones, because she has got a
But she
bone
tells
to pick
him.
with you.
She tells him that he's looking for Ravenwood. She says Ravenwood's dead. So what kind of relationship did she have with her dad to refer to him as Ravenwood?
Oh, you mean your kids don't call you Jericho?
No, no, they don't. They do not.
Can you imagine? Sean, can you imagine one of your kids like, hey, Sean, do you think Lauren will let us use the car?
Sean.
What? I'm sorry. What'd you say? I'm sorry. Let me explain something to you guys. All right. That shit won't happen. I love the 2 kids I have left, but the 3rd kid tried that once.
Uh-oh.
And that's how that works. I basically be like, oh my God, well, I don't know. You can ask Lauren why your shit's on the lawn. How the fuck that sounds?
Yeah. You like obviously you're an adult now, so you're ready to go. You're ready to spread your little.
You're ready to be evicted. That's how that works, dude. I tell you what, one time I was talking to the pediatrician's office. They were giving Lauren a hassle about something that she was trying to get taken care of, and it was just one of those things. It had nothing to do. This person was being so obnoxious. I was being so patient. And she goes, "Well, you know what the thing is? I was talking to the mother." And it was, I said, I'm sorry, excuse me? And I fucking lovingly tore a fucking strip off of this person. And I said, I want you to call me back when shit's sorted. And then Lauren calls me and she goes, I just got a call from the kid's pediatrician's office. And she was so nice. She'd completely changed her tune. I was like, yeah, she wasn't calling me back. Fuck it.
Yeah, there'll be none of that. One time, though, my son, we were all hanging out. It was like a Sunday afternoon or something. We're watching TV, and my son thought it was funny. He called my wife by her name. Now, obviously, he was joking when he did it, so we let that one slide. But if it were ever serious, no, man, we're gonna somebody's getting grabbed by their fucking face, and it ain't
Imagine your kid, God forbid, says, "Shut up, Jericho." Your kid tells you to shut up and then calls you your name.
I'd probably laugh just like that when they said it because this has to be a joke. I'm gonna punch you in your ribs.
You know what I would say? I would say,
no.
Adios, Sapito.
There'd
be like a spike pit, pull a lever.
But I think shit like that doesn't happen because we don't put out the kind of vibe that's cool. That's not. That's our kids understand from the jump. I wouldn't even try that. It wouldn't even cross their mind to do it because we've just let it be known through our actions, through our mood, through whatever that
I ain't one of your
kind
friends.
of party.
I've told my kids, I'm not one of your friends.
I'm one of your little homies.
Yeah.
Hell no. And I'll let you know how good of a life you're living when I take everything away. Then you'll be, okay, yeah, I did have it pretty good. So
that's right.
No,
John reminds us all, hashtag no pedos.
No pitos. Just not the cream filled ones. Eat the dry ones, the crunchy. Don't get the pitos.
Yeah, let me people of the chat, if I could just tell you, surviving some of our text exchanges we have between the 3 of us oftentimes takes a very strong stomach. Things can go, like if you think we're off the rails right now, you have no concept of what happens when we're texting.
That's right.
It is
wild and uncensored.
There are no rails.
Right.
There are no rails.
Took them off.
Yeah.
We don't need no stinking rails.
Fucker.
Yeah, I go to reach for my phone, and my phone is just saying, kill me in Siri's voice.
Hey, let's get back to Raiders.
Yeah, there we go.
So he's all up in Marion's bar.
Yeah.
and looking for this little tchotchke that he needs. And he takes the time to remind him that she spent the last 10 years learning to hate him. And you get a disturbing bit of dialogue, which we already covered, that I was a child. And he's like, you knew what you were doing.
But I think he meant like from a mentality or maturity level, not like.
I don't think he meant some literal physical action.
Yeah.
What you were doing. Yeah. I don't think he meant that.
That would be too much.
That would be.
But,
I think we need to paint the picture. Okay, so Indiana Jones wakes up and he has been tied down. This is what he's trying to say. First of all, you didn't let me out of that cage for 5 years. You don't know. She's a psycho. He was in a well, having to put lotion on his skin. We don't know who Marion
Hard
is.
for me. I think that speaks to. That's what he said.
I love that guy's voice. My favorite line for that movie, and it's a line we say. You know, your families, you all have those like in jokes in your family. One in mine with my wife and 2 kids is oh wait, is she a great big fat person? Like I always say that one.
By the way, let me just say this, guys. If you can't say that to anybody in law enforcement ever and not raise suspicions, like you get pulled over and it's kind of like going, yeah, I pulled someone over earlier today. Like it's just off the rails. I think he's drunk or making a skin suit. Someone needs some backup.
Love it. But if they know, they wouldn't. They would get, if they knew where that's from, they'd get the joke.
Yes.
I think. Yeah, but if they don't, you're in trouble. But he's she's telling her, hey, I need that. He says it's just a stupid bronze, medallion. Like, you don't even care. Just give it to me. Here, I'll give you 3,000 now, and then I'll give you another 2,000 when we get to Cairo or some shit.
Right.
That's where he's headed. So I'll give you another 2,000 when we get there. And she's already punched him in the face. He was like, oh, hey, nice place. And he's turning around. Boom. She punches him in the face. Chivalry. He's not going to give her a 2-piece with no biscuit for that. He lets it slide. I guess he earned it. And so right here, she goes to hit him again, and he catches her hand and then puts $3,000 in. He says, here's three grand now. I'll give you $2 grand more when we get to Cairo. And then, they talk a little shit, and then she pulls her hand away and she takes the money. So that's letting him know, all right, cool, we're in business. I'm gonna get the medallion. But she says, hey, come back tomorrow. And he's like, why? Because I said so. And so he goes to leave, and then the Führer's little crew, this creepy little bastard.
Let's talk about this guy.
This creepy son of a bitch right here.
He was born to play this role, this guy. He
was born to play this role.
An unfortunate-looking individual.
A very nice British actor, really great actor. And I have to tell you, whatever anybody wants to say about the other Indiana Jones movies, and they really tried to dial it up, they never topped him as a villain.
Nope.
Ever. They had bigger guys, stronger guys, more intimidating guys. But this motherfucker, he was written beautifully and performed. It was like they hollowed out a human and put a snake from the Garden of Eden in him. He's just like going, oh, are you prepared to offer me more? He's like, almost certainly.
Yeah, he's like shaking, like quivering almost. Dude is fucking weird. Like
and there's other times where he's just covered in sweat.
Yeah, later in this,
he's got that weird pig nose and his bizarre mouth, and
man, he was made for this role, like you said, Sean. Like after this role, he died like a salmon going upstream after they spawned. That was it. Yep. He was made for this role, and he's gone now. Actually, he died 10 years after that of colon cancer or some shit.
Left an impact on film forever.
He was, this dude was just the creepiest, and not only creepy in the way he talked and his movements, but he was a psycho. Because he told her, hey, I know, tell me, Dr. Jones, we know Dr. Jones wants this too. For your sake, you better hope it's he didn't take it.
He hasn't acquired it. You better hope for your sake, I hope he hasn't acquired it.
Yeah. And then he goes over and starts fucking with the fire, and he pulls an iron out of the fire, like, I guess one of their tools or something.
Your Fraulein, your fire is dying.
Dude,
Why
pulls that
don't
shit
you
out.
tell me where it is? And she goes, listen, Hair Mac. I
Yeah.
don't know what kind of people you're used to dealing with. And he goes, let me show you what I am used to dealing with. Like, what fucking hell, man?
Dude,
Does he wake up out of bed like straight up like Nosferatu? He's just like, he's like, good morning, everyone. There's like, fuck.
Dude. He is straight up. And he goes over there and she goes, what did she say? Let's negotiate or something. And he goes, the time for that is past. Like he's not interested in negotiating. I'm gonna basically, when I was watching this, I was thinking he's gonna burn you and get the information. There is no more okay, I'll tell you what you want to know. No, I'm gonna burn you.
He wants to burn her. Even if she would just give it to him, he's like, no, I want to do it too.
Yeah, this is
listen,
it's too
I
late.
love my job no matter what happens.
I throw myself into my work. I'm head over heels with my work. And yeah, it's basically, I remember thinking, how scared would you be if it's no matter what you tell me, I'm doing this because I like doing this, not for the information that you're going to give me. I just like doing this shit. And he says, hold her, whatever. And, he walks over, he's about to fucking light her ass up. Yeah, he's like panting and he's fucking sweating profusely.
So gross. Probably smells like that lady I was on the airplane with that just smelled like an old hot dog.
We had this. He's in the blizzard in the middle of Nepal and he's sweating.
He's sweating.
He's just like
profusely.
Sorry, the hell inside of me is so hot. Like he's just fucking terrifying. Do we know it was the Ark, or did he finally just melt?
No, he has a piece of Hades inside of him.
Right.
Because this dude, basically, what she should have done is as soon as he walked in and asked for it, here's the medallion, sir. Have a good night. That's what she should have done. As soon as she didn't do that, we're going to do something fucked up to her, and we're going to get our information.
That's
and
right.
luckily,
before they can make mincemeat of our damsel, in come her former lover, Indiana Jones.
Indy, he's back. Good thing.
And
now, wait a minute. This guy, is that like prosthetic, like eye makeup?
Oh,
like
yes, it is.
This is a white guy with fake Asian eyes.
Damn.
I feel like, I
it.
think it is. I could be wrong, and this guy just has a deformity, but it looks like in HD on the DVD I have. It looks really fake, his eyes.
Yeah, he has an extra chromosome.
And the color, it's discolored, and it's very waxy and stiff. I think it's like Tong Po and Kickboxer with the fake Asian eyes.
It is.
I think
instead of getting an Asian dude, just put him in prosthetic.
You know how hard it is to find an Asian person on Earth.
You can't find it, especially in Nepal.
Yeah.
There are zero Asian people in Nepal.
Hold on. To be fair, this part was a very demanding acting gig, right? He had to grunt a few times.
Yeah, and the Asians can't do that.
Right.
But
we're all pretending, by the way. We're all pretending, by the way, they didn't bring in the finest Asian actors. They read the script and like, I'm not gonna say this shit and throw it out. That's the story, man.
Dude, because they had him in the Nepalese garb and stuff. Obviously these are supposed to be locals, that he picked up. They weren't Nazi soldiers. So
what the fuck are these guys doing helping the Nazis? Let's add that into the mix.
I mean, maybe throw him a few shekels or whatever Nepalese money is called.
If you lived on a mountain in 1936 in Nepal, you probably didn't know shit about the Nazis. Like money, okay. You want to beat someone up, fine, pay me.
No kid was walking around with a sandwich board going, "The Nazis have taken over parts of Europe. Get your paper."
Get your paper. Broadcast
yeah, probably
Hitler is on the move. The Luftwaffe advances upon Europe.
Yeah, I mean,
the Third Reich is moving.
Yeah. Indiana Jones is in Nepal this week trying to find something secret.
So if you're up there in the mountains, look out for the Nazis.
That's right.
Probably didn't happen like that.
Yeah, skiing conditions and Nazi report.
Right.
Yeah,
so we get a really fun,
dude something shiny.
A really fun fight scene here. It's like 3 or 4 guys versus Indiana Jones. There's guns, there's fighting, and they're choking Indy. And there's a really fun part where they put Indy's head on the bar, and there's alcohol spilled on the bar. And Toth here, the creepy, sweaty guy, he lights it on fire. So the fire's traveling down the liquor down the bar, and it's going to burn Indiana Jones and the Nepalese guy that's holding him. And this guy, this guy behind him, Toth tells him, shoot them both.
Shoots
And the guy that's like, wait a minute, I work for you. What the fuck? So Indy and him together kind of point the gun and shoot at the guy with the hat.
But you see the shadow, classic Spielberg. You just see the shadow of those guys getting shot behind him. And while he has his face there and the fire's traveling down the barn, it's going to burn him. And what's her name? Marion, she's behind the bar, like sitting on the floor, and he goes, whiskey, and she hands him the whiskey bottle, and so he smashes the dude with the whiskey bottle so then he can stand up and get out of the way of the fire. Love it. A lot of
great sequence,
action movie tropes in here. And then that's when he says,
wait, can I ask a question to you gun aficionados real quick? What is that the beautifully wonderful, it's like the old Western, but it's different, gun sound effect they use for this? Because it is used
a little cannon is what it sounds like.
It is. It's like it's the greatest. When you hear that, you know it's Indiana Jones. I freaking love it, man.
That Indiana Jones, the sound of his pistol, and it's not Warner Brothers, which tripped me out. It's the same sound that the Warner Brothers pistols make in the Lethal Weapon movies. Right. It's the same sound. I don't know what that sound is, but it's the same sound, and that's how you know. Hey Mario, that's how you know. It's
Mario.
That's how you know it's Indiana Jones. And so he's about to get fucked up, and it's the classic boom, the gun goes off, he's looking at himself, I'm not shot. And then this guy, blood out of the mouth. Again, something you don't see in PG. Another guy got like shot in the head. You don't see that shit. So he bled out of the mouth, he's dead. One guy, she takes a burning log and smacks him over the back of his head with it. She's helping him out. And Major Arnold Todt, is that his name?
Todt. I hear one character. I think it's Belloc at one point says Todt. So maybe that's how it's said. I don't know.
Toht. Todt. Major Arnold Todt. He tells him, shoots them both. And that just shows his ruthless nature. I don't give a shit about this. I got the medallion. I want these fools dead. So he sees the medallion. He's ducking behind a table.
Oh, the whole bar is on fire. We didn't say that. The whole bar is catching on fire.
Yeah, of course, the classic Indy shoots something, it falls. The candle, of course, it falls right at the base of these curtains. Curtains catch on fire. The room catches on fire. Shit's falling down on fire. And right after they shoot if he says shoot them both, and they both take the gun and shoot the guy that was going to shoot them, Major Tolt, he runs and ducks behind the table. And while he's behind the table, he looks down and sees the medallion. But the medallion's been sitting in fire for the last couple minutes. So it's fucking red hot. He reaches down to get it, and he grabs it, fucking brands his hand. He drops it, runs out, puts his hand in the snow and shit. And then Marion, she comes over. She has like a little rag or something, and she grabs the medallion, and she tells Indy, they go outside, and she's like, I'm your new partner. You ain't. I want until I get my $5,000 you promised me. I'm your new partner.
Right, and her whole life, the whole bar is going down in flames.
Yeah, it's all burned down. The drunk dude, I don't know how they got the drunk dude out she was drinking with.
No, he didn't make it. I was going to bring that up. They never showed anyone carry him out. He died in that fire. Yeah, and I love that when she's outside. This is a gal, though, I will tell you. What a gal. She comes out, she goes, well, at least you haven't forgotten how to show a lady a good time. Is the first thing she says when the freaking whole restaurant's burning down, man. Damn, she's got moxie.
Yep. And then back to the superimposed traveling, cool shit.
Yeah,
now
that's
they're going
fun.
to finish going over to Cairo.
To Cairo, Egypt, to Egypt. So right next to my father's homeland, Libya, right to the west.
I've been to Egypt.
Wow.
And Egypt and Morocco.
Cool. Right.
Did you get to see the pyramids in Egypt?
Nah, I didn't spend that kind of time. And I was too young to think of, actual historic landmarks.
What did you see? Just the stuff around the port?
Well, I saw what I saw. And it wasn't
in Egypt. It was interesting during that time. A lot of pipe was laid. They were becoming a modern Egypt.
So modern.
Extra. Read all about it. Gentlemen's Club shut down next to the port.
Jericho Green is now banned from Spain and Egypt.
And this just in, add Morocco to the list. Those are 3 countries he's not allowed to be in.
He's barely allowed here in the U.S. of A.
What was that? What accent was that? There was
My
like a
war bonds, bring them
borderline.
home. Bring the boys home.
That was like a borderline British kind of accent,
Made up
affectation.
radio bullshit.
That's
No,
weird.
it was radio. That's what's so great about it. You know, it was like you know what I'm saying. You know radio. It's like there's a voice you would go into that was based on the radio voice. People would pick things up. You see it with sportscasters. You see it with.
I don't know what you're talking about, Shove. You sound like a total nut job right now.
You sound like a real psycho. It's 8:45, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Let's
Traffic
check
and weather
in with
coming
traffic.
right up.
Yep.
Well, guys, I have to say it's a balmy 75 degrees here in Rhode Island, and I'm happy to be here with all of you tonight. Back to you, Gabe.
All right.
Back to
weather,
you.
weather, and traffic coming up next.
Make sure you get over to Sears and Roebuck's where you can get 2 pairs of shoes for $1.
Double brewski for $5. Thank you, brewski. Many gun sound effects added in post-production don't match
Oh,
firearms
never.
are used with in the film, much like the overused Wilhelm scream. You guys all know the Wilhelm. You've heard it a million times in a million movies. It dates all the way back to like the 30s is what I've heard. It's the I noticed it first in I think A New Hope, the first Star Wars. I think one of the stormtroopers falls and he's like, "Ah!" That crazy scream that you hear in so many movies. So,
Man, when I was a kid, I wanted to be that monkey so bad. Oh wait, sorry. Go ahead. You guys were saying something.
I was going to
Just to grab
say,
her
whenever you
face.
said the super chat, this has Thank you very much. Love it.
So yeah, they get to Cairo. Here's Jonathan Rhys Davies, another great supporting actor, another fixture in 80s movies and shit. Has a real commanding, barely voice. Real John Rhys Davies, like a very powerful, strong voice, and you know that voice. When you hear that voice, you know who it is. That's no one else sounds like this dude. And he's Indy's friend. That's his homeboy. That's his man on the ground. And he puts him up, brings him up to speed. And he says, well, I have a guy who can translate the words on the medallion for you.
Right.
And, what a great place to end up. You were just in the snowy mountains of Nepal. Now you're on a rooftop in Cairo with fresh fruits and dates. And, you're wearing flowy, cloth, cotton clothes, and it's all sunny and beautiful. And I tell him, yeah, I got a guy who can translate that shit for you. So you can
Right.
find
And
out
he
what it
knows
says.
everything the Nazis are up to because he runs a firm or something that does construction, all that. And you're the best digger in town, or in the region or whatever. So they've hired a bunch of Salah, that's his character's name, a bunch of his workers to go dig and look for this Ark of the Covenant. So he's got the inside scoop on what the Nazis are up to, how far along they are, how close they are to getting what they want. Captain Haruno. Now, I am not one to put fans in timeout. But you're very close, friend, with this comment.
two strikes. One more and you're out of here.
One more, dude, and I'm not sure what's going to happen. And it's not going to be my fault. Okay? You cannot say the CACA word and then put cool beans at the end.
Oh, so you won't say that, but you'll say cool beans.
Oh, I'll say cool. I'll say frozen beans. I'll make it even worse.
Caca. That shit is
No.
caca, boy.
I hate that word so much.
Caca.
Well,
Hey.
and here's another great thing about this flick too, right? Which is,
You're just gonna ignore the caca cool beans comment like it's nothing, Sean. Like it
No,
didn't
I
just
mean,
hurt
look,
me.
guys.
Comment was everything.
Like it
Two
did just
strikes.
hurt me.
you guys are oversensitive. You're affected by everything. I've got an iron constitution.
No, it's face again.
Face gone.
Oh, that's the third face of the night. Jeez.
How many faces does this guy have?
Well, at least things can't get any worse. If I just stay real still,
Just hold
I'm
still.
gonna pull through, guys.
I don't
Don't
think those spiders
move.
are very poisonous,
They're not. They're good. I'm sure
I
if
don't know.
all 8 of them bite me at the same
Yeah, I was
time.
gonna say if they
It'll
fucking
be
hit you, something's
fine.
gonna happen. Something's gonna fucking happen.
But you look at this kind of stuff, and you see this, and everybody is like, you've got Marcus Brody at the beginning, who he can communicate with, and people are having adult conversations. It's the 2 guys from the government that they're poking fun at, right? But everywhere you go, Marion can handle herself. Sala is he talks about him as he's a professional. He's the best. Nobody is thinking we've got to have a strong female character in this movie. There just is one. She works for the plot. She's what you want, strong people. They're not like, well, we want to have this Arab gentleman come in and just be this authority figure who can talk to and be his confidant and is the best in the biz.
Oh my God.
They just did it.
He would, but like if they made the movie now, which they're making a new one any day now, he would talk down to Indiana Jones. You know, India invading these indigenous peoples.
Oh yeah, he'd have to bring it.
I think I saw a thing in the new Dial of Destiny or whatever. The girl tells Indiana Jones like he's oppressed indigenous people or something. He's like, oh my gosh, would you shut the fuck up?
Yep.
I'd rather eat a Burger King. Guys, I'd rather eat a Burger King than see that movie.
Well, I can tell you this, man. First of all, don't knock Burger King again in my presence, okay? I don't knock anybody else's religion. I just eat out of dumpsters at fast food places. It's what I do. It's a dig. You know, I go in there and I go, wow, he's the best dumpster digger in this whole business. I'm like, But this is the thing, right? Is that movie is dog shit. The people who made it are evil and terrible human beings. I just want to say a base coat of that. But they're burying Jericho's like, I can't take this shit anymore. This movie.
You just offended him.
No, I offended him. But this is the crazy thing about it. They couldn't even do an imitation of this film. This film is unworthy of the name. You know, didn't they used to say this? We're gonna a movie worthy of the name Indiana Jones. You remember when they used to say things like that? That movies were aspiring. I think that's the problem. Is that when people hate excellence and excitement, they don't know what to do. It's you know, and this movie, by the way, is going to be the reward they deserve. It's going to be derided and hated forever, and I can't wait. God bless her.
Yeah, there definitely would have been some white privilege. Would have been in here, and he definitely would. And even though Marion, she is a strong woman. You know, she's handling her own. She's fighting and shit. She helps him out, but she's still a woman. She still has a femininity to her. She still ends up, you know, in some very nice attire, you know, playing her feminine part. So it's not, the difference is if they made this now, it would just be that part of it. It would just be that snarky, you know, shit talking, I'm better than you, patriarchy bullshit. It wouldn't be balanced by anything else.
Can you imagine? They make an Indiana Jones in 1989, and that's the last one for years. And then someone tells you, like, say 1995 or so, 96, you're in high school. Someone tells you, hey, Jericho, they're going to make 2 more of these in the 2000s. You'd be like, dude, yes. And then look what happened.
You would be excited for the technological advances and stuff because, you know, in the 90s, you're seeing music videos and shit like that, movies, the technologies, the CGI is getting better. So you're thinking, man, 2008, man, that shit's going to be crazy. 2023, we'll probably be watching movies in space or some shit by then. That sounds great. And then you're like, I'm sorry, what? What did you do? And I'll even take Crystal Skull versus this one because Crystal Skull just sucked. It didn't have any bullshit in it. I'm assuming.
Well, Crystal Skull.
It was 2008.
Well, here's the thing about what the Crystal Skull got right in this one. First of all, if it tried and failed to entertain without politics, all the better. It also had the communists as villains. Absolutely cool with that. I wish they had gone into that a little bit more, but I will say it was nice to see. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, regardless about the illegitimate kid, you know, thing, you know, that they played into it, whether it's like, you got a son she never told you about. I'm like, that's a little fucked up. That's crazy. But they absolutely did get married at the end, and I thought that was great. That Marion and him got together because those were the two things that were beautiful. You know?
Will she be in the new one then, or she's passed away?
No, it's gonna be bad. Yeah, it's gonna be like she passed away and he has.
Is she alive in real life? I don't know anything about this.
Yeah, she's alive.
I don't know.
But they don't want to tell a story with her. You know, like they want to be like Indiana Jones. She got pregnant. He went away. She said, too much work to reach out to him and tell him he has a kid. Like those were the things that made no sense to me when I was watching it. But it did at least end quite happily.
I don't know.
It did. They did the right
I
thing.
saw it with my kids, and we walked out, and it was kind of like,
what the
trying
fuck
to
is
convince myself that I liked it, and I was like, it just sucked.
Anyway. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not these first 3.
Salah's telling Indy, We've got I got all the inside dirt on the Nazis, what they're doing. They've almost figured out where the Ark is, and I got a guy that can decode the writing on the medallion that Toth also burned into his own hand.
Yeah.
So yeah. So we do a little touring around town. This is fun too. And there's a monkey at the house. Monkey just shows up out of nowhere.
Boom. A monkey just jumps on your back.
Right. And he's hanging out with Indiana Jones and Salah's family, and he's following them all around. But God, this is so much fun. Guys, I'll tell you this much, okay? The project I've referred to is going to blow your mind. Is an adventure comic. I'll say that much. When you guys see what it is, you're going to flip out. You're going to love it. It's going to be one of the best things you've ever seen. But this is the kind of stuff I'm aiming for. A bad guy with an eye patch and a trained evil monkey. Come on.
Beautiful.
Let me say that. I'm going to say that in Long Island. Come on. This is too much. This
shit is great. This movie has so many good things, and all these kind of romancing the stone, Indiana Jones.
All right.
They had all of that shit, man. But I tell you what, if I'm walking somewhere and a monkey jumps on me, I'm not gonna be like, hey, buddy. I'm gonna throw that thing up against a building.
Little buddy, you got any viruses going on, buddy?
Hey, you bite me right here. Yeah, right in the jugular. Nah. The monkey's
man,
been thrown
I
up
will
against
tell
the
you,
wall.
those freaking those monkeys, man, in this, particularly some of the ones we have in India, they are absolutely like, they are with the folks. They know things about opening up bottles. They figured out how human things work incredibly well, man. And that's what was so cool watching this. Every one of these characters you were into, you were like, this is a cool character. You would watch it. They were so iconic, man. The eye patch with the scar, and it's like, and he's got the monkey who he's like, communicating with, giving him missions. I mean, that's just awesome.
What do you think that monkey's name is? It's got to have a fun name too, like Mojo or something.
I bet it's somewhere. I guarantee you it's somewhere.
Anyway. And speaking of Romancing the Stone that you mentioned, Jericho, that came out like a year after this, right? And I believe that movie was produced because of this movie, because it's very similar. Excuse me. I need a drink. Been talking too much. It's very similar in tone. I love Romancing the Stone. It's one of my favorites. And you know who else? It's one of their favorites. We've talked about this on the phone the other day. Our good buddy, friend of the channel, Dean Kane, and he said he would love to come back on the show and talk about Romancing the Stone. So we're supposed to talk about Point Break last time he was here. We didn't talk about it. So maybe he'll come on for Romancing the Stone.
Yeah, we didn't get to it.
So we cannot talk about that.
We cannot talk about that one either. So, but I think he'll come back for Romancing the Stone.
I think because Dean has a connection to, he was up for the part for Johnny. So maybe that's why we never got to it. But I think this Romancing the Stone, one that he wasn't in, I think we can actually, talk about the movie. But who was that? Richard Chamberlain? Was that Romancing the Stone?
No, it's Michael Douglas.
Michael Douglas. What am I thinking of?
Michael Douglas.
Romancing the Stone.
Catholic.
Yeah.
With her
what did she have? She had a movie of her own. Was it V.I. Warshawski? Yeah, that's what it was.
Right.
V.I. Warshawski. Yeah, she had her own shit. I remember that. But was it Richard Chamberlain didn't do a movie like that?
Maybe. I don't know for sure. I don't know a lot of his work.
Because Jewel of the Nile, that was a sequel to.
Yep.
It's not too great. It's okay.
But I mean, it's a sequel. So it was Michael Douglas again in that one. But I don't know why I'm picturing Richard Chamberlain. But that's another big 80s name right there, Richard Chamberlain. Remember he did Shogun, that miniseries?
Right.
Oh man, that was the shit.
Yeah, now you're like driving me crazy by saying that. It's like, is it Alan Quarterman and the Lost City of Gold?
Yeah, that's what it's Quarterman. That's what
you had that. See, King Solomon's Mines. That's sorry, that was in my head, and I go, what was the? Now I know what you're talking about. I remember.
We could do Indiana Jones, the first 3 Indiana Jones, go right into those, Romancing the Stone and King Solomon. We can go right into those, man. They're all
let's do it
from the same cloth.
Yeah. Dean said he'll definitely come back for Romancing the Stone. Guys, if you love Indiana Jones and you want more, but you don't want the woke garbage, the new stuff, and you haven't seen Romancing the Stone because it's not as popular, check it out. I'm sure you can get it on Amazon for $3. You will love Romancing the Stone. Comes with my highest recommendation. It's an awesome movie. Jack, the main character played by Michael Douglas, so much charisma, and the way him and Kathleen Turner play. She's Yane Wilder. You're Yane Wilder, the famous author. The way their sexual tension in that movie and it's so good. It's just like Indiana Jones. It really feels. I love that movie. It's a classic. So Missouri Johnson, who his screen name, one of the great screen names around, and it's obviously an homage to Indiana Jones. The monkey doing this, the Sieg Heil thing had the grandpa World War II vet cracking up. Yeah, there's
that shit was funny.
The monkey's even a bad guy, saluting.
Look,
a little Nazi monkey, you little bastard.
I know. Let's be real. If you didn't hate this monkey already, let's call it what it is.
He's a Nazi. That's so crazy.
No, and Mouse C reminds me, Danny DeVito is one of the bumbling idiot bad guys in Romancing the Stone. He's great in that.
Yeah,
you'll love Romancing the Stone. It's fucking awesome.
Again, got to have a good supporting cast. It's important to have a star, but you have to have something. It's like putting your favorite steak on a plate by itself. Yeah, right. You like it, you love the steak, but let's get some garlic mashed potatoes in that bitch. Something else to go with it. A good supporting cast. There's nothing like.
You always got to have a little something on the side. That's
one of the greatest bites in the food world is a good steak and some garlic mashed potatoes on one fork.
Okay, folks. So we were doing so well.
Bite is that fatty steak with the crisp fat rubbed through the mashed potatoes. You catch some of that gravy, and maybe you get a nice. You get an onion right on the fork too. Dude. That whole thing goes in.
Take me now. Take me now. I'm ready.
I hate you both, man. We were doing so well. Not getting on.
Wait a minute. Scallop potatoes with the cheese everywhere. I've already been. I'm making my. It's 5 weeks out, but we made our dinner reservations for Comic-Con, and I thought of you, Jericho, when we made the reservations. I got extra seats at the table. So
there you go,
man.
There you go.
When you're here in July, Jericho, I'm going to show you real. Because you keep talking that shit about Northern California Mexican food. I'm going to show you what it is.
Hey, it's legendary, man.
I'm going to show you what
legendary.
You got a passport. We can go to Tijuana one day for a few hours. I'll show you the real tacos down there.
I don't. My passport is expired.
Oh, all right.
I'm just saying, we would have made a movie called Indiana Jones and the Steak of Destiny. It was amazing.
And the steak.
He's older. Goes to a steakhouse with a senior's discount and just goes to town for 2 hours.
Yeah, and that's it. That's the only set piece we need is
he's at the buffet, like when he's weighing the bag of sand in the Golden Hour. He's at the buffet, like trying to balance.
That's right.
Do I get mac and cheese or mashed potatoes? Both.
My father's not cheap. He's just thrifty, and he loves the buffet. My dad's a gourmet chef, and he loves his buffet because it's not cheap. It's inexpensive.
Yeah.
And my dad is one of those people who can eat like 6 plates of food and he's not fat. My dad actually takes a shirt off. He's like 74, ripped muscle. He has those natural genetics to be a real tough guy. Him and my brother have that just natural, very muscular guys. And my dad can put away like 5 plates of food. And you're at the buffet and you eat 2 and you're like, that's enough. My dad's like, what's wrong? You should eat more. And it's just chicken and potatoes, a whole plate of fruit because he loves all kinds of fruit. I can't believe how my dad can eat. It's completely insane. My brother.
I didn't know your dad was a New York cab driver. Hey, you don't fucking eat more way.
Hey, I'm trying to eat a hot dog.
Hey, trying to eat my 5th plate over here.
I'm looking. No.
I remember in middle school we were visiting my dad in the summer. He took us to the buffet. Me and my brother. I was 13. My brother's 14, something like that. And where you could eat a lot. You're growing a lot, and we're pretty big guys. My brother put away like 4-5 plates of food. My dad told him, don't eat that much. You're going to get sick. Driving to my grandparents' house, a couple blocks away, my brother returns all the food inside the door of the truck.
Refund. Inside? You didn't even get outside the truck?
My dad is standing there 20 minutes later with a garden hose washing the inside of his truck.
You couldn't even lean your head outside, Abe? Come on.
He tried. He was a kid. It's that kind of thing where you throw up and then you cry because you feel bad. Or something. You're like,
nah, you're old enough to get that head.
Because I was kind of a mess. I think a lot of people are just a fucking mess in middle school. High school, fine. But middle school, dressing weird, emotionally weird, just like a disaster in middle school.
But you're old enough to get your head outside that window. Damn it.
Yeah.
He tried. Even down the side is fine. Just get it outside the vehicle. Dang it.
Double Brewski, not throwing up his food everywhere, says for 5, when the waitress asks how I want my steak, I say, build a bonfire in the parking lot and push the cow onto it. When it jumps off, it's done. He likes his steak
Damn.
rare.
I like this guy. I like where your head's at.
No, not
And
that.
you know what
Not
the
that
super
rare.
chat gets you? You know how this works? Thank you, friend.
Amen.
Very generous.
Mm.
Yeah, you guys eat your steak at least medium rare. You don't well done.
Yes, I do.
You eat
I
your
love
steak
America.
well done. I'm calling the cops. You can't.
No, I
No,
love
man.
America.
Yeah, I'm down for a good amount of pink in there, but no,
Okay.
not and then bring it out. No, I don't want it raw.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
I want when the fork goes in, I want to hear that crisp moo. Do you know what I'm saying? I want to hear. I'm just,
What's your
it's one of
stance
those
on
things.
horseradish? Because I am always looking for the hottest horseradish possible.
No,
The kind where you almost pass out when you eat it. I love horseradish.
Can you just share this image for me? I just need this out there. I want to put this out into the chat. Now continue. Let's keep talking.
okay, I'm down with that. Yeah,
That's
I'll
not
eat my
bad.
steak like that.
That's
yeah,
not bad.
but horseradish, no, that's equivalent to cat shit in my world.
Oh, you don't like
Yep.
it? Oh,
Fuck, that's disgusting. Ew.
no, I think it's fantastic.
Horseradish, wasabi, keep all that shit.
Really? I
Mhm.
tricked my mom into eating the ball of wasabi at a sushi place. She's like, "What's this little green thing?"
It's
She said,
avocado.
"What's this little green thing?" I said, "Try it. It's good." She said,
Oh, man,
You
that's
got
just
to.
disgusting. Ew. Hell
Someone
no.
mail me
Keep the
some
horseradish.
Mhm.
Yeah, what are those trucks, those refrigerated trucks or whatever that drive around selling shit at 5:30 in the evening because they know you're at home? Fuckers.
Double Brewski asked me to pin his perverted comment. Are you proud of yourself, Double Brewski? Are you proud
Yeah,
of
I agree. I
That's a
agree.
naughty- That's a naughty boy. And I hope your grandma's watching.
He's single.
I hope your grandma's watching this show and she calls you, Double Brewski. What do you mean by a comment like that?
Or your
Oh,
mom
that's
calls
true.
up. Your grandmother
Hope
was
your
watching the
grandmother
show.
actually-
She's in the
Hope your
hospital.
grandma actually calls you Double Brewski.
No, man, that's the truth. And once you get there, all you want to do is get back.
Mhm.
That's the truth.
So Indiana Jones and the Temple of
Yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah. See, and that's the perfect 30s silhouette. The suit, the like kind of flared
Yep.
out pants, the short tie, the hat. Everybody's dressed to the nines, even the piece of shit Nazi guys.
Mhm.
Right. And they're being tailed around town. The happy-go-lucky couple with their little monkey, their little Nazi monkey they're taking on a
Fucking
tour.
little Sig Highland primate. And
Yeah.
then,
Mhm.
so right there, a second later, that guy's standing there, and then all these henchmen appear next to him, like 4 or
Yep.
5 henchmen on each side. And then they go to fuck with Indy and get that little medallion from him and Marion. And he's not having.
There's a real fun thing I think that makes this an adventure movie and not like scary or too much for kids, and why I think they got away with PG. When this scene is going on, there's an element, just an element of Three Stooges to the fighting. Just
Yes.
a little bit of zaniness and kind of funny moves. Then serious stuff, dangerous. People get shot, people get stabbed and killed. Like for instance, there's a vendor stand that has all these apples on it, and one of the hooded bad guys stabs the store at Indy, but Indy does some move and he stabs his own friend on one of the other bad
Yeah.
guys. And when he pulls the sword out, apples fall off like shish kebab apples. So it's like the horror of stabbing a man through the liver and maybe killing him, but then some apples fall off.
What? He got some Granny
Hey,
Smith.
you know.
He got
And,
some Granny
so-
Smiths on the other side. That's
And I
funny.
think let me go way back up to the top here. How close are we to the bottom? We are not far along in this movie. Holy shit! But,
Oh shit.
But I wanted this to me. This sums up Indiana Jones right here. That smile on his face.
Mhm.
There's danger. There's death. There's Tote. A Nazi's the worst person on earth. But that wry smile that Harrison Ford has, that just like captures how this whole thing feels. I think it's just
Yeah.
amazing.
And he's cool.
Yep.
You know, he's cool about it. He's cool under pressure. He's saving the ladies. He's fighting the Nazis. He's doing all kinds of cool shit.
Right.
And he's running around and he sees,
Oh, here we are.
yeah, Marion. So he fights all these guys. You're right. There's a little slap stickiness to it. And you know how we do it, None the Miser? You're right here
That's
with
right.
us. So then she jumps in a basket. They get split up. She jumps in a basket to hide, and then that fucking little Nazi monkey, he shows up, and oh no, this guy, he tries to get her with a knife, She has a pan. She runs. He follows her in. Next thing you hear, bong on top of the head. He's laid out. She drags his ass inside so the bad guys don't see him laying there.
Yeah, that's like a little bit of Scooby-Doo / Three Stooges with some of the action. This guy, I remember the camera pans up and you're like, like some stupid laughing. And then you see these chiclets on this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not makeup.
I feel, you don't think so?
Nah, that's a local right there.
That is, that guy should floss. I remember being a little kid at the dentist and he had a sign on the wall. It said, only brush the ones you want to keep.
Damn.
I love that.
Stuck with me.
Yep, changed your life.
But this guy, he has a long knife. He wants to kill her. Right. And but she, hits him over the head with the frying pan. Boom. She hops in the basket. It's like wicker basket or whatever to hide. And then the stupid little Hitler monkey, he jumps on top of the basket because the guys run right past her. And then he jumps on the lid, starts jumping up and down and squeaking, screaming real loud. And they turn around. Oh shit, there she is. So then they pick it up, and now they're carrying her in this basket. Boom. You've seen memes about this scene right here. This is the guy with the swords, and he's twirling the sword around and spinning it and shit, all this cool shit. And Indy's like, I don't got time for this. I got to go save Marion. We got the medallion. We got to get the fucking Ark of the Covenant. He pulls his gun, don't even look at the dude, just turns, boom, shoots his ass, puts it away, and he's already looking about like where he wants to go. Like, fuck this guy. I don't got time for this. Classic scene. And then if you like to hear the star of the movie's name yelled in an annoying tone.
Jamie.
Jamie. Oh, it shit drove me crazy.
Ringtone is available now at Get Your Green Gear.
Jamie. So this movie is
Indy. Carried all over.
What could have driven him away?
He's like, where is she? So I know which way to not run. Fuck.
Yes.
So Indy fucking so then the classic, if this were a modern movie, it'd be in New York and there would be a taxi cab and then it turns a corner and now it's a million taxi cabs in line. So now you lost the one you're looking for. He turns a corner and then there's 100 people with baskets carrying him just like that.
Know it.
And as a kid, when I watched it, I was like, what a dick. So he goes around knocking all the baskets down that people are carrying to find Marion, and they're like all full of laundry and shit. So now these dudes got to sit there and pick up their probably clean laundry off the dirty ass Cairo streets. But anyway, he's looking for her.
Look at this. Double Brewski decided to stop telling filthy jokes about pink centers, and he telling us, do you know how that scene was written? They're talking about the swordsman that Indiana Jones shoots. He says that Harrison Ford had the flu for 2 weeks, and they rewrote the scene to just have Indy shoot him, so he didn't have to do the sword fight. Wow.
Okay. Yeah, he got. I think it was the dysentery he got, and he was in rough shape. Yep, he was in rough shape. Couldn't rally.
Tap water. Where did they Cairo tap?
Did they really film this in Cairo or anything, or did they just?
I forget where they filmed it. Was it?
I have no idea. I mean, they could have filmed this in
I know they were overseas for it.
But
they could have filmed this in the valley for all I know. I have no idea.
Indy.
By the way, have Jericho, Schultz, have either of you been to the valley? Do you know what the San Fernando Valley? Do you know what this is?
The beautiful San Fernando.
Oh, beautiful. No, my friend. No,
that's what Bill Murray said in Ghostbusters 2.
Oh, okay. It's horrible. It's crowded. It's hot. It's dirty. It's awful.
Yeah.
It's where the Hollywood sign is? Yeah. North of that, on the other side of that mountain, is the San Fernando Valley. And it is where a bajillion people are all packed together in dirt and heat. And I hate it. I hate it. So that's where a lot of the studios are. That's where Universal Studios and Warner Brothers up, the DC Comics, when I went to the office, it was up there, and Disney's up there, Sony's up there. It's all that crap is up there. All the big Hollywood, like the studios, they're not in Hollywood, most of them. They're north, they're in the valley, and it stinks. And the valley is also where they make filthy movies. That's where they make that.
Hey, got an address on that, or just Google it?
Don't leave me hanging, man.
So anyway, the bad guys, they got Marion in this basket, and he's trying to get her forever.
Yeah.
And they throw her in the back of this big, like, military truck, or I guess just a transport truck. And they're shooting at Indy. and he doesn't know what to do to save Marion, and he ends up shooting the truck, and it crashes. Oh, but they show when they load it in the back of the truck, it's filled with explosives. the
Yeah.
truck.
Red crates that say explosives and TNT and shit on them.
Right. And when the truck turns over, it blows up.
Yeah, he shoots the driver, I think, when he's passing him. When he's passing by him, he shoots the driver in the head.
Right.
That's another thing you don't see in PG movies now. Like the dudes get shot in the head, slumped, there's blood running down, and then of course he falls forward on the steering wheel and hits something, it tips over, kaboom. And so Marion's dead.
You don't see any of this stuff in PG movies, and of course the kids are so much less anxious now.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, guys, you know, I mean, this was the funniest thing. I had a friend of mine who's a teacher, he's still a college professor, and he was talking to somebody, and he said, "Isn't it weird that that the students always used to come out between their classes and they would bust out a pack of cigarettes and sit down here and smoke, and now they all get out of the classroom and stare at their phones." And or some teacher remarked to him, and then he said, "Yeah, and they were much happier, and they actually talked to each other when it was cigarettes." Makes you wonder, and that's what it is, man. It's like the idea of nerfing this world. These are the movies that we learned about what life could be like and adventure and possibilities. You nerf things, and kids grow up without that sense of what adventure really is.
And I think it's fucking weird. Why are kids allowed to have phones at school anyway?
It's fucked up.
Like high school, junior high, like don't even bring that shit to school.
Yep.
You can go a whole day without looking at your phone. Do not bring a phone on this campus or belongs to the school until that's what they would do. Like when I was in high school in the 90s, the late 90s, kids would get caught with pagers and shit or whatever you were caught with. The teacher kept it until the last day of school, unless your parent, made arrangements to get it. I'm sure for $1,000 phone, the parents will make arrangements to get it, but there's no cell phones, period. Why do you need your cell phone? Not only would it keep you from fucking, hashtag some fucked up shit to another student, but it'll make you talk to each other.
Yes.
Because you want to have your face down in that.
Yeah, I don't know why they're allowed to have
phone.
it. I remember I never had a Game Boy growing up, and I'm not bitter about it. But I remember kids bringing a Game Boy to school and getting
shit like that, you would get in trouble. They would take it.
Right.
Yep.
Now if you take a kid's cell phone, they're ready to punch you in the face. Don't even have that shit at school. Leave that shit at home. Leave it at your house. Stash it in the bushes like we used to do our bikes. Leave that shit at home.
What if I brought a little Nazi monkey to school with me, like this guy right here?
Fine. Totally fine.
Those are fine. Those aren't
No
going to help you on a
judgment.
math test. But bring your monkeys. Leave your phones.
What do you think?
That's the punishment you bring for yourself. That monkey hates you.
The monkey. Well, we should call him by his given name. His name is Mr. Giggles. What do you think it was in Mr. Giggles' life?
It's actually Air Giggles.
That's Air Giggles. What do you think happened? Because I was talking to Mr. Giggles and I couldn't get it out of him. But he said it. He had this faraway look in his eyes, and he said he didn't want to talk about it. But I was this close for him telling me what turned him to fascism. He regrets it now. He's reformed. It's very old.
Yes.
But he got caught up in the hype. He got caught up in the Hitler Youth. He thought there was a place for a monkey like him and that whole thing. What do you think it was that could turn a seemingly kind monkey into just a cold-blooded agent for the Fuhrer? What do you think it was?
I think the fact that his dad was a monkey that belonged to Hitler. I think they had a lot to do with it. And then his mom, she belonged to what's his name?
Himmler, right?
Yeah.
Heinrich Himmler.
Heinrich, not the Goebbels.
Joseph Goebbels.
Yeah, his mom was Goebbels' monkey. So then they got together. So of course, when you're raised in a habitat, like he was, a little monkey habitat with his little monkey swastika, little cute, tiny swastika flags everywhere, and then your dad, before he goes to hang out with the Fuhrer, he puts on his little monkey Hitler uniform, his little monkey brown shirt. So that's going to have a very big impact on him. And then the kids, the baby monkeys he ran with, they all had little mustaches, and they were.
I disagree with both of you guys. It was actually, he was on TikTok too much.
Oh, that's true.
That was so simple. He had a cell phone. He was ahead of his time. He was on TikTok.
A combination
in the 20s.
Yeah, it had to be a combination. Nature versus nurture.
Nature versus nurture.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
but his dad coming
dance,
home but his dad, what's on signs? What's a fire to sign? All that stuff when he came home, that didn't help.
Yeah.
Right.
That
Well,
did
at
not
least he turned it around. There's hope for everyone. So,
help. Hey, it's not
There is, yeah.
where you start.
but you know
it's where
what's
finish,
fucked up though? Like he still drinks, and he got a little, at the party, he got a little lapsaptoy, as they say.
A little hit
And,
Sig Hiley.
Yeah, he started fucking doing the Sieg Heil. And then he like said he was kidding. Then he threw up.
Yeah.
Then he started crying. Then he passed out. It was weird, dude.
And he shit
Oh,
and
he
passed out.
also wore something pretty inappropriate to the Halloween party. He dressed up like Prince Harry.
Oh, it's
Right.
not cool.
Yeah, inappropriate.
Don't do that.
Inappropriate.
So
Yeah,
he kept
don't be
pulling his
doing
little
that.
monkey dick out.
Right? Nobody wants to
Like,
see
it's
that.
cool.
Dude.
It's cute because you're a monkey, but stop pulling your dick out, man.
Right.
Stop pulling out your little monkey lipstick.
Right.
They're
We
like
had to go
dogs,
there.
the little lipstick comes out.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. And then that whole thing with his nutsack. Come on, guy. That's weird.
Dude, I
Yeah.
told you don't fuck with
Fuck.
those monkeys, but you didn't listen to me.
Yeah.
That's
No, I
right.
thought
We gotta put more signs up.
Well, because I always think old people have a lot of like wisdom and they can tell you about life. And I thought, oh, he's a
Yeah.
reformed Nazi monkey. Got to be an interesting guy. Maybe I can learn something.
Yeah.
And no, he's just
No,
he's kind of a bad guy,
just debauchery.
Yeah, he is.
He's all fucked up, man. Some people you can't help, and that goes for monkeys too. What I want to know is where on the monkey is he rubbing him?
Yes.
Because that monkey's not that long.
Well, they don't call him. They don't call him Mr. Giggles for nothing,
Exactly.
Andy, let's get that hand down a little further. There you
Yeah. Yeah. Indy's like, I'm feeling sad. The monkey's like, not so much.
go. I'm good. You do that 2-3 more times.
Shut up and pet me.
Yo, dirty little
man.
Oh,
monkey.
Lord. Yeah.
Well, guess who he runs back into right here in Cairo?
Our
Fucker.
favorite dude.
And he says, I should kill you right now. It's the first thing he says to him. Should kill
Right.
you right now.
Mon ami Belloc.
He's all, well, Dr. Jones, you can't. This is a very public place here. Why don't you sit down and we can act like civilized people? Like, you
Right.
prick.
Right.
And
So
so
they have
he
this
pulls-
talk. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Oh, they were just talking about everything that happens. He's pissed off about Marion. And
Mhm.
what? Oh man, I lost my train of thought there. What are they about to do to him? Him and his hand.
Oh, Well, he's surrounded by Belloc's handlers, and then
Yeah.
he talks about, just think about it, the power of God, or we're gonna, connect with history. And he goes, if you want to see God, let's go see him together right now. I've got nothing
Yeah.
better to do.
Right.
And he's about to shoot him, so he'll get shot. And then Salah, who is the shit and knows what's up, sends a whole bunch of kids in there
Those are his kids.
to get his kids to grab Indy and bring him out.
Uncle Indy.
Yeah, because
Yep.
she made a
Uncle
comment.
Indy, Uncle Indy. Beautiful.
She made a comment about them. What if we got married and had 8 kids like Salah? So he's just been up on that rooftop living the dream, pumping out kids.
Uh-huh. Yep.
But he what's his name? Belloc.
Wait a minute. You pump out children, Jerry?
Well, he does. He pumps out his ass.
Them off on the roof.
Dude, he's up. He's digging holes, living on the rooftop, eating dates, and just keeping his wife pregnant. That sounds
That's
like fun.
Oh my God.
So,
I'm the best pipe player in the town, Indiana.
Indy. So he, but Belloc is telling. He tells Belloc, he's like, "Whoa, are you actually going to give that power to Hitler?" And he's like, "When I'm done with it, he's like, with this power, I can do anything. And like once I'm done, whatever that means, then he'll give that power, the Ark of the Covenant, to Hitler. But he's really doing it for himself. And then that's when he tells him, hey, you want to see God? Let's go. Let's both see him. And then the kids come in, Uncle Indy. And he saw, Dr. Jones, next time it will take more than some children to save you. And so that's when they did.
I don't know if you've met my assistant, but he's really an equal opportunity murderer.
He will.
This fucking guy.
He'll fucking kill everybody.
Yeah, because that dude's serious, because it is hotter than shit out there, and he's wearing all black still. He's like, I
Man,
don't give a
You don't give a damn.
I sweat in Nepal in the middle
Yeah,
of
he's
the
like
winter.
sweat at the top of the fucking Himalayas.
Weapon X
Come on.
says Salah kisses a wife and she's pregnant. It's almost like it almost sounds like a Mexican. Yeah,
That's right.
Mexicans got a lot of kids. Got a lot of kids.
Dude, the Catholics,
India, not so
man.
much. No.
Right.
Sean, I got some information for you, man.
Yeah, I know.
I
It's
got
like,
some
well,
info
you
for
see,
you.
I love when they say in Temple of Doom, it's like, then they came for the children. You see this tiny village, right? And then you get to the caves, and it's all these kids. Now, some people assumed they were taking them from other villages, but not me.
No, that was just one.
That
One-
village,
It was one family. It was
That was
actually
it.
one
family.
family.
They were like,
kids,
find
yo.
all my 148 kids, then find her 148 kids. But all the kids in that mine, those are all me.
You ever think about that as
They're
a guy? Because women can effectively have about one kid a year, more or less. But as a guy, you could have multiple women pregnant per day.
Yeah.
Think about if it was your job, like it was all set up to work. Think about how many kids you could have as a man. Literally thousands and thousands of children.
Let's ask
Easily.
Genghis Khan. It's like
Easily.
yeah.
Yeah. But, Salah, he's living the dream, man. He's living a good life. But he saves Indy's ass. Won't be the last time. Won't be the last time that Salah saves his ass in this movie. I can think of at least 2 more times Salah comes to his rescue.
Yep.
And so he's telling the monkey, hey, chill. He actually puts his hands tells the monkey, chill, stay with the family. I'll come do my thing. So in the next scene, the monkey, is in the other room, and I guess probably one of Salah's kids is making a little hors d'oeuvre tray with some dates and a little cheese and little drinks and shit. And so he puts them in the bowl. He has the colander. You see the colander behind him. He rinses them, puts them in a bowl, leaves the room, and then fucking one-eyed monkey owner, he comes in with the red bottle. I guess it's red to show you it's bad.
It should have a skull and crossbones on it.
Yeah, he should. And he should have went and like rubbed the corner of his mustache before he did it. And then he dumps a bunch of poison on the dates that these guys are about to partake in. So all 3 of them are going to die, really, but he just wants Indy to die so he can get his hands on that damn medallion, have the stupid monkey, have the Hitler monkey bring the medallion back, and then they can, live happily ever after.
That's right.
And the old sage or whatever who's transcribing the medallion, he's telling them, this is how long the staff of Ra is. And you put the medallion on top, and the light goes through the crystal, and it'll point on this little miniature version of this Egyptian city where to dig. But then on the other side of the medallion, it says, but minus like 10% is a tithe to God or something like that. It's trying to make like a spiritual reference. And they realize that Tote and all those guys only have the one side of the medallion burned on his hand. So they're digging in the wrong spot because their
the stick is too tall. They said the stick is too tall.
Right.
And they're digging in the wrong spot. So then that's when they realize we know what we have to do. We basically know where it is right now. And he goes, classic, another movie trope. He goes to put the date in his mouth, and the old guy goes, stop. And that's when he flips it over. And then he
catches it.
He stops. Well, he stops to put it in his mouth, and then the guy keeps talking. And then when him and Salah walk over and go, their stick's too long, they're digging in the wrong spot. Indy taught, almost like, hey, we got it, almost celebrating. He tosses the date up in the air. And then Salah's talking to him. And then he stops and he catches it, and he's like, what the hell? And he looks over, and the monkey's fucking. The monkey, you see the monkey grab a date, and then the monkey's laid out. He didn't even eat the whole date. That's how poisonous that shit was. You can see it next to him.
Yep.
And the monkey dies, and he goes, look, bad dates. So he tells Indy, bad dates.
That's
Stupid fucking Hitler monkey. Look, he's Sig Heiling when he's dead.
Sig Heiling even in death.
It's so dark.
They're a real piece of shit. So yeah, now the monkey's out of here. We ain't gonna worry about that little flea-bitten fucker anymore. Sabotaging Indy. So then they get up. They dress in the local garb, and people might think, "Oh man, it's hot. Why are they wearing all them damn clothes?" So you don't get burnt. The sun is, I think, 100 feet off the ground in Cairo. So if you're not covered up in like some flowy, linen kind of shit, you about to cook. So yeah, they dress like everybody else, and then they find this. He lowers him. Salah puts the rope around him or something somehow, and lowers Indy, because Salah's a big dude. He lowers Indy down into the pit, and then that's when he starts, looking, reading. He has a little brush. He brushes the sand off. He starts reading all these inscriptions, and then he finds out where the staff needs to go, and then he places it in the right spot, and then the sun hits the right spot, and it shows him. It shines through, just like he said, shows him where it's at. But while this is going on, back up top, a couple Nazi soldiers are like, and all this shit, and start telling Salah, hey, get the fuck out of here. What are you doing over here? Come over this way. But Salah's holding the rope to pull Indy out. So he's like, I can't leave him, but he has to. So when he's going down the hill, he even falls on the ground just to kind of, give him more time to hold the rope and just to, help Indy out. But doesn't work. He has to let it go.
Yeah, and now, this is a really fun, like classic Spielberg adventure thing here.
Yeah,
he's there's steel. I don't know how they pronounce it, but it's carved rock. It's got the inscriptions and it's got a place to stick the staff. You got to stick it in the proper place, and he figures it out. He sticks the staff there, and there it is. Place, man. Right? Yeah, that's words to live by.
Don't stick it in the wrong place.
Yeah. And
whoopsie doodle.
Oopsie, not again.
Oops, I did it again.
So yeah,
make it stop.
Is that my birthday?
It was the way fucking stop.
It happens.
Oh shit. Oh my goodness.
But I love the effect, and I'm sure it was painted like they used to do CGI stuff in 1983 or whatever.
Yep.
When the light goes through the crystal on the staff of Rob, the whole room lights up, and there's this like wings of energy coming off of it, and it illuminates the proper spot that the Nazis are unaware of where the Ark is. So,
Stupid Nazis.
Yep.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. Looking like wings. Yep. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. And it shines exactly where they're supposed to dig. And then comes this, Nazi flag tied onto something else, prison rope thing out of like bed sheets that comes down. So I thought for a second, the Nazis.
Yep.
They got Sala. They dropped that down there, but turns out Sala just had to get another rope. And he somehow fucking made that and threw it down to Indy.
So now they know where the location to dig is. They're going to dig at night, like kind of in secret, and they start wandering through the Nazi camp, and they don't want to be noticed. So Indiana Jones keeps pulling his head scarf over his face because he doesn't look that Arab. He does. He looks like a Ford. He looks more like a Ford and less like an El Taib.
Yeah,
Well,
he's
not
very Arabesque.
A little bit.
And he stumbles into a tent and meets one we presumed blown to smithereens like Wile E. Coyote, Marion Ravenwood. What is the deal?
And so, fortunately, she's still alive.
It's great when he sees her.
Right.
It's absolutely great, and it's also a little rough when he leaves her. They're tied up,
but he had to.
He had to.
He had to, or they both would have been done for.
Yeah, but that was great to see because their dynamic, their relationship is all of this great, what do you call it? More, what's the word I'm looking for? It was more playful, it was more sarcastic, but in that moment, she didn't get to see him grieving over her. We as the audience did. Yeah. So this is her saying, "Oh crap, you do care. I do have a heart."
I think one of the most important aspects of these macho, masculine movies, when they add them in, it adds so much, is romance. You know what I mean? And this is idealized male, female, the woman being provided and protected and all that, but the strong man and her still being very feminine and all that, and being like a little bit of challenge to him to help him. Because I'm married to the best wife in the universe. Sorry, guys, but it's true.
Yeah, well.
And one of the things a great wife.
We got lives. We gotta. We cannot totally concur.
Well, of course you can't. Your wives might watch it, but
no, that'd be awesome if I was like, "Yeah, you do."
You sure do, man.
Watches that later.
I was waiting for somebody to say it.
You watching, Han? Go ahead.
One of the greatest things your wife does for you, your woman does for you, is make you a better man. Make you have something you would live for, something you would die for. You know what I mean? Something to be like, oh, I can't just be a fucking slob and sit here on the couch eating Pringles, right? I got to do something with myself. I got to be better. I got to challenge. I got to fight. And, I think that's a great dynamic that her personality has. And all the great women in these adventure romantic movies, they can help push the guy to be a bigger hero, So.
And this is just like what I was saying earlier. Yes, she's a badass and all that stuff, but then here's her, basking in her feminine glory, with this in this romantic kiss with him, and like, oh shit, you do care about me, because he thought she was fucking done for in that truck. And he's like, oh, they must have switched trucks. And but then, like Shantha was saying, it's quickly changed when she realizes, oh, you got to leave me here. He's like, yeah, if I try to get you out of here, we'll get caught and we won't be able to stop the Nazis. So here, let's put this gag back in, and I'll see you later, girl. I'll come back and get you.
I'll be back.
Andy,
Jamie.
Jamie.
No, he took it off, and she went, Jamie. And he
Jamie.
put it
He's
right
like, what
back.
the fuck? Be quiet.
First
Come
of all,
on,
he's-
Jamie. Oh,
Uh-huh.
fuck. If I ever meet Arnold Schwarzenegger, that's all I'm going to say. Jamie. How do you like it?
Ugh.
Yep.
Yeah, this gross ass scar on his hand
Ugh.
from that burned it in very good detail.
Yeah, I was about to
In
say,
his
like,
fucking
let me let's talk about the human palm. We should talk about burns, and we should talk about how it's not clay. Like, it's not like you poured plaster onto the thing.
Yeah,
It's got a perfect print.
plaster
It's,
of Paris.
Yeah, it's a bit. Although I will say again, this is the thing. We talk about the lack of realism in some of these movies. You know, we talk about we talk about, you know, how they work and you know what's realism and whatever. But that's just, it's great storytelling. You know what I mean? It's fun storytelling to think as a young kid that there's trapdoors everywhere, and you know, it's just great.
Quicksand, quicksand, lava, eye patch guys with trained Nazi monkeys. It's all adventure.
Yes.
stuff. So much fun. You know,
They could have given us an eye patch guy with a monkey with a tiny eye patch, and we'd have loved it. It's just
even more.
Even more.
But you know that-
hold on, I'm writing that down literally right now into my.
Make it happen, Gabe. This is
A
America.
monkey with a tiny eye. I have to write that down.
Yeah.
Please do. Make this. This is America. Make it happen, I say.
But you know, the medallion, it was at the right temperature where it could really burn the details into this Nazi skin.
Can you imagine if he burned his hand on something stupid and he had something dumb written on his hand the rest of his life?
Yep.
Or it was like something shaped like a dick and it burned on there. And you're like, dude, you got a dick on
Could
there.
be, you know, yeah. Yeah.
Stupid Nazi. And you see his pin right there? Just that Nazi filth. Oh, I love it.
Ugh.
Love it.
Yeah. It's,
And it
it's
was
the
very,
best.
even the music, it was very Darth Vader, you know, when these fucking guys were in the scene, especially him. You know, it was great. Everything all was hitting on all cylinders in this movie. Hit all the right notes.
Yeah, it
So
was.
gross.
No,
Yeah,
I know
it's
he
like-
walks up and he's like, they're like going, look, man, I know saying Heil Hitler is some evil shit, but the way you say it is like this sexual weird shit to it. Could you? Because she's always like, I mean, this guy freaked out every Nazi. He'd be like, hey guys, and they're like, what the fuck,
Like,
dude?
oh,
Even Hitler's
Can I
talking.
get a high five? Dude, he's licking his hand. Fuck.
Hitler's talking to Goebbels and Mengele. He's like, "What's up with that tote guy?"
So hey, listen,
keep that
I'm
fucking
just
guy
saying-
away from me.
we've
That's
got to
a
keep that guy.
psychopath.
He's crazy.
Look, I just want to make sure that he's always at least 5 miles away from the Hitler Youth. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not. Let's just call it what it is.
No,
Okay.
keep him away from the Hitler adults as well. He
What
stays
about-
away
Exactly.
from everybody.
A buddy comedy, Mr. Tote and Mr. Giggles in a convertible crossing the American Southwest in order to get to his daughter's wedding before it's too late.
No, he killed
That's
the
right.
monkey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
he says Heil Hitler, like at the same time he's grabbing your hand and putting it on his crotch.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez.
Sir,
Yeah,
I'm
let
going to
me
need to
go.
see your license and registration.
Let me show you my license and registration.
All right, you're good, sir. Just move the fuck along and stay
Get
away
outta
from
here.
the schools, damn it.
If I ever see you again, I will shoot you with my service pistol.
You know.
Oh,
So,
gross.
what's your favorite snack?
I like to eat gummy worms.
Fuck it. I knew you did. I knew you fucking did. You dirty Nazi
Get out of
bastard.
here.
Get the fuck
This
out of my
guy
country.
definitely gummy worms and then pitos.
Yeah.
The cream-filled people.
That dude's fucking disgusting.
Do you have any butterscotch pitos?
Hey, please check in the back.
Ew. Hitler was like, get that fucking guy out of here now.
No, I mean, he came up and he was
Yeah.
like,
Get him out of here.
I was about to say.
Rome 13 is back.
That joke was where I was going.
You see, no more hair on the ball.
Yeah.
No more hair, Hitler.
It's like, it's the fuck, dude.
It's a fucking monster.
Perfect.
And by
yeah.
the way,
Ugh.
I feel like he had a monkey that had a little pair of round glasses somewhere.
Dude, and in real life, he was probably a saint. He's probably such a nice guy.
He probably was.
Didn't talk like that at all. Did
It's
a lot of charity
terrible.
work.
Well, when they called me about the role to play Toth, I thought it would be quite a challenge for an actor. He's probably all eager.
I said-
Oh, pish posh.
I said to them I would take the role on one condition, that all of my salary goes to the orphanage. Meanwhile, he's like
the
walking
best-
the streets, people throwing fruit at him. Like,
He's like the best guy ever. We
Yeah,
could
married his high school sweetheart. They got like 6
Yep.
kids
mhm.
on a farm. Not this character. Boy, he played the shit out of this. Yeah, this is like
did.
somebody playing a character so good that people don't like you in real life. You're like, it was a role I played in a movie.
That's
Fuck you,
right.
Nazi.
Yeah.
If that's what you want from me,
Oh no. Stop. I'm just kidding.
I can be whatever you need me to be.
That's right.
Ew, and the whole time he's putting your hand in his crotch.
Yeah.
Just imagine how sweaty that guy is. And he has that that heavy leather jacket just filled with sweat.
All the
stains.
time.
Oh,
Yep.
That's all he wears.
He wakes up and he just slithers down the stairs.
he's smelling the air with his tongue like a snake. or
Yeah,
something.
exactly.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr.
My
Toad.
God.
Mr. Toad.
Rest in peace.
Very
Be-
good. So Andy and Salah and crew, they're gonna dig for the Well of Souls in the middle of the night. And I do like the what they did with the environment. It starts to get stormy and there's huge gray swirling thunderhead clouds, and some lightning and stuff, and it's getting a little epic.
Yeah, we know what's going on. The God, the earth knows what's going on.
They ain't
Knows
supposed to
what
be
you're getting
doing
close to.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, this ain't right.
And they open it up, and it's filled with snakes.
Damn it. He's like, Indy, why is the floor moving, Indy? Indy. And it's because it's not a floor. It's snakes. Fucking hate snakes.
And then he says, asps, very poisonous, or something like that is what Salah told me.
You go first.
Right.
You go first, Indy.
God
Indy.
bless him.
You fucking go down there.
Then we come back to Marion, and she's in Bellocs in his tent, enjoying some, I don't know, rakia or vodka or something. Some of the local hooch, some of the moonshine. I don't know what it is, but it looks like jet fuel, this stuff. It's clear, The brown liquor's bad, but the clear stuff is not nighttime usually.
Fire.
So here's the thing. The brown liquor is going to give a much worse hangover. The clear stuff, you're going to be gone fast if you're down that.
You're
I've
gonna
heard.
wake up. You're gonna wake up with a lot of fuzzy memories about the night before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's just call it what it is. You're not waking up.
your,
It's just it,
your last drink.
But remember, guys, and this is not medical advice. Everclear before Robitussin. Never mind. Fuck it. I think I might have had a
Don't
got
finish
that
that.
backwards.
So how would you feel like you down a half a bottle of this and then you wake up and Toth is there and he's like, how do you like your eggs, Sean? The next morning.
No.
Oh.
What he'd go is he would go. No, he would just take a shot glass, put it to the side, and say, "I sweat Everclear."
Yeah. Worst
Tap
shot
on that
ever.
Nazi.
Ew.
Yep.
Everclear liquor. I like this. Evertussin.
That's my brand.
That's not regular Tussin. That's ever Tussin.
That's
Right.
Evertussin.
You're gonna be fucked up forever.
So these two start drinking, and she hates him. She wants to get out of there, but she plays along like a woman with some real wiles. She's got some real smarts. to her.
Presents her with a dress, and he's like, "I'd love to see you
Now
in it."
hold the F on.
Yeah.
Why does he
Do
say
it.
why? I forgot. Does he say why he has a beautiful dress and high heels? Does he say where they came from?
Not really.
I thought I
No,
don't know
he
if
just
he did
got
or
them
didn't.
for her.
Because she asked her something like, "Oh, where'd you get that?" or some shit like that. But I don't know that he answered her.
Oh, well, he says I'd love to see you in this. So she's gonna go put it on, but she's got a little.
No, she's
something.
like, "Yeah, I bet you would." She's eating.
Yeah, they're eating and drinking, and they're getting drunk. But remember, when we met her character, what was she doing when we met her? She was drinking goober under the
Getting
table.
hammered,
We
hell
know-
yeah.
Evertussin. Yep.
Right. This girl, she could put away the Evertussin and she don't get phased at all. So, Aruma Faye posits that it could be Belloc's own personal collection. Maybe
Wouldn't that be a great part of this? If he was like, he takes out the dress and she's like, "That's beautiful," and he's like, "I'd very much like you to see me in it." It's like, what the fuck?
It's like, well, not you.
Well, just wait, go see the Dial of Destiny. Maybe we'll
Give me my dress, you whore.
Not you.
Just snaps.
And this
Oh,
little
dear.
pervert, she's taking off her bra and everything, and he's watching.
Yeah.
I'll tell
Not
you
the
myself.
worst thing he's done, though.
If I was with an attractive woman and she was changing, and I happened to notice the angle I was standing at gave me a view of the goodies, I would turn around and I would put the mirror down. Oh, come on, man! This is who
let's
would
go.
No,
who
I
would do a
would
thing
look.
like this? Who would do?
I
a
would
thing?
look. I'm just gonna
Yeah, I would
look. And I'm gonna
definitely
add
look.
this to it. Here's the other issue here, right? Which is, okay, let's face the facts. Doing this kind of thing is not very classy. But on his list of offenses, I'm going to go with working with Nazis. Definitely, where that's why he's
number
not
one.
meeting the parents. You know,
That's number one forever.
Yeah.
All right. So if we're grading on a curve, this is nothing.
This is
So.
not even the 10th worst
Yeah.
thing he's done
No.
today.
That's
It doesn't
true.
even make the list.
Let's see. He's
Yeah.
peeping on a lady's titties, or he collaborated with Nazis.
Yeah, and then, but let's be clear. Let's put it in context. He's collaborating with Nazis to take a sacred object of God
Yes.
that was created by the Hebrew people and delivered in. Never mind. The more I say about this guy, the worse it gets.
Right.
It's like fucking hell.
Yeah, this time the titties
Oh,
don't
man.
win.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the kind of guy who should just burn in hell and just melt away. Never. Let's just keep watching and see
Oh,
what
the
happens.
we'll
dress.
get to
Dylan Mulvaney says the dress was for. Or Weapon X says the dress was for Dylan Mulvaney. It's
There you
entirely
go.
possible, guys. Entirely possible. Meanwhile, back
Gross.
at the Snake Factory, Indiana Jones.
Seriously.
And all kinds of cobras.
Yes.
You got some pythons. You got some
We
garden
got your
snakes.
cobras. We got your pythons. I even got I got anacondas in the back if you want to see it.
Hey, we got everything here. Antonio serpents, eh? You fucking want it? We got it over here.
If it fucking bites, I got it. If it poisons, I can get it.
Yep. Brian Knapp, I see you.
Fucking-
Yep.
If it has scales, it's fucking on sale over here.
Brian Knapp, I see you, and that is an excellent reference. You're absolutely right. Vichy bastard, man. He was a Vichy Frenchman for sure.
Right.
Collaborating with the Nazis. Fuck him.
Aren't they all?
Right. The Vichy
Mhm.
collaborators. That's in Casablanca. Made that
Yep.
famous in my mind, at least.
Can I say this though? Let me talk about the greatest crime. I should say it was less of a crime in the fourth one, but it's going to be an extreme crime in the fifth one of these movies. But what's what made these movies in so many ways great. Raiders of the Lost Ark, and so many people talk about this, inspired so many young people to grow up to be archaeologists. Do you know what I
Really?
mean? Like,
Oh, wow.
oh my God, and it totally turbocharged the interest in ancient Egypt and going to museums and looking at these artifacts and thinking about, unearthing these mysteries. Oh my gosh, absolutely. In the same way that Star Trek inspired people to want to go into space exploration and go into NASA. It's not that it was about the realism, it was about the romance, the idea of what was out there to learn and discover. And we just recently discovered, right, one of the largest pyramids one of the largest in the world, right, that was in the jungles, that was completely buried not long ago. So that's what this inspired people to think about. It's great.
Speaking of the South American pyramids, I heard this. I'm going to butcher this a little bit, but it was a comedian. I forgot who it was, so I cannot attribute it. He says, the Mexicans are like the hardest working people in the world. You see the pyramids in Egypt, and everyone's like, I don't know, maybe aliens built it. There's pyramids all over Mexico, and nobody fucking questions if the Mexicans built them or not.
That's true.
I don't know who said. I
course
wish
they
I could
did.
attribute that joke. That is not my joke. I don't remember who said it, but I saw it the other day. And Rome 13, my anaconda don't want none unless you've got buns on. You know
Unless
what
it's
that
got
calls for?
band of gold.
It calls for this.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty.
That is Van
There it
Damme
is.
in 4D. That is just so you know.
That's right.
That was too much.
Shout out, Minnie.
None the Miser. This movie inspired me to date brunettes. All right.
Mhm.
And,
Get it done.
Yeah, you find your
Ladies.
inspiration where you can.
That's right.
That's right.
And if Indy can help you, that's great. Yeah, then he's face to face with a cobra, which is not where Indy wants to be because he hates snakes.
That's right.
Stupid Jacques. Told you.
Weapon X says these movies inspired him to punch and whip everyone and randomly kiss women.
Whoa, Weapon X. Man,
Well,
whoa.
okay, easy. Pump that brake. Pump it.
Everyone?
Yeah.
matter
This,
who. They're getting whipped and punched.
Okay,
Fuck.
I need you, one of you, you got to take this. I want you to say this in your most disgusting voice possible. Here you go. Here you go. Take it, either one of you.
Oh, hey, baby. Are you ancient? Because I want to unearth your mysteries.
There you go. Disgusting.
okay, here you go. Here it is.
Hey, baby, are you ancient? Because I want to unearth your mysteries.
I need a fucking shower, dude. That's so
I
gross.
know.
Hey,
Why did I ask you to do that?
baby? Hey, baby, are you ancient? Because I want to unearth your mysteries.
Ooh.
Yeah, what could that guy say that isn't gross?
Could somebody pass the Doritos?
Like you're like fucking. What do you want to do with those Doritos? You fucking
Help
whack
me.
job.
Please help me. Help me.
Yeah, that
what
sounds
do-
even worse. I can't help you. You're
Yeah.
gonna
The
Can't.
sloppy Joe. Sloppy Joe.
die. That's the worst one.
Hey, baby. Are you ancient? Because I want to. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
Are you ancient? Because I am.
So am I. Yeah.
Is that Johnson & Johnson's No More Tears shampoo?
God, make it stop.
Gross.
Uh,
That's weird, real, and it's so gross because
Can't have it.
it's true.
Mm,
yep.
mm,
It
mm, mm,
is
mm.
true.
Yeah, so yeah, he's
Yep.
skulking around down there in the snake factory, and he comes face to face with a very poisonous snake. And then Indy tells the snake, "Have you seen this fucking Toth guy? He's disgusting."
Dude, he's worse than the snake I'm looking at.
Right.
He's
Yep.
the worst. He is
All
the
right.
fucking worst.
So now they've gotten themselves in a bit of a situation here, but is it going to go well? Are they going to get this arc, or are they going to have some trouble? We're going to find out.
Mm.
I'm opening the second set of photos. Give me just a second here.
Yep. Gosh, what a great movie, guys. I mean, every shot of this, if you and I want to just, state that one more time that if you have not bought these movies, if you are one of those people who is spending, money on streaming and all this kind of stuff, build your movie collection. Build some Blu-rays because they are destroying these flicks. They are going to destroy these flicks. The only way we're going to keep them alive is with a movie collection. And it's like, and also all the deals people sign when they buy things on iTunes and everywhere else, you're not guaranteed to have that movie in perpetuity. It's as long as they're allowed to have it, you're allowed to have it. So it's weird. Most people think they own them. It's not what you're signing. So get these things.
Did you hear about the guy the other day that he had like an Amazon whole house, lights and internet and that little stupid thing you talk to? I don't know why people buy this shit. But a delivery driver said he thought the Ring camera said a racial slur.
Oh,
him.
yeah.
So the owner of the home comes home and Amazon had turned off all of his smart devices. Like you said, whatever, you called him a spick or something, and now we turn off all of your shit. The fuck do you think you are? You can't do stuff like that. It's insane.
Just need the accusation. That's all.
Yeah, guilt by accusation, presumed guilty.
That's
as long
wild,
as you're accused of it, shut it down. That's fucking weird.
You want to know what one of the all-time Hall of Fame most retarded statements people say is, well, if you don't have anything to hide, what are you worried about?
Yeah,
What's
that's
your privacy?
retarded.
It's like, I don't have anything to hide, asshole. I have something to lose. Dumbass.
No, that's when you show up in their house and go, well, why are you locking your doors if you got nothing to hide? Like, what the fuck? It's just ridiculous.
You got nothing to
By
hide.
that logic.
Take your front door off the hinges. No thanks. Dumbass.
Yeah. And how about this one right here? I don't have to have something to hide. It's I own my property.
Right.
And you don't. I am the sovereign owner of this property and my civil rights. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Thank you, dumbass.
That's it. Motherfuckers.
I don't know. It's bad enough when you're on Instagram and there's ads for things you were talking to your wife about, like, oh, we want to redo the tile in the shower. You're like, yeah, we'll do the tile in the shower. And then you get ads. San Diego, this literally happened. They're talking about redoing the shower and I'm getting ads for it. And it's been going on for years. And then I saw an executive from Facebook in an interview saying, oh, no, the phones don't listen at all. It's an algorithmic predicting bullshit. The thing's listening.
Yeah.
Come on.
No one's good good at predicting shit. You were listening, fool.
Anyway, Salah and Indy, they're down in the Well of Souls. They're lifting the giant granite lid off the ark, and or the thing that's holding the ark in it, you know. And I do like that it's glowing. It's just glowing with like holy power or something like that. And Marion is getting deep with Belloc.
But we've seen in the past in this movie that she can go way further than that, sharing a bottle with this dude. So obviously she hasn't reached her limit because she drank old, Gustav or whatever his name was into unconsciousness. So
yeah, he did.
Yeah,
she drank him into the afterlife. That guy.
Yeah,
that fool, he passed away, man. R.I.P. He burned to death after that.
Right. So then she pulls a knife on Belloc. She stowed away the cheese knife or whatever they were using to snack with, and she pulls it out. And they're so drunk, he doesn't take her seriously. He just starts busting up laughing, and she laughs, but like, yeah, I still got the knife. And she's like gonna turn around and get out of the room.
Yeah.
And guess who's there when she's about to exit the tent?
Bam. Major fucking crazy as fuck. Dude, the creepiest motherfucker alive.
And this is a fun shot here. He takes off his big leather overcoat and he pulls out what looks like a triple nunchuck. And you're like, oh my God, what is he gonna do to her?
Is this
What
a
is
ninja
he
too?
doing? Like, what does this thing even do? Is it gonna be some disgusting torture? And he does a few
You think?
and it turns into a coat hanger. So not only is he a pervert, he's a fucking dandy, this guy.
He's a weirdo.
fancy
Yes, he
boy.
is.
I don't want to wrinkle my jacket. Oh.
What a freak. And then he took off the jacket and then to reveal a 3-piece suit underneath. Dude, you're in Cairo. You know that, don't you? Shit.
It helps me sweat.
He wants to. He wants that sweat.
Don't you just
that's
love
right.
sweating? Ugh.
Actually, it's my nutcracker.
Commandant Creepo.
Creepo.
See, says this guy
Creep.
irons his panties. Oh, this guy for sure. This guy for sure wears panties, dude. For sure. That guy would.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
He smells
I
them.
bet you he's wearing soap panties in the desert, just sweating his nuts off. Classy and sweaty. Just a
Fucking-
gift for the guy's dress.
It's fucking swamp nuts all day long.
Oh, damn.
Poor
You
guy.
know, do you know where you could find a swamp in the desert?
In my crotch.
The best part of this entire movie, though, is the line he says when he catches her. It's the best when she runs to the door and he grabs her arm. He goes,
You Americans are all alike, always overdressing for the wrong occasions.
what the fuck is going on? Oh, terrifying.
He's a nutcracker. He's got a nut cooker.
He's got issues.
Flavor. Mouse C is disgusted by us. Next topic.
Yes.
So,
Yeah,
yes,
we'll
it
get
is
to it.
disgusting, Mouse C.
Well, I'm with you.
Thank you, Mousy. Appreciate that.
So
Not
down
the
here-
first time I've heard it.
Right. So they got the ark out. They get it out of that big granite, not sarcophagus, but it's similar to those. The big granite thing it's in, container, I guess. And they're getting ready to hoist it up. They put it in a big, like one of those heavy wooden crates that you're going to put on a ship or a train or whatever.
And love to see that too. The wooden crate.
Right.
Something important is always in the wooden crate.
Yep.
So they're hoisting it out of Snake City. And then
Weapon X, come on, man.
But the sweat, if sweat is what he wants, that would definitely give him
All right.
the sweat he needs, that he desires.
Right. So
Yeah,
they take it
and-
up.
and-
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, this is the thing. They set this up beautifully because you would hate him for this if this was his first time doing this to Indy. But we
Right.
basically watch Indy go through hell at the beginning of the film, only to escape barely with his life to have this motherfucker. Everybody knows this dude. We're watching this in society now. Going,
Belloc.
oh, thank you for getting that for me, you fucking asshole,
Oh.
man. Ugh.
Yeah, so
And-
another scoop on this piece of shit Sunday we're building here.
And when
Yep.
Belloc steals the golden booty from him in the beginning of the movie, that's not the first
Mm.
time he's messed with Indy. In their dialogue, you could tell, oh, I've got you before, Indy, probably
Yeah.
a few times. So this is his nemesis.
Yeah,
this guy.
that golden rump
Right.
got him in trouble.
I was
So, yeah, he
laughing
thinks-
so hard on Sunday laughing. I literally never noticed the butt cheeks on the statue before. Somehow,
Why not? It's all I can think about.
Yeah, notice nothing else.
Yeah.
But
I thought that's what they were rating.
He got him
Right.
again, and then he gives it. But he doesn't just take; he's also giving. He gives Indy a gift.
Yeah, he
Right.
does.
in the
Oh,
form
fucking
of,
bastard, too.
Mary, and just pushes her in. There you
yeah.
go.
they put- What is it, like 20, 30 feet? She could have been killed
Yes.
easily.
It's
He
all
didn't give a
bad.
fuck. Yeah.
It's all
She catches
bad.
on to something. This would have been a very different movie if she hadn't caught that thing. It's like fucking hell.
Right. So
Oh,
yeah,
dear.
so they're gonna lock Indy and her down there in the Well of Souls. And they're gonna put the lid back on. He says, "Who knows, Dr. Jones? Maybe in 1,000 years, someone will find you and you'll be worth something." Or he gives him some quip like
Yep.
that, or you're gonna be
Because he
locked.
tells
in
him
a-
earlier he had a pocket watch. He's all,
Right.
"This is cheap, $10." He's all, "But I bear this, and for 1,000 years, and all of a sudden, it's priceless." That's what he. That's
And his
what
line
he
is
finds-
great.
Yeah, what he finds.
You
That's
know?
what he finds interesting about archaeology and shit is that something that's worthless at the time, just time makes it more valuable.
Yeah, he says in 1,000 years, even you may be worth something. He's like, ha ha ha, son of a bitch. I love that. It's just a
Asshole.
great.
I
Johnny
always, I
Rollins
always
jams.
love that line by Indy. It's a great one.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man.
Yeah. And so she's down there in the snake factory with Indy, and the lid is put back on. And she's got so much fire and spunk too. The way she's yelling at the bad guys, "You bastards!" and
Yeah, she's bad when she needs to be.
Yep.
So she's trying to keep the snakes at bay while Indy tries to figure out how the fuck to get out of there.
right. And he climbs up this big, what I'm assuming is like alabaster, statue of some Egyptian god, and he starts pushing off the wall using leverage to try and knock this thing down. Because he wants to knock down one of the walls of this thing. Because he notices snake's coming out of this hole. So he reasons, well, they must be coming from.
Sorry, go
they must
ahead.
be coming, that must be a way out over there somewhere.
Yeah.
So he's going to knock this thing down. Meanwhile, she's trying to climb up higher and higher and use the little torch to stop the snakes from attacking her. And she's like, "Indy, the fire's going out." And Indy, Jamie. There's just a little bit of fire left.
Fuck.
Yeah, but she says if that's the best part is if this is not easy to do, and I know they took a bunch of takes, they even had a weird cut there, but it's like, her going, "The torch is going out," and then it shows it go out. That shit's really hard to time, really, if you're making this film. But it's fuck, I love that whole sequence. Jump
Another
scare tunnel.
Decomposed, leathery mummy body.
Right.
That's
So
always good.
he knocks the big statue down. It does destroy the wall. They don't get killed by thousands and thousands of pounds of falling rocks somehow.
Yep.
And as they make their way through some of this stuff, there's a bunch of mummified, skeletal remains, and it's weird. There's like screaming, but is it Marion or is it like ghosts in the skeleton? Like you can't tell. They kind of play both ways. And there's disgusting imagery. There's snakes everywhere, and there's this dead, decayed face, and a snake's coming out of the mouth. And it's I remember that from when I was like 8 years old, seeing it like
That's messed up.
Remember, this is PG-13, kids.
Right. And I'm watching it with my son, and there's like the skeleton is missing teeth. And it looks like the snake is almost knocking the teeth out as it comes out of the mouth.
Yeah.
And when it popped on the screen, my son, he's 24, he goes, "Oh, it's such a grotesque image,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find it. But can you guys go ahead and I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, it's how do I put this? This had all of when they made these movies, and I know this is sort of a derogatory term, but they blended two things. They blended the kind of film noir Humphrey Bogart fedora. You're not wearing a leather jacket in the jungle or in the desert because it fits the mood. You don't use a bullwhip in the jungle because it fits the mood. It's the aesthetic of it. But they were also bringing this wonderful pulp quality and mixing it with this almost amusement park ride, thrill ride. They used to talk about these movies as being, it's a thrill ride. You go through it. So there's this haunted house part where she's going through the mummies. There's this part where you feel like you're narrowly escaping arrows firing as he runs with the idol. You know, it's so great, man. Everything about it's fantastic. And you left the theater on a high. That's what made these movies great.
Yeah, you wanted to get a paintbrush and go in your backyard and start brushing off shit that you dug up in the backyard. It was inspirational. Just like when you're a kid and you watch a kung fu movie, the next thing you want to do is start trying the moves on your brother or some shit. It was a great movie, man. It really was. And it's he has to use his mind to get him out of there, because you're not going to climb up there and move that 500-pound slab of stone, whatever they covered it with. So immediately he's like, I got to think my way out of this, because if I don't, they are going to find us in 1,000 years. And somebody's going to be scared by my fucking skeleton. And the snakes are going to be sliding everywhere. And that's probably his main motivation, was all them damn snakes. And sure enough, did. That was.
Ugh. And it's slowly like oozing out of the guy's mouth and turning. It's so gross.
Yeah, it's damn Spielberg.
You know, one of you said something about a haunted house or something like that, amusement park, stuff like that. That's what these adventure movies, what they get so right, is that there's a levity to it, and it's scary, but it's like fun. You know what it is?
Fun, scary.
It's literally like a roller coaster.
It's fairy.
I was afraid of roller coasters my whole life. I don't know why, because I don't have phobias. I'm not afraid of airplanes or dogs or spiders or whatever. I don't have phobias, but I would never get on an upside down roller coaster. And this is since I was little. I didn't get on one until I was 42 years old. And it was amazing. It was so much fun. It wasn't scary at all. But I wouldn't do it. I was like, I would tell my family or whoever I'm with, like, no thanks, I don't want to go. And
I'll hold your stuff and wait over here. I'm not doing
that. I remember, you remember the DJ Avicii? He died a few years ago, but he was like a Swedish DJ, and he had this hit song called The Nights, like in 2014. I'm not into that music, but that song is catchy as fuck. And the chorus says something, one day you'll leave this world behind, so live a life you can remember. And I saw an Instagram reel of this beautiful woman on a black horse with no shoes and a black dress, riding on a beach like in Morocco or somewhere in the Middle East, riding in the surf on a horse, and that music was playing. And it was just something about the way that was composed. It was like a 15-second clip on Instagram. It was so inspiring. Like, yeah, man, we're all going to die. Not anytime soon, God willing. But
God willing, indeed.
Don't waste your life, you know, like, and don't YOLO, don't do stupid shit. Don't start doing a bunch of cocaine. I'm not saying that.
Don't tell me what to do. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
I think what I realized about fear is, like, if you're afraid of something, but it's the right thing to do or whatever, then you need to do it. You need to. Now, if you're afraid of something and it's fucking stupid, then don't do it, of course. But if you're afraid of something and it's good for you, like, and it's a good thing, then you have to do it. You know, and I don't know. And that's what inspired me to get on a roller coaster. But that spooky fun where it's like, ooh, it's scary, but I'm having so much fun. That's what these movies capture. They thrill. It's thrilling. I don't know. I absolutely love it.
Oh, no, I think it's beautiful. And I seriously, what you just said, I love, because isn't that's kind of what all three of us are doing in this space. You know what I mean? We are taking risks. There is no, emergency shoot when you go and you launch your book and you hope people are going to back it. There's nobody but you. I mean, we have people we work with. We have each other. We have all these different folks online. But our channels are our responsibility. Us entertaining the audience is our responsibility. And when that you guys have showed up has made this the amazing experience that it has been. And I think at the end of the day, it's taking risks, keeping your wits about you, and it inspires other people to do this stuff, to reconnect with stuff they love, old friends. You know, we get to know each other here in the chat and on these shows, and it's fantastic, man. And I love it all. You know, I love that we have somebody come in the stream that we haven't seen before, and Jericho's like, "Oh yeah, absolutely, she's on my channel. They're expecting their first baby." You know, that's the shit I love about being here, man. Respect.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And these movies inspired me in a great way to be brave and do what must be done. Fat Samurai, cocaine and upside down roller coasters are pretty great. I disavow that statement.
Well, you know.
Fat Samurai, what's up?
Hey, man, you got any more of that booger sugar, Jericho?
Sounds like a good time, man.
I disavow.
I'm not saying I do it. It just sounds like a good time.
Yeah. No, I disavow roller coasters. Let's continue. No.
All roller coasters, upside down.
By the way, holy cow, man, that is the coolest. When you see that plane for the first time, that is awesome.
Yeah, what the fuck is that?
It's the Luftwaffe. Yep. It's part of the air wing, part of
Yeah, but I mean, what exactly is that?
I have no idea what that's supposed to be. It's advanced, Nazi
Yeah,
part
that
of
shit
the
weird.
Air Force.
That's another cool thing
Makes
about that
sense.
whole era, the World War II era. The weird shit that they tried out and created, like the weird airplanes and the weird cannons and all this shit that they did that never caught on, but it was just, they were trying shit. They needed to win that war, so they were building all kinds of shit and they rushing it into production. And that stuff's weird, man. That's
It's a
definitely
fictitious aircraft.
Mouse D says it's the B-1 pooper. So.
Yeah. But no, it's a fictitious aircraft. that they
Scheiße on the Allies.
Oh, it's a B-1 Scheiße.
You
Is that guy gay or a snob? That guy.
No, it's just German. It's my favorite part of the Luftwaffe. It's the B-1 Scheiße.
The B-1 Scheiße.
I always think I'm gonna make
B-1
it.
Scheiße.
But it's so funny because it absolutely makes sense in this movie. Yeah, this plane is a fictitious aircraft, but when you see it as a kid, this is the genius of these flicks. They build this thing. There are no special effects shots of it flying. What makes it feel believable is they're fueling it, that it spins, where the guns are like, it is the coolest thing. God, I miss creativity, man. That's why I have to go back to these movies.
Yeah, this shit like that wouldn't fly. Look at that thing. It looks like it's heavy as fuck. The wings are all weird. The way it's facing is weird. Oh man,
it's got the big dumper right in the middle.
So you don't question it. You just see that it's the B-1 Scheiße.
Captain reminds us the massive cannon the Nazis moved on a train that shot rounds the size of a truck.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Dude, it was long as shit. It was like some kind of, they shot rockets or something out of it. But it was this huge gun, this long-ass, crazy long gun that the Nazis came up with.
Can you imagine you're in charge of firing the Nazi train gun? They put in the round. It's, the projectile. It's the size of a truck, and you fucking miss.
Yeah.
I don't think you do miss.
Yeah, it looks like we know who's going to get dropped out of the B-1 Scheiße.
Yeah.
Production design. I'm going to read this in Toad's voice. Production designer Norman Reynolds designed the plane for the film based on historical North Rock Corporation's designs and drawings by the late Ron Cobb of the Horton Ho 229. He's very excited to read that.
Yes, my mother was 100% German. My father was a salamander.
Makes sense. I would believe that.
I want a shot of him licking his own eyeball. His tongue comes up, licks his eye, and it just gets...
I would believe that.
Authentically Kennedy, OMG, I didn't think you guys would still be on. Oh, you're new around here.
Oh,
that's right.
Yeah. This show takes forever.
4 hours, Authentically Kennedy.
When we just shouted you out and said how great it is to meet you here on this show, and very happy for your expecting a child. That's
how is
exciting.
the baby?
Yes, we love you so much. You're missing so much.
Why do
it's like I said to him.
Baby.
Yeah, if you want to be an Oshlock, then be an Oshlock. But I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to respond because responding only encourages you.
Oh, very harsh but fair.
None the miser.
I don't know your ex-mother-in-law, but I love this comment. If my ex-mother-in-law decided, that is some fucking major league bitterness, my friend.
That was some
plane looks like my ex-mother-in-law.
You're just like your father.
Yeah, big fucking thick broad, fucking with a loud engine over there.
There's my man, Joe Mello.
Our boy, Joe Mello. Always here, one of the greats.
Respect.
Hey guys in chat, how goes it? I only like the first three movies. First three of these movies. I can read, I promise.
Yep.
Jericho, are you banned from doing lives on YouTube? Whoa.
No, I'm not banned. I'm just not doing as many. I'm doing locals, Jericho Green at locals.com on Monday, Rumble on Tuesday, and then live streams on Friday. And then in between that, or every day, I'm doing 2-3 videos.
Yeah, I'm getting my
Recorded
Rumble
videos,
set up
right?
too.
Yeah, I'm not banned, huh?
Recorded videos more than live.
Yeah, recorded videos. Yeah, more than lives. Yeah.
Let me thank you very much, Joe Mello. $5, very generous, and you get one. will say, I would say this
$5.
about YouTube. This is just my opinion. I don't know what you think, Jericho, Sean. But if it were up to me, I would only do lives. I know I was doing shorts for a while. I'll get back to those, but I'm very busy with something. But I don't like recording videos just because it's very time consuming to make a nice video, and I don't want to make shit videos. So to make those 6, 7, 8 minute videos, that can take an hour, can take 2, take even more if you're doing something special. And I love the lives because I love the chat. I love entertaining live. I love talking to you guys. I don't mind the super chats, I'm just gonna say. But honestly, being here with you guys is so much more fun than just recording it myself. But that being said, what does YouTube like, Jericho? They like recorded videos. They don't like lives.
Yeah,
so
they do like the smaller chunks.
Right. So because on a live, they can't stick a Burger King commercial in the middle of our show here. And that's why I think they like recorded stuff, because they can shove all the ads in it. So they'll promote you more and all that if you do more recorded stuff. So whatever. So make sure you're subscribed and share this out, because I prefer lives. So anyway, let's see. Captain Haruno is ribbing you. He's ribbing you. Not
believe me,
you ain't trying hard enough.
Believe me, I've gotten in plenty of trouble.
Right.
I've gotten in plenty of trouble with YouTube. I've been suspended many a week.
I've never been in that. I've always thought it was ridiculous that people get like in Facebook jail and all. My brother gets in Facebook jail because he'll post like memes and shit, and people report him.
That's pretty ridiculous,
isn't it?
It is.
Can you imagine being such a fucking loser that you report a meme that you see on Facebook? He said Joe Biden wasn't good.
It's so stupid. I thought we were all adults here. I thought we could take a difference in opinion, but apparently we get full of fucking, the internet's full of vaginas.
Yes. You'd think that would be a good thing, by the way. Turns out it's awful.
Well, there's different ways you can take that. Quick draw
McGraw.
Tammy A.
Thank you, buddy. Yes.
Boom.
It's working. It's working.
It's working. It's so good now.
Thank you.
I will tell you, I felt a little tingle in my Schweinstocke.
No, constantly. I'm constantly tingling down there.
That's right. You can broil my schnitzel anytime.
Tammy wants to see JCVD, but
let's have it.
Tammy.
We give the ladies what they want around here. That's my mind.
Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. Shake your booty. Shake your booty.
And what a
You sure
butt it
did.
is. What a butt it is.
Those Belgian buns. There you go.
Hey, the booty from Brussels.
Hey, over here. So
right.
the airplane. And,
They just
you could see,
fucking Nazis just shine their boots all day, you sons of bitches.
yeah, with their bottles of fucking alcohol. And then you could see on the side of that crate, there's the guy had just painted. You see him walking away with the stencil, which is yes, there's a swastika in it, but that's a pretty cool looking logo.
Minus the hate logo. Symbol of the swastika.
Yeah, but the eagle or whatever bird that is
rendered
cool.
correctly.
Yeah, minus the Swazi. That's a pretty cool looking bird. But yeah, that lets you know that this crate belongs to Nazis.
They swiped that shit from Rome. Go ahead.
You guys know this? Now's the time on Sprockets when we dance.
Yes.
That is old school Saturday Night Live, like 33 years ago. Mike Myers.
I'm afraid it's even more. That's what I'm worried about.
What is it, like 1991, 1990, something like that?
Maybe, yeah.
Late 80s, early 90s, yeah. Sprockets. Yeah, that was before he was Shrek, Mike Myers. Before he was
way before.
Austin
Was that
Powers.
Wayne's World time?
Yeah. I hate Austin Powers so much, and I'll tell you why. The movies are whatever. You know me, I famously don't really like comedy movies because they're usually too filthy for me. But I hate Austin Powers because when I was like going to high school and then college, so many people would do an impersonation.
Oh,
of me
yeah.
when they got drunk. Yeah, baby, that whole thing.
It's a man, baby.
And it's why I hate to say this because he is a genius and he's actually very funny, but I don't like Chris Farley because too many people impersonate the van by the river, and it's like I want to just stop it. Stop! It's not funny. You did
down
that
by the river.
9 parties.
Oh, I'm sorry. I love that let me say this. I absolutely, because of my upbringing and because of my own beliefs, I still have to say that bit is a work of art.
It's
I know you're
hilarious.
not saying is it. I know, absolutely 100%. But
But when your friend does it 15 parties in a row in college,
no,
it's
Yeah.
not
you have to
fun.
euthanize
It's
them.
brutal.
No, I think
But you
Austin
don't.
Powers, the way people were with Austin Powers is far more obnoxious than Chris Farley. Like, oh, it's a man, baby, man. Oh,
More than
man.
Wayne's World?
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
ask that question, man. And I'll tell you,
Swing.
the only person who I enjoyed the imitations of in that movie is Dr. Evil, man. Now that's the guy you imitate. It's great. But yeah,
Wayne's World, party time, excellent.
that's
You know,
I
when
think
I
I'm
was
gonna hurl.
If you're gonna spew into this.
when I was in middle school, I was in Greeley, Colorado for the summer in 1991. And on, I think it was PBS or whatever the local station was, there was a comedy show by some high schoolers. And it was like Wayne's World, but it was a real show, but it wasn't copying Wayne's World. But I still remember to this day what it was called. It was called Soof, and it was slightly out of focus. And it was these two guys like proto jackass. Like they go around town and do silly things, and they're in the basement talk. And it was actually really funny. And sometimes I'll remember that show, and I'm like, I wonder how many people actually saw that show. Like 35 people saw it, because it was probably on like 3 weekends in a row or something like that summer. But it was some kids got on public access in Colorado and were doing this comedy show, and it was actually very funny. So I don't know.
Soup touched many people.
Yeah, so at least me and my brother. Yes. It touched more than that.
Gross little fucker. So the Nazis mark their crate, and then Indy, he's trying to. Well, I don't know if he was trying to take the plane or what, but he gets caught by a Nazi with a big old wrench, and he dispatches him pretty quick. But then this big, humongous, bald Nazi dude.
Right. This is Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah,
no relation.
He was a big, a bit more formidable than the last guy.
Big Austrian boy wants to box him, and I like how he wants to box him old school style.
Yeah, put him up. But he's coming out of like a shed or something, and he sees him over there, and like the camera's kind of panning up from the bottom, and he fucking takes his shirt off and his hat, and goes over there and like, fucking, hey, come down here,
big
boy. Kick your ass.
It's a big boy,
big old dude.
Yeah,
he's imposing. I think we'll say, like, there's a couple of things that I loved about these indie movies, and I liked about movies in the 80s in general. When they had fight scenes, they showed you things that were like legitimately painful. Like if you've ever, like Gabe, you're a pretty big guy, and so I'm imagining. I've heard that rumor. And this is the thing: when you're a smaller guy and you get punched with the mass of somebody not even in your weight class, the feeling is special. I can't remember if it's Temple. I think it's Temple of Doom. The same actor, by the way, at some point punches him in the chest, and he's like it's like one of those. And I'm telling you, if you've ever, I'm not talking about getting punched, the solar plexus, getting the wind knocked out of you. I mean, if you've ever just had your face thumped and felt your brain hit the back of your skull, your mouth is a bloody mess. I mean, that and getting hit with a wrench. Hell, man, if you've ever been hit by a wrench,
I haven't had the pleasure.
I remember playing outside in the street as like an elementary school, middle school kid, and someone inevitably would fall off of something or whatever, and they get the wind knocked out of them for the first time, and they so and they like, help me, and they're like, I want my mom, and they couldn't breathe. Oh my gosh, that was
like that.
Oh, wait a minute.
Fucking...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hey, stop! Oh, I can't. Oh, stop. I can't breathe. Stop.
No. Oh,
boy,
dear.
I think she's actually hurt.
No, I
there.
think she is.
Yeah, she's
Ouch.
hurt. She took a hard fall.
Oh, God. To me, the best part of that is the fake concern, because they are doing everything in their power not to laugh.
Not
at
to
their
fucking
colors.
be like,
Oh no!
Dude, she had the wind knocked out of her for like 2
Such a
weeks.
shame.
Stop.
The big sucker did that. Oh.
Dude, she
Oh,
said,
so
oh. What does that even
God
mean?
bless.
Like a motorcycle downshifting or something.
Stop, please.
It's beautiful.
Was that? Oh no, Zed, that's real. That is real. That lady falling off.
That's
Oh,
legit.
fuck yeah. Yeah, that was all. Why didn't the cameraman go down quicker? He left her down there on the ground for a second, and then he panned down. But yeah, she got
He
fucked
gave
up.
0 fucks.
Because she, number one, she
Here's Bill with the weather.
she was trying to be funny because the first one to stomp, the grapes wins. So she told the lady, stop. And then she started again.
Right.
And when she fell over, the way she fell, she almost she tried to take that step and she almost rocketed herself, her torso
Yeah.
into the ground. It wasn't just a straight
Slammed
fall.
like a door.
Oh.
Like it slammed to
Yeah.
the ground.
Oh.
Oh.
Please
Do
stop.
herself any favors.
She fucked herself up. Golly. I bet when she
Life
walked
changing.
into work, everybody just said,
I'm not
But
saying
she's
they were
telling-
mean to her.
She's telling it to stop. Like, honey, that's not how that works.
Not how it works.
Stop.
Dude, fuck. Poor lady.
The first time that you
Yeah,
get the wind
right.
knocked out of you when you're like in second grade, it scares the fuck out of you.
Yeah, it's a beautiful experice.
Yeah, it changes your
It'll
life.
stick with you, but man.
Anyway, we're fighting
Anywho.
the B1 Shaisa.
Oh, don't hurt the Shaisa.
Yeah, these guys are having it out, and it's not. It's a pretty realistic fight. He's hitting this guy and it ain't doing shit. And he throws a jab and busts his lip, knocks him on his ass. This dude's kicking the shit out of him. So then the pilot up there behind him, he decides, well, while he's fighting him, I'm also going to shoot at him. So he's trying to take shots at Indy while he's fighting this giant Nazi. And the plane is moving, and it hit the fuel truck. So now you got gallons and gallons of jet fuel spilling all over the ground. You got a fire kicking off. There's a lot going on in this scene right now.
Right. It's a
And
great,
then
it's a very chaotic scene, and it's so well directed and acted and shot. Because the the spinning airplane, the guy's boxing, the propellers, her crawling through the plane. She's going to stop the guy who has the gun. And, oh my God, it is very complex, and it's like a ballet of chaos.
Yeah. And what did she shoot him or something? Because
She
of the
clunks
pilot.
him on the head.
Oh yeah, he
with
got
the
caught
blocks.
with the blocks
She
that
takes
stopped the wheels.
Right, and that's why the plane is spinning because she took the fucking block.
Which would smash his skull into a bloody mess.
Can you imagine? What are those blocks made of? You were a Navy man. What are the? Well, this is World War II or pre-World
They're made of wood, probably.
It would just be big.
Probably
wood.
fucking 20, 30 pounds of wood. A big old solid fucking oak piece of wood to your cranium. That dude sounds like a leather helmet that dude was wearing. He's all fucked up right now.
And this is him 2 years later. And then she snuck up on me and hit me.
That's all he can fly now is the B1 Shiza.
Yeah, it's because it just spins.
Dude, she smashes this dude's fucking skull.
Flies it in circles.
It goes around in the
Painful.
circle. So she
wait a
fucks this
minute.
dude up.
Do you think that he is the grandfather to the murderer in Cobra?
Yes.
It could be.
Because he puts the
One,
bubbles
no
on the
doubt.
floor. He put the gasoline on the floor.
She hit me with the block.
What was that guy's name? I gave that guy a name and it was funny. His nickname was Bubbles, but he had a real name. Anyway, I forgot it.
Yeah, she fucking smashes this dude. He did, of course, falls forward on the controls. They start going around. She sees there's a truck pulling up with 10 more Nazis on it. There's no way Indy Indy can survive all these guys. So she takes that machine gun and 25 millimeter, just bah, 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 bah. Every time the plane spins around, she gives them some more bullets. So shoots all those dudes. She kills 10 people right here.
And that's a 50 cal, right?
No, it's not a 50. It's
No, what do you think it is?
25 millimeters.
Okay. Still big.
Yeah, believe me, big enough to fuck anything up that it's shooting at, but not quite 50s, I don't think. But yeah, she lights these dudes up, and then there's an explosion, and then that's when it gets everybody else's attention. So now we got to kick this shit into high gear because fucking what's his name, Belloc, and all those come. So he beats the guy. The guy ends up Indy like goes on the ground. He covers his face, and the big Nazi guy goes, "What?" And he turns around, and the propeller's right there.
Right.
The thing you don't see in PG movies is blood splatters on the side of the plane and on the glass shell to the cockpit. So she gets her dumb ass locked in there. So he has to go. He's like, "Step back!" Boom, boom. Because of course, guns can break locks. So all you gotta do is shoot it.
I've always questioned that in movies, people will come up to the bad guy's secret hideout and there's a padlock on the chain link fence and they'll shoot the padlock with a gun. And I've always like questioned,
no, that don't work.
That doesn't work, right? And I also have always imagined since I was little that it's not safe. Now, I don't think this is accurate, but it's what I've thought since I was little, so it's kind of stuck in my head. I've always thought the bullet would hit and fragment, and then like bullet would hit you, or the padlock would hit you and kill you or whatever, like because it's so powerful. That's what I've always thought of shooting a lock as a child.
Well, I think if you had a big enough gun, you could, but he's not carrying around no rifle or shotgun. Like if you hit it with the fucking shotgun shell or a shotgun like a slug, you probably fuck a lock up doing that. But he has a pistol. It's like a 38 or something, maybe a 45. But I don't think a 45 would, because I remember as a kid seeing the Masters padlock commercial, and they would shoot it point blank with a 357, and the 357 would hit the lock itself, and it would fuck it up and disfigure the lock, but it's still
that fucking lock though. He had that shit coming. You know what I mean? He was.
I wasn't gonna talk shit. You eat shit.
He was in deep with the gambling debts too. That motherfucker. You don't know that.
But if you shoot the lock like on the part that goes through the lock, like the round part, if you hit it right on the metal with a big enough bullet, maybe you could. But he's not like, number one, he don't got the big enough round for it, and number two, he's not putting it like right up to this. So that's just some Hollywood bullshit. Chances are he'd shoot the lock and it wouldn't work.
I got to show you guys something. Since we're talking about locks, I'm gonna take 30 seconds to show you. I do have some very interesting hobbies. This YouTube channel I'll recommend to all of you called The Lock Picking Lawyer. That's how he sounds. And he does little 2-minute videos and he can break any lock. At Christmas, my wife got me a lock pick set, right? I have all the stuff and they sell acrylic padlocks. So I know how to pick locks now. I practice on this is an acrylic, it's see-through plastic and it has the real metal tumblers inside. And I learned to pick locks this winter. So yeah.
Hey, well,
totally.
Hope you never need it, but if you do.
See, it's for totally innocent reasons. I've also learned how to break into houses.
making myself like an 80s action star. Now, when the three of us are out, we're trying to stop Belloc, who's going to pick the lock to get us out of there?
Yeah, it won't be us.
Fucking
but that was another cool thing.
Locks are on the outside.
Yeah, whoops. If you and I get locked up somewhere, Sean, then he can help.
Right,
but
that's right.
That was another cool thing. Not even just movies, but like TV shows, MacGyver or Magnum PI. Those guys always had a lock picking kit, and they could, get in an apartment or whatever they needed to in no time flat. Beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they're on the move now. They got to get the Ark of the Covenant, and then Sala tells him, "Hey, they've loaded up the Ark on a truck." So that's how they're going to get it, to a ship or something like that and get it to Cairo. And he tells Sala, get me a truck, a plane, something to transport the Ark of the Covenant because I got to go get it. I'm going to get that shit. So that's when he's telling him it's on the back of a truck. And so they load it up, and all these guys are getting rowdy, so they shoot the guns in the air to scare them. The MP40, that famous, infamous, whatever, Nazi machine gun that you see a whole bunch in this movie is called an MP40. And
it's the MP Scheisse.
Oh, it's good. You can only get one if you buy the B1 Scheisse. It comes with a tiny MP Scheisse.
Ooh, very nice.
Very nice, yeah. So he says, "Hey, I'm going to get that." And he probably made Marion's fucking undies wet when he said it. I'm going to go get that truck. And so he takes off and he hops on a horse because the convoy's already taken off. So he's on horseback to try to catch up with these fuckers. And he gets the high road on him, comes down, jumps off the horse. Classic, off the horse, onto the side of the truck.
Adventure. The guy's chasing a vehicle on a horse. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so cool. It's so badass.
But Action Jackson Just for the
Yeah.
record, Action Jackson chased one down on foot. But anyway.
That's true.
Yeah, and I love the part that he goes, where he says, I got to go get that truck. And he's like, how? He goes, I don't know. I'm making this up as I go along.
Yeah,
It's
he's
freaking excellent.
Yeah, man. He gets on the side of the truck and, just starts he goes to the cab, throws throws the passenger out, and then starts fighting with the driver, gets the driver out of there. So then here come all the guys who are in the back of the truck. They all start scaling the side of the truck to come get him. He's ramming other vehicles that are in the convoy off the road, the classic, wait till they get to the right point, boom, slam your truck into them, they go off the road. The motorcycle with the sidecar, all these guys. So then he ends up, one of the guys gets in there and throws him through the windshield. So he's on the front of the truck, and he ends up going underneath the truck because the guy who's now driving.
What a great stunt. It's such a great little sequence.
Is going to slam him into the back of the car and kill him.
Well, can we just add that a beautiful bit of violence in this where he gets shot in the shoulder and grazed, and then the motherfucker gets in there and starts punching him on where he got shot.
4 times.
I love things like that in action.
4
I
times.
love when Riggs is fighting in Lethal Weapon 2. He's fighting, obviously, for diplomatic immunity. And the guy grabs
immunity.
Diplomatic immunity.
And the dude grabs the knife in his leg while they're fighting, and you go, no, but yeah. Get it done.
Borstead?
This is great.
Borstead?
Yeah, that's right, man. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, he's holding on to the grill on the front of this big Mercedes cargo truck, and it's the spokes of the grill, whatever they are, they're bending, and he's falling, and he goes under the truck, and it's such a great shot. It's so scary and dangerous, and the stuntman, kudos to him. I'm sure they did it at a slower speed and sped it up, but goodness, it's still.
But he handled he took the handle of the whip and wedged it underneath the undercarriage of the truck, so then he could hold on to it and go out the back.
Oh.
And then he pulled himself back up. He gets back in the cab, throws that motherfucker out.
Right.
But he ain't so lucky. He's not so cool. So he ends up getting ran over by the truck.
Right. And it was the Indy or the bad guy, because the bad guy ends up in the exact same situation, hanging off the front. But which one of them grabs a little Mercedes circle and pulls it? But
Indy does.
Indy, hold on.
Yeah, he breaks it off.
And this guy, he has a real like Looney Tunes kind of thing. When he falls in the truck and gets run over, they shoot it from the side of sort of like a little berm or a cliff.
Yeah.
So you can't see the wheels run him over to keep it PG. But you see his arms and legs. Kind of like a Wile E. Coyote kind
like it ran, because it ran right over the center of him. So
it's beautiful.
If you listen real close, you hear him go, like that.
Yep.
So
that's the sound you make.
His spleen came out of his pooper, I guess, when he got ran over. So.
I'm gonna recut that scene for him to go,
make it stop,
Cut to the truck, the Nazis going, I don't think he's okay. Yeah, I think he's really
Ooh, ouch. Ooh, ouch. So yeah, this dude gets fucked up. Indy ends up ramming the other car that's in front that has stupid Belloc and the other Nazis in there. And so he takes off with the truck. So now the Nazis who are in the convertible, they take off after him. And then here comes a scene where I rewound twice to make sure I heard what I thought I heard. So Indy gets here first. That thing is like a big opening. You can tell he's like driving into some kind of shipping container. Then these guys bring the whole, market thing, bazaar in front of it, bring down the eave. It's all a bunch of melons and shit, big crowd. They're helping him out. And so by the time the Nazis come a few seconds later, and they go around this circle, like this roundabout thing, or it's
kind of drift like a little Tokyo drift action there.
Yeah, they're going around like a fountain. But from what they can see, the truck disappeared because it could have gone anywhere. There's tons of people here. Where the fuck did it go? So it comes in, goes around, and when they're about to do like a second lap, they stop. And the guys they run up to the vehicle with all these melons and shit to sell. And the guy sitting in the back, the Nazi officer, he takes the melon, and when they're stopping, you can hear a dog barking. Roo, roo, roo. And when he throws the melon, you hear the dog go, and then they take off. I rewound that shit. I was like, dude, you threw that shit at a dog? You fucking hit the dog, you hear it go, and they fucking take off.
There were different times, Jericho. There were different times.
No, I think it was hilarious, but
Yeah,
I was like, son of a bitch.
Nazis in a convertible make me think of the Nazi Malibu Barbie. The Nazi
Bestseller.
convertible thing is weird. I went to the John Wayne Airport. There's a museum right there up in Los Angeles for Father's Day a year ago. And there's B-17 bomber. There's some amazing aircraft, a lot of World War II stuff in this place. And there's a Nazi, like it's huge. It's like an SUV, like a large size SUV. And it's a real one from Germany, and it's not a reproduction. It's a real Nazi convertible car that Hitler or officials generally would drive around for parade or whatever. And it's a giant convertible, this thing. I wonder if I could find a picture. But I remember looking at it and reading all about it last year. But yeah, the convertible thing, I don't know. Those Nazi guys, I guess they like the drop tops for some reason. I don't know.
Their hair to blow in the wind, man.
I just love the L's blowing through my hair as we drive.
Yeah, that's what that guy said. That creepy guy in this movie. He's like,
I love the feeling of the wind blowing through my scalp.
Yeah, because he's bald also.
You know it.
Yeah.
Oh, I love to have the wind blowing through my Aryan hair.
Yeah, he's like, I mean, I'm terrified. Can you picture him driving one of those convertibles?
I close my eyes only for a moment, and the moment's gone.
Anything that little
Terrifying.
fucker says is weird. Anything.
Yeah, he's fucked up. Put him
Ferdinand
down.
Porsche was a party member. Did not know that.
Yep.
Imagine
what he was.
cruising one of those things. I think you'd get some looks,
You might. You gotta
Maybe
get
one,
with that.
one or two, depending on where you're cruising. Might get
Was
one or two.
East.
So he's driving it into a container, a big old shipping container to go on the ship so it can go back to where are they sending it? England?
Yep.
The UK. And so far, hey, Brev, is that the Ark of the Covenant, Brev?
It is, bro.
It is, ain't it? Ain't it?
We're taking it to the Queen.
I do.
We're gonna take it to the Queen.
I don't know if we got the shot, if Minnie got the shot of this, but one of my favorite bits outside of all this beautiful stuff is what the crate and the Ark does to the logo on the outside.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully we
We'll
have
get
that.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully we have that.
Next time I'll cut off all your balls.
So he, everything's good. They got the Ark of the Covenant on there. It's in their possession. Boom. There's a ship.
Get on this
Sala,
little steamer with this big black captain guy who's got this awesome turtleneck.
he fucking hooks somebody. He's like, "This is my boy. He's a good guy. Take care of Indy. Get him on the ship." He says, "Thank you, Sala." And then Marion, she says, "This is for your kids. This is for your wife, and this is for you." She kisses him on the cheek. And she says, "This is for you." Kisses him on the lips. And so he stands there for a second, like, "Oh shit."
I am the monarch of the sea.
Yeah, he starts singing this British song with that big barreling voice. He's walking around. He's happy. See what a woman's kiss can do. See what happens when everybody plays their part. You see the power of a woman. She brought this big man, reduced him to a giddy little schoolboy with a kiss.
Man, don't tell your wife though.
Yeah, she probably.
Now, as gentlemen, we're all married, and our wives might or might not watch this show, so you can lie if you need to. I don't encourage lying; it is wrong. You're married. You do not want to kiss another woman that isn't your wife. I don't either. But what if a woman just plants one on you and you don't have time to react? What do you do? Do you tell your wife, like, "Hey"?
I've had that. No, I'm not with during my marriage, but I had a woman do that to me when I was in front of my girlfriend in college. She was drunk. There was some dance, and she walked up. She's like, "Oh, hey, Sean." My girlfriend was right next to me. She knew my girlfriend. She knew it was my girlfriend. Walked right up to me and just kissed me on the mouth in front of her. I just was like,
"How did it go after that?"
It went pretty well. Actually, I mean, fucking hell.
Then I got both of them to kiss each other, and then it was really
and I was like, and she's like, "She just kissed you," and I was like, "Well, what are you gonna do?"
Damn,
All right.
Rumfe wouldn't be going for that shit.
Disavow. I disavow the violence.
I don't know, man. That's a tough question because you don't want to upset your wife, and it's not
for my wife.
It's not a big deal. Like you didn't feel threatened, you didn't feel unsafe. I don't know if I would say anything. You got to find out, is the juice worth the squeeze?
I would definitely always tell my wife everything.
Because
I do, yeah.
Everything that happens, I tell her because I love her.
I keep a
She
daily
is my
journal.
soulmate.
A daily journal, not just what happens, but what could have happened and what I thought about it. I let my wife read it at night.
Yeah, and I also
That's right.
write down my dreams. Your wife ever had a
It's like
dream
there's
and she's fucking mad
But-
in real life?
you can actually, there's different ways you could play that. I mean, if that were to happen to you, you could also come home and say, yeah, I just needed to tell you this woman just kissed me in the mouth. And she'll be like, oh my God, and what did you do? That's what I want to talk to you about. She's in the trunk right now. She'll feel better when you play that joke off. You know what I mean? It's like, no, I'm kidding. I just told her to leave me alone. Oh, thank God. I thought we are going to have to hide a body. You know, it's so play it up, like,
Play
make
it up,
worse.
fellas. Play it up.
Yeah, that's how you get out of that.
We'll get back
Antoine.
to the kissy poo, but I like Antoine Dennison here. This film was a series of small adventures within a larger overarching adventure. There's so much content in this film. Kudos to the editors. Indeed, man.
Yep.
This is just fun,
Yeah.
fun. And the pace is like this. I was watching some analysis of the movie, like that scene with Marcus where they're celebrating in the house and they're drinking the brandy or whatever it is.
Champagne.
Someone said I didn't get out of stopwatch with it. Like that whole scene saying you've got the money from the government, you're going overseas to find the art. He said it was 96 seconds long, that scene.
Wow.
And you think it was
Yeah.
that short? And it sets up like so much of the movie. Like so many of these scenes are so short and they're so precisely executed. Yeah, excellent.
Yeah,
I
not a
am-
lot of fat on this movie at all.
Right. I'm not surprised, but I am a little alarmed at the female response about that getting kissed by someone other than your wife. Feed her to the pigs, no evidence left. Disavow. I
Damn,
disavow
Rome
that
13.
comment.
We do not support the feeding of humans.
Yeah,
to
Rome
pigs.
13. What the fuck does that even mean, man? You guys don't have bleach down there?
Ooh.
Well, no, never mind. I'm just
Incriminating
hold on here.
evidence.
This calls for I don't know what voice this is, but we all know this voice. Dear diary, a girl kissed me today.
No, any guy that would write in his diary, "Dear diary, a girl kissed me today." Gross.
How about this one?
That's the only guy
Dear
that would
di-
write in a diary.
Dear diary, a girl kissed me today. You know, she was a big girl. Like, that's the thing I'm a little worried about.
Oh wait,
Where did
is
this
she a
go?
great big fat person?
She a great big fat
Dear
girl.
diary, my mama kissed me again.
Uncle Dad, is that true?
Uncle.
Dude, one time, real quick, I know we need to get back to wrap this up.
Do we ever?
No,
Sure.
no, we don't.
I just
Who
said-
are you kidding?
I just said that we
There
need
are
to.
no
I didn't say we're going.
rules. Yeah.
We need to, but we're not going to.
We're not Fuck that.
I was working at Sherwin-Williams. So this guy, for some reason, somebody hired him to do a painting job in Monterey, California, but he was from South Carolina. So it's him and his son, and I think a couple other guys, but him and his son came in the store to buy some supplies for their job, and there was a color that they needed matched. It was a yellow. And he goes, so of course, first thing we asked, do you have a sample of the color? And for future reference, if you ever go to a paint store or a store that mixes paint and you need something matched, the bigger the sample, the better. So that way they have more chances to really get that color and make it so you can't even see the sample that they put on it. So the bigger the sample, the better. So he goes, his son, young kid, but, obviously like at least a half a chromosome short, he's like, and so he tells him, he's like, hell yeah, man, I got the whole paint bucket lid with that stuff on there. He's like, hey, Junior, why don't you go over there and get me that paint lid out of the truck? He goes, Paul, you want me to go get that paint bucket lid with the yellow on it,
You
Paul?
gonna eat the paint?
I swear, dude. You want me to go get that lid with the yellow paint on it, Paul? He's like, yeah, well, go get me that bucket there. I mean, it was like, bro,
That
that
is
shit
some-
was crazy.
That is thick. That is.
Yeah, man.
You mean the lead paint jar I've been eating from?
Now,
Yeah,
you
go bring me
probably
one of your
supposed-
snacks, boy.
Are you supposed to save some of that for your brothers?
That shit was so.
Scary.
Oh, you
Wait,
Basically
how do you do
what
that?
he
Is that
said.
that's just the bottom of them moving. You don't really move the top on the dog. That how
Yeah,
you do
just
that?
bomb that.
Like that, you just like a little marionette, just moving the bottom one all the time.
Yep.
Um,
You want me to go get that bucket out there, probably?
Oh, can't do it
Was-
now, but I
Hey,
used to
yeah.
could.
Uncle
Good times,
Dad's
man.
gonna be real cross at you when he gets home.
Hey, America takes all kinds, right? Takes all kinds.
Can we get a merch of a cookout? A merch of a cookout that says "Kiss Uncle Dad" on it. I can see that coming.
Catch me with an open mouth.
Now, don't you close your mouth. I'm your father.
Open your mouth. There you go, that little tongue there.
I'm your father and your uncle. You got.
You know what to do.
You gotta respect me twice as much.
Open your mouth. I want a T-shirt that says "Open your mouth."
Oh my goodness. Oh goodness.
We're going to hell quickly. So
open mouth kisses only.
Spun Bearing 65 just got home from the ER. Medication test dicked him up. Glad you're okay, Kim.
Yeah,
or
man.
I said him. I just assumed. I didn't mean to assume your gender. Whoa, sorry.
Fluids. Drink fluids.
Glad you're okay. Goodness.
Yep.
I hope it wasn't vodka tussin or whatever. You know.
No, yeah,
Evertussin. No, that Evertussin, man.
Daddy, big brother.
Evertussin always wins.
Oh shit, Aunt Mama.
All right, Aunt, may I say my Aunt Mama? Holy hell!
You never know who's gonna.
There's all kinds, brother. You can't fool me. I'm a moron. You can't fool me. I'm a fucking moron. See, throw that F word in there at the right spot. Like,
you know what I've always wanted to hear? I only realized this like in high school, but I've been fascinated with this concept since. That, and it's so obvious once you hear it, that every country, every language has multiple accents because they have their rednecks and their rich snobs and their whatever. I'm like, oh my God, what is a Tamil redneck, or a Mandarin redneck? Like, what is their, like, what, I wouldn't know if I heard it, but I don't know why I've been fascinated by this concept. Because I think the one in England is the chav. That's your bruv. That one. I think that's their redneck. I don't know.
I think, isn't it the Cockney?
Oh, is that their redneck?
UK,
I don't know.
that older guys in the fucking Guy Ritchie movies are Cockney like that. Oi, oi, oi. Like those soccer hooligan dudes.
Soccer hooligans.
Yeah, those fucking oi. Yeah, go to the pub. Pub with my breath.
I'd love to learn more about the rednecks of every country, though.
Well, if you listen to Thomas Sowell, he says that the poor blacks and the rednecks of America got their habits and their culture and their slang from the poor British people.
Right, I've heard that.
They just kind of made it their own. But even the ghetto mentality, whether it be white, black, or otherwise, having a bunch of kids out of wedlock, violence.
Wait a minute. Are you saying it's not genetic? Are you trying to tell me it's not genetic and it's cultural?
I'm just saying that this really, really intelligent man who's much smarter than I, very well educated, lived a lot of what he speaks, says that came from poor British culture, if you will. So it doesn't come via seed or your mother's DNA. It comes from culture.
Wait a minute. So if people would choose to live differently, they could have better outcomes, Jericho?
I mean, I don't want to get canceled, so I'm not going to say it like that.
Well, I just did.
I'm just saying that you can take somebody who's of a certain race and put them in a certain environment and they will flourish. If you take that same person of the same race and put them in a bad situation, they won't flourish.
So we should, wait a minute. Are you saying we should judge people by like the content of their character, not the color of their
Don't
skin?
finish that. Don't you finish that.
That's a crazy idea.
Why would you say something like that? Why would you say that we should take people on an individual basis and not?
So I shouldn't care what my friends look like. I should care how they behave. Very interesting.
Now you're just getting fucking crazy.
That's fucking crazy.
Now look what you did to Sean.
I know. Oh God,
he's all fucked up now.
Sean, you've got to hold still.
If you don't,
Sean,
it's Bite City.
There's one.
Bite City.
No, he got it.
Did him.
Oh God!
I just told you to keep still.
Oh, Sean, you still have most of your face. You still have a lot of your face there.
So you're good.
What is that?
Fuck? That's too fucked up, man.
Oh God.
That's what we call too fucked up. Oh, Oh, he's reversing now. So maybe the next one.
I don't know what's happening in his house.
Where is your house, man? Your house is on some fucking old burial ground or some shit. What's going on, man?
He found that artifact thing, and I told him not to open it on the full moon. This motherfucker, what's the first thing he does? He opens it in the middle of the graveyard on the fucking full moon.
Yeah.
Like it said not to on the bottom.
I told him not to take that fancy knife and cut his palm and put his blood on it. What does he do?
Nobody get too loud. Nobody get too loud. I'm trying to hold still. All right, guys?
Okay.
We're good. We're
We'll
good.
do our part.
We're going to
man,
be all right.
You're the one who needs to really keep still.
Oh, fuck. I can feel it moving.
Anyway.
Yeah. Press it on.
On a slow boat to take the ark to the queen, bro.
Who the fuck are you, Kai?
Go
Oi,
save
oi, oi.
the queen.
I'm a fucking soccer hooligan. And I got the Ark of the Covenant.
By
So
the
there-
way,
Oh,
this
go
is marriage. I love, I know they're not married, but this is marriage to me. The fucking cut to the outside of the ship right before the mirror, or right when the mirror hits,
right.
is beautiful.
Oh, man. Yeah,
It's one
man.
of those big rotating mirrors, and he's looking at all his
Fuck.
battle wounds, and she's getting dressed or doing something on the other side of the mirror, and she goes to flip it and just right in the
And you
mouth.
hear him yell, ah!
It's
Because he's hurting all
beautiful.
over.
Yeah.
Remember, he's been dragged
Yeah.
underneath the truck. He fought that big ass Nazi. All that shit jumped on the truck and all this shit. Fought the driver who threw him out. So he's hurting. And so he gets there and he's like, oh, and she, he's licking his wounds.
No.
And then she comes in with the feminine energy. Let me get, because in Hollywood, it doesn't matter how bad you're cut. If I got some warm water and some rags, you're going to be fine.
Now,
So
here's
she,
where we slow it down for the ladies on 102.3 The Meat.
I think
Get on my
I think the move that Harrison Ford and women they're more clever than us when it comes to manipulation and passive aggressiveness. That's their
No
nature.
shit.
So when we do little tricky things, I think women are in their head. They're just laughing at us, but they want us to do it anyway.
yeah.
And what he does here, at least for the guy's standard of being sneaky, is ice cold. Because she's like, "Where does it hurt?" Because he's telling her, it hurts, and then he realizes, "Oh well, it doesn't hurt here." And it doesn't hurt here. And she keeps kissing everywhere he says it doesn't hurt. And then eventually he says it doesn't hurt here on his lips. And I'm like, damn, that's a good one. So,
Yeah. I would have went lower. It doesn't hurt on the end of that.
Wait.
Because
PG is a PG rating.
because after she kisses him on the lips, he's like, it doesn't hurt here. And then she kisses him there, then he falls asleep. He should have
Right.
went the other way. Should have went further
So
down.
deep, put her ass to sleep like Ice
Yeah.
Cube.
He should have gotten her nappy dugout, but he didn't. But
she gets him on the lips and he went, ugh. And then he went,
he's like, ugh. He's all, wait, no.
No, it'd be great if she's like going. If she kissed him and she's like, "Oh crap! I just realized I've got the dates all over my mouth." What?
Oh,
and there's
no.
just like,
He's like, ugh.
roll credits.
Asshole. Yeah,
But,
so
you know,
she,
but-
he gets a kiss on the lips, but then he falls asleep.
oh no.
It's fucking hurting.
I hope it's all okay, Haruno. He said that some idiot slammed their car into his grandma's fence.
What the hell?
Goodness.
What is happening?
People are, what the fuck's going on, people?
Well, hope everyone's all right there. Awful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
including her property.
Well, you know.
Yeah, she plants a nice one on the lips. They're about to go to the bone zone, but he's too tired, man.
Buddy, go sleepy time.
That's right. Good
And
night.
then in the
Buenas
hold of the
noches,
ship-
Jaime.
in the hold of the ship, that spray painted swastika and eagle and all that, and there's a rat in there, a rat crawling in the hold, and it's like spazzing out the rat, like there's
Yeah.
power or something.
There's
And
an
I think
energy that's coming from this.
Right. And I think because this is like a holy object, the ark, I think that it's overcoming this evil symbology. And it starts to like burn, it starts to burn off the logo on there. It's weird.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
But it's cool. It's satisfying too.
Yeah.
Well, think about this for a minute. This is this is another thing I love about it. This is an action adventure movie about a guy who is not like what are you, Marcus? What are you talking about? Superstitions? What are you, my mother? You're trying. I'm trying to go after this important artifact, and you're telling me all these crazy stories. And through this movie, he sees that the Ark of the Covenant is real, that the stories are real. This movie acknowledges the existence of God in its canon. That is incredible. Can't be overlooked.
And you know what? I'm not going to get mad, and we're not going to harp on this, but I bet you the Dial of Destiny will correct that. Say, oh, well, it wasn't really God's power. It was XYZ, something.
No, it was Mao's power in the Dial of Destiny.
Put that swastika back. Someone redraw that. Thanks. Here, hand me the stencil. I'll do it.
Right.
Yeah, so the
I guess
something's
you
going
only
on
have
here.
that symbol if you are in a certain battalion that's currently engaged in stuff over there. But anyway. But anyway, YouTube. So they wake up and they find the good news.
He notices the engine stop.
Right.
He's like, why did the engine stop? He goes up to the bridge and the captain says, he says, so your friends are here, because he knows what they're looking for. And so they come on board and he takes off, where he runs back to the stateroom to get Marion. But then he notices that they take her, so he like ducks out of the way because he knows he needs to be free to get her ass. So the Nazis come on board, and the captain is like, "Hey, let us keep the girl, and you could take him, and that way, we still get something out of the deal. It'll be nice to have her on board and shit. And you just take him." And then the guy was like, "Nah, fuck that." And he's like, "I'll tell you," because he's a Nazi, he's a racist Nazi dickhead. He goes, "Nah, fuck that." He says something to him. He calls him something. He says, "I'll tell you what we take." I don't remember what he called him, but he tells
He
him
said something that made me glad. It's like some people have different reactions to the end sequence in this movie, but after the amount of things historically and in this movie done, I found myself cackling joyously.
Yeah, everybody earns it. You got to make the bad guys bad so they earn what they get.
Right.
Yep.
So they get their arc. They get Karen Allen. They get Marion. But Indiana Jones, and again, this is very Three Stooges, very Scooby-Doo, but I mean that in the best possible way, where it's lighthearted adventure in these grim circumstances. Nazis taking a ship, taking a girl, all this stuff. And like Scooby-Doo or Shaggy or whatever, Indiana Jones is hiding in one of those smokestack thing. What would that be called exactly?
Yeah.
Event there. I don't know. But his head sticking out while the bad guys are talking.
Yeah.
And
again, that's when
they mix that terror and violence and adventure with levity and fun perfectly. Just like that bite of steak and crisp fat with the mashed potatoes and the gravy. It's like the perfect combination. I don't know how they get the levity in here, and it's not cartoonish, but they do it, and it's amazing.
Have to.
Yeah, that's when he's telling him, "Hey, let us keep her. Just take him." But they can't find him. He's like, "No, well, we will take her too, you fucker.
We will take her to the Scheisse one.
Bring her on board our submarine. Should be perfectly safe. No interest."
And he's like, no, leave her alone. Like Belloc, he wants to protect her too because he wants to fucking get up in those intestines.
Zoinks! Let's hide in here, Scoob.
Bro, Raggy.
I think they're gonna find us, Scoob. Man, that is one fat joint, Scoob.
Light it,
I remember
Scoob.
having that realization when I was a sophomore in high school. My defensive line coach said, "You know they were all on pot, right?" He's like, "The dog's talking, they're seeing ghosts." So those kids were just high.
The band paint job.
Right.
Yeah,
and
and
they're eating
Shaggy, all he wants to do is fucking eat.
Oh,
he
and
does
then
dog food.
Look at Freddie too. Freddie's the player. He's like, "Yeah, Shaggy, you and the dog go over there. I'm gonna take the girls over here real quick."
Yeah, go hang out with that fucking dog, you nerd. Okay.
Yep. I've got this ascot. What could be wrong?
He's like, "Give me both the chicks. You go hang out with the fucking Great Dane." All right, whatever you need, Fred.
I don't know. I have a friend who will remain nameless. I don't do drugs. I don't drink, as I told you guys. But I have a friend who eats like marijuana infused, like chocolate stuff, so he can sleep or something. He has some stuff, and he bought it. We were in Las Vegas, hanging out, and he bought it to go to sleep, but he didn't fucking read it. And
you got the regular ones.
It's 8 squares of chocolate, like a candy bar, and it snaps into 8 pieces. You're supposed to eat one, apparently. It's not that big. He ate the whole candy bar.
Whoops.
And he was in Jupiter for like the next 12 hours.
Yep.
So
if you get the dosage wrong, it could be a nightmare. Maybe his tolerance was good, but I've known people who don't have any tolerance whatsoever, and they jump off the fucking deep end. and
Yeah. So
it's all bad.
he ended up
But,
being fine. But
yeah, exactly. But that's what people lose sight of when they're in the midst of that white knuckle fucking experience. Is that it's just weed. You're gonna be fine. You won't be hungover. You'll get through this. You have the munchies like you never have in your life, and you'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
But in the midst of it, they can't remember any of that. They're just like,
That's right.
I'm like, oh man, you fucked up.
I don't know.
You fucked up. You fucked up.
Hey, vato, that's too much.
That's when you go up and you're like, hey, man, you're running through the woods. You're running through the woods. Bam, you hit a tree.
Girl, you fucked up. So, yeah. Happens to
How
the
you
best
do it?
of them.
Oh, look at this. Spun bearing 65. He did that and it knocked him and his wife the fuck out. Yeah.
Yep.
Let's see. Too much weed. Just take the slower of your life. Don't trust you. I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving this advice. I was just reading it. I don't know. Let's see. All right. So anyway, yes, I did talk to my friend, poor guy, and he's back from outer space though. He's fine now.
Good.
Good to
Glad
hear.
he returned to Earth.
Yeah. Woke up and went to a barbecue.
Dude, what the hell?
That sounds good. Get a good nap and wake up and go to a barbecue and just fucking.
I knew a guy.
Arg.
Oh my God. This just reminded me. I knew a guy in high school and he got fucking high as shit on weed. And he put a he put a tombstone. He put a tombstone pizza in the microwave.
Those don't fit.
for 20 minutes. And it came out. He told me it came out like a fucking black frisbee. He was so high.
Fucking idiot.
He ate it anyway.
Fucking idiot. Yeah, man. Those are the kind of munchies that you're dealing with. One time when I was in high school, I worked at McDonald's, and I was probably like 15 or something like that. And so I had the day off. It was like a Saturday. And so I was hanging out with my buddies, and we got all high and shit. We smoked this big old joint. I was so fucking ripped. And then I go home, and I get a phone call, and it's my manager from work. And he's like, we need you to come in. Because it was back in the day when they had the 29-cent hamburger and 39-cent cheeseburger deal. So it was off the charts on the weekend. So they called me in, but I said I couldn't come in. And I hung up. My mom said, "Who was that?" I said it was work. They want me to come. She said, "You better go to work, make some extra money." I said, fuck. So I go into work and I'm blazed out of my mind.
You mean?
I was fucking eyes slammed, fucking dark red, like fucking Spicoli, like, dude.
Hey,
So,
Mr. Hound.
dude,
Yeah.
what's your problem, man? So,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I get to work and I'm just fucking, out of my mind. And so they put me back there making hamburgers. And as fast as we're making them, they're going. You put them in the little slot, and they're just standing there waiting, just grabbing them because they're 29 cents. So they're flying out the door. And so, no, it must have been a Sunday because they were supposed to be cheeseburgers. So I'm just, because it was Saturday, it was hamburgers, Sunday was cheeseburgers. So you get,
Hold on a second,
I'm
Jericho.
listening.
I'm going to take my pants off, but I want you to keep talking.
And slow down, please, slow down.
Yeah. Can you say it a little bit? Do you mind breathing into the mic? When
Yeah,
you
you get closer to the mic, slow it down. Let me get my hands off.
I was selling cheeseburgers on a Sunday, and I was making
Yeah.
24 at a time.
Oh,
So you can
How
make,
big were they?
These little discs of meat and cheese and onion, on a soft bun, no seeds, 39 cents.
Oh, man.
So-
I feel like I'm going to.
You'll keep going. Well, one more hamburger. So, yeah, Diesel, you know what I mean. So as fast as we're making them, they're flying out, and you can get 24 patties already at a time. So you can make 24 cheeseburgers, put them together, mustard, ketchup, onion, cheese, all that shit, wrap them up. You microwave them for a few seconds to melt the cheese, and then you put them in the slot. So I do all that, boom, 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 hella fast, and I look back, and there's 24 patties there, but I just sent out 24 cheeseburgers.
get out of here.
So it was cheese, ketchup, mustard, and onion on on a bun.
I shit you not. I shit you not. What year was this?
Oh, this was like 96.
Okay,
that.
like 96. I just graduated high school. I was playing basketball with my best friend Merlin and two other guys. We go to McDonald's afterwards. I was the only one that had money because I like mowed yards and did shit. We were 17. I ordered 20 cheeseburgers at McDonald's for the four of us. We're each gonna, eat 5 because they were 39 cents or whatever. We get all 20. Merlin eats 2. I bite into my first one. I'm like, what the fuck? I open it. There's no meat. And Merlin's like, oh yeah, there weren't meat in mine either. I opened the other 17 burgers. None of them had meat.
Yeah.
Was this you? I go up to the manager, but I come from a family that owned restaurants. My wife waited tables. I worked in restaurants, so I wasn't mean. I just told the manager, I think there was a mistake. None of our cheeseburgers had meat. The manager's like some, 27-year-old guy, turns around and yells at this pimple-faced kid, Alan! And the kid's all, I'm sorry, I forgot the meat.
Sorry, sir.
I wonder if it was you. No, this was in San Diego, though. You weren't down here.
Sorry, I gotta cut it, Alan.
I was a 15-year-old kid, man. What could I do? What could I do?
I
That
remember
shit was
being
crazy.
15, working at Pizza Hut, making it great, by the way. And we made the pizzas for my high school. They had pizza every Wednesday and Friday, and we would make like 300 personal pan pizzas. And I remember walking in the back, and the manager, he's like 30-year-old burnout that hated Pizza Hut. He's smoking a cigarette and putting pepperonis on these high schooler pizzas, and he's ashing out the cigarette over the pizzas when I walk back there.
What a piece of shit.
And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, no, they're just making pizzas, and he's sprinkling ashes all over. No, I've told you guys this before, but I love it.
Oh,
That was
man.
the same Pizza Hut where we got a new delivery driver who was like 9 months pregnant, and she got transferred from the other Pizza Hut because that manager
Yep.
got her pregnant. So there you go.
Did I ever tell you I
Classy.
got
Lumpy, home of
Pizza
the
Hut?
Lumpy Burger.
We won't forget your patties.
Wait, sir, come back. I still have your patties.
Sir. Sir.
He drove off. Alan, he drove off. They called the manager Alan.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Lord.
Reminder, 2-minute seed, 3 hours of conversation. Hey, none the miser. Here's how I like to look at this show. I like to take it slow, like a lover. I want just wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. This whole thing's over.
No.
Just take it slow, get in the mood,
marinate.
work up to it,
My wife said to me, she said to me this week, because we were trying to figure out schedule for this week. She goes, what day do you stream with the guys? I said Wednesday into Thursday. It's officially 1:45 a.m. on the East Coast.
Ew. We're
We
putting
might
them
be
to
spending the
bed.
rest of the
Right,
night, baby.
We're putting the people
Mhm.
to bed.
We're getting close.
That's right.
We're getting
Yeah,
close.
it's
to
getting
it.
close. So they take the girl, and Indy, he does some smooth shit.
He
gets
gets
on
over to the submarine. Now, the girl is in the submarine. The Nazis are in
Yeah.
the submarine. The Ark is in the submarine. Indiana Jones is not in the submarine. And this thing doesn't travel 1 mile. I've always wondered what he did here, but you just got to suspend disbelief.
Yeah.
So
He must have opened the hatch and climbed in there before they descended.
maybe.
He'd have to, because once they start descending, well, you're gonna fucking
I would
you
like
be
to
holding
be-
on for long,
He held on and he can hold his breath really well. That's
No,
what I would
they
like a
showed the
fucking
scene.
whale,
He goes,
like a humpback whale. hold my breath all the way to the UK. All right.
That's right.
all the way to the UK, bro.
Oh, you can't hold your fucking breath from the pool to the UK. From Cairo, you can hold your breath, bruv. You can hold your breath, bruv. From Cairo to the UK.
We got our shoes here, Brev.
We're going to see Her Majesty.
Next time I'll flatten all your balls.
I don't know what this is, but I love it.
This is
Sorry, I dropped your taco in the deep fryer.
ooh, actually, it's pretty good, sir.
Alan, can I have Saturday off? I want to go to a party.
Am I invited? No. Then no,
Sir, come back. Your patties are still here.
sir.
I chased his car on foot.
Sir. Dude, they're committed. They
Oh
want
my
you to get what
God.
you paid for.
Oh,
It takes breath control, Gov.
It sure does. It sure does, Gov, Brev.
You gotta breathe deep. Breathe.
You gotta hold it. Don't be a fucking wanker.
What? You
Don't
can't
be
hold
a
your
wanker.
breath. Oh.
Ah, you can't hold your breath from Cairo to the UK. You must be a real knob cheese.
Something like that.
Oh, excuse me. Anyway,
Oh,
we gotta get to this
fucking
fucking
hell.
island.
Fucking hell.
So Indy, he gets inside the submarine because he's the fucking man.
Mm.
And then somebody comes up to him, talking all that German shit. And because like, what are you doing? You're not in uniform or some shit like that. And he kind of sizes him up and just boom, boom, knocks him out. Takes his shit, puts on his uniform, but it's a little snug.
It doesn't fit. Nah.
Doesn't fit out. He can't button it, but it's close enough because apparently Nazis, they can't see. And so he's like, it's the best I do, brother. Gotta get down there. Go get down there.
No, I mean, isn't this the part where the other guy comes up to him, right? Because it's not fitting,
Right.
and
This
he
guy
punches
here.
that guy, and his hat. It's so great comedic. He punches him, and it's like the hat pops up, and he catches it,
Yeah.
and then
Right.
he gets his shit on, which I love, man.
No,
Dude.
this guy's speaking German, but he's like smacking her, and he's basically telling him you can infer from the action, like, what's wrong with your shirt? Why don't you have your fucking hat on? Comb your fucking hair. Like, you look like dog shit. The thing you talk about, Jerk, about the gig line and all that stuff.
Oh, no, this would
Racism,
be.
look.
you
They
would
throw
be
me out of the
fucking-
service for this.
Yeah,
Dishonorable business.
you're gonna get punished for this.
Oh,
Yeah, but turns out he picked the wrong one, so he gets
Right.
he gets served up, he gets socked up real quick.
We haven't
And,
commented on Gunther here, whatever this guy is, the Nazi officer.
Oh,
He is,
Yeah.
again, perfect casting. Look at the mandibula, the corners of his jaw there.
Yeah.
That is like Aryan race.
His real name is Wolf.
There
Yep.
you go. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. It's perfection.
There you
When he was
go.
born, the doctor said, "Your son has a face like a sphincter."
Your son looks like Aryan purity. Congratulations to your new baby.
So before
Yep.
they take the Ark to the Fuhrer,
Yep.
they're going to do their own little experiment here on this island with the secret submarine base for the Nazis and try
See if
and
it's real.
extract power out of it and become evil overlords or something. So
Mhm.
what could possibly go wrong?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Right. So they set it all up. Harrison Ford, he's sneaking around. And on their way to the site where they're going to do it, he shows up on a cliff with a Panzerfaust.
For a rocket launcher.
Right.
Have we gotten to the part yet where he goes, "I just want to make sure I'm perfectly clear. I'm uncomfortable with this Jewish ritual."
Oh, that's right.
And I just look at him like, going, "Dude, you're such a fucking asshole. Like you're
Love it.
such a perfect dick."
Bad guys gotta be bad.
Oh yeah.
Quick follow-up.
Got it.
Haruno, everything's okay at Grandma's house where someone hit the fence with their car. Grandma got scared,
Alrighty.
but she is okay. Good to hear.
All right.
Good
Good to hear, Grandma.
Right on.
Good night, Grandma.
All right. Nighty night, Grandma. So yeah, he tells them to move out the way. Move, bitch.
Get out
Get
the
out
way.
the way.
Or we all fucking go. You all die.
Right. Because he's gonna rocket launch the Ark of the Covenant.
Mhm.
Mhm.
I'm gonna launch my rocket all over that thing.
We got to talk about that face back there. He goes, Jones, and he's like, "Girl, I want to blow up the Ark," and he's like, "I just want the girl," and look at that reaction that
Yeah.
she gives.
And look at his. He's like, fuck, that's the only thing I want.
Right.
Yep.
He wants her too. He wants the Ark of the Covenant, but he wants Marion too. Because he wants to take everything from Dr. Jones. He wants to take everything from him, including the most important thing to him, which is his lady. So he's pretty pissed about it too. But she's like, yeah, that's my boo. Let me go, you fucking Nazi cocksuckers.
Right. And Belloc backs down all the Nazis from attacking Indy
Mhm.
with the gun there. That's
'Cause
kind
he
of
was going to blow it up. He's like,
Right.
he can't have it. Like, no, don't fucking blow
No,
this
and
up.
he says, "Go for it." He goes, he dares him as an archaeologist. He dares
Yeah.
him as somebody who cares about these things. It's such a, and that's another part where Marion is like, "No, like, what are you doing?" But if you think about this for a second, this character, and he hasn't even truly, seen it yet in any real sort of way. He's going to. He can't do it just on principle, and that's amazing in and of itself. Like, it's such a twist in this movie. You think, well, they'll let her go or whatever, but the guy's like, no, I'm going to call your bluff here.
Yeah, dude.
It's like you won't do it.
Because he knows working with Belloc how these guys are about this shit. He knows he's not going to fucking destroy that. That's like, oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
So they got him all tied up on the post so they can watch everything firsthand, and maybe we can use it on Sam and kills him first. So they have them there watching it, and so they got all their. You see Belloc in this ceremonial garb, and he's going to be reading. Is it in Hebrew?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's maybe reading from the Torah or something.
In the Old Testament, they talk about the high priest for the Hebrews. He wears
Aaron,
that
right?
chest piece with the gems on it, and so I do recognize that from the Bible or something very similar to it. But yeah, the high priest would be like Jacob would be wearing that. Or Isaac or Abraham or whatever. I don't know exactly when this piece came around, but it's in the Old Testament. They give the description of that chess piece and some of the stuff. So that's what that is an homage to. So they open the ark. He's got the vestments on. He's going to say things in Hebrew, and there's just sand in there. And Heinrich or whatever his name is, Dieter, I don't know. He starts mocking it,
And he even sticks his hand out to feel the sand. Like, he sees it's sand, but he's like, really? Is it just, sand in here? He's in disbelief because he did everything right. He found it. He's reading the words. And then bing, bang, boom. Here comes the spark factory.
Right.
Shit
Right.
gets real.
The sparks start, and then they should not mess with the holy relic. I also wouldn't mess with the holy relic. Probably not.
Let's talk about this sequence, though. Like, this is important because I love this. They've also set up film cameras and lights to record it.
Yeah.
So that it's going to be on tape somewhere. And this scene doesn't just go from, it's like they open it and then boom. It's like it builds you to, what the hell? Like, as an audience, you're seeing something new here. All the freaking lights blow.
Yeah.
Has there been a movie up until this point? I'm not talking about 10 Commandments. I'm not talking about Ben-Hur. I'm not talking about, It's a Wonderful Life. I'm talking about an action adventure movie where you see something that is Judeo-Christian religion made real. It blows up all of the lights. You know what I mean? It blows up the film cameras, and then it goes off. And this was just, whoa.
Right, and energy and smoke start to come out, and like this like blue energy, not laser, but like a little energy orb hits one of the soldiers in the chest and like fries him and stuff. And guys just start going down, and they start getting like tackled and withered away by this like smoke and clouds and energy. It's very awful.
Yeah, it's like spirits.
Yeah.
Yeah, they come out the face reveal, where and he's like, it's beautiful. Like he's freaking doesn't even know.
And this is that Gollum, the one ring moment where he's like, or Satan, like trying to overcome Christ, right? And like trying to have the godly power to yourself. And he's like, oh, it's beautiful. And he has such lust for the power. And it doesn't go well.
Then, there's like almost like this beautiful woman's face that then turns to a skull.
Right.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, and then everyone starts basically.
And that's what melts. That's what melts Totes. But that's what melts his face. Is because he's looking at that ghost turn from a beautiful woman to that skull, and then that's his face just.
And Indy's saying, Marion, close your eyes, keep your eyes shut.
Yeah.
They do not look at the ark.
Look at it. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So you thought he burned his hand. Look at his face.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
Right. He's wishing for that hand.
Yeah. Just you thought this guy couldn't get uglier. Boy, were you?
Yeah, he was like, fuck, man.
And
he was fine. He was just sweating.
My family got me for my birthday or Father's Day, like in 2006 or 7, the trilogy DVD of the original 3 good ones. Yes, Temple of Doom is a good movie. It's just not as good as this one.
Sure. Great.
But
come on, boys, don't fight.
There's a great look at Jared with his arms crossed because I insulted his lover. His lover. But there's a 10-minute featurette of the guy that was behind this practical effect, and how he used gelatin to make a multi-layer thing over a stone skull, and they use these like thermal like fire blasters to melt it, and it took like 10 minutes to melt, and they speed up the film. It's really fun if you like to see how practical effects are done. I worked for the largest Halloween prop manufacturer in the world. That was one of my first professional jobs as an artist. Distortions Unlimited out of Colorado. if you go to a haunted house and you see those moving monsters, they come from distortions usually. And I love stuff like this. I love practical effects and monster stuff and all this. So it's a fun thing on the DVD to check out how this shot was done because it's pretty awesome. And I think it would suck with CGI. I think this would just be not as cool with CGI. So Tote, he gets a sunburn.
Got fucked up.
And then these two are screaming, but they keep their eyes shut, you know. And then, you know, heaven opens up, I guess. It's taking the ark away. And, we didn't get the other two. My daughter didn't get photos. But
no. But I was going to say, it's actually, it's like it's taking whatever. It's taking all of them away. It sucks up all of them. And the lid goes up, but then the lid comes flying down without anything and slams down perfectly. And I was like, whoa. You could hear a pin drop in the theater.
Right.
Freaking beautiful.
Yeah, that shit was crazy.
Just beautiful.
And Belloc, his head explodes. Let's see. Do I have that? I'm looking for it on like an image search. We didn't get it. I guess my daughter didn't grab that. And then Dieter's head just like shrinks and looks all stupid.
Yep.
They all got what they deserve.
Right.
They got what they needed.
Bastards.
Practical effects for the win. He dead though. Yes, very dead.
Very.
Nancy, what? Nancy, I don't.
He goes. That's what would happen to his face.
Why did you even say that?
Yeah.
Don't even say it. So anyway, bad guys punished for mocking God. It's a verse in the Bible, and it's a frightening verse. And a paraphrasing part of it is that God is not mocked. You will reap what you sow. That terrifies me. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. So, yeah. Behave, people. So afterwards, they're okay. They're A-okay, these two. They made it through. Indiana meets with the government handlers. Tell them, good job, son. We will take it from here. And he's not happy about that, you know.
Because they were supposed to go to the museum.
Right.
Because he asked Marcus. But Marcus kind of made a face. He says, oh, and the museum will get the Ark of the Covenant? And he's like, yeah. And then he kind of makes a face like, oh, shit. It won't. So he kind of snuck that in. So Marcus knew he wasn't going to fucking get it.
Right.
But,
and you see, again, subtle, but great acting. Look at Harrison Ford. Arms folded. That's when you're pissed.
Yep.
And his body is leaning away from those guys.
Yep.
That's fantastic. It's so subtle, but it sells it, you know.
It's great.
So, yeah.
And rightfully so, because it was supposed to belong to a museum.
Right.
But the government lied to him. Weird. That's weird.
I realized when I was young, the government only lies to us. And when they tell the truth, it's like a weird accident or coincidence.
Yeah.
No, they said, we'll give it back to you. We'll give you back what's left after the Ark tax.
So that's 90% right there.
So then the final shot,
100% tax.
The final shot, the Ark is put into one of those wooden crates, and it's a really fun shot at the end. And it's wheeled into this warehouse. And what you see there in this shot isn't even half of it. It keeps panning out and out and out. And this thing is unbelievably huge, you know, bigger than 5 football fields, just filled with government, not junk, but just artifacts.
And what is that symbolic of? And what does he say to her when he comes down the stairs? First thing he says,
"Girl, let's get some chicken wings."
Yeah, he goes, exactly. He goes, listen, where can we get a steak and some potatoes and garlic? No, he goes down the stairs and he goes, fools, bureaucratic fools.
Right.
The bureaucratic fools is one of my favorite. We really used to really light up bureaucracy, right? Like in Star Trek Voyage Home, when he goes, the bureaucratic mentality is the only constant in the universe. That's what I love, man. And there you have it. Boom.
And one of the first movies we did on this channel, it's Steven Seagal. It's Above the Law. And what is that one about too? It's about the government corruption and being above the law and not
CIA and all that shit.
Right. And he even tells him, Seagal, in that movie, you think you're above the law when he's confronting him at the parking garage. And yeah, you're right, Sean. We used to take it to the authority figures, and now woke ideology is a bunch of bootlickers to the authority figures.
Well, the whole fact of the matter is that the idea of worshiping politicians and politics, we used to think they were all equally full of shit, which is a very healthy thing for someone who loves liberty to believe. Yeah, bureaucratic fools. And the thing is it's not, how do I put this? When when politicians are our focus, they take our time away from those things that are spiritual. When it's the artifacts and their value that are the focus, you lose sight on their cultural significance. And I don't mean cultural in terms of scientific interpretive. This is humanity's culture that's being passed down. This is for all of mankind, you know, these accomplishments. And the politics stuff just sucks the life out of it. It sucks the soul, the spirit, and God out of it. And this movie brings that stuff back so that even if you see it being filed away, by the time you get to the end of this movie, you may have filed that away into a tiny crate in your own life. And you're thinking, no, I'm not going to let that happen to me. It's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, there must be hundreds of thousands of them in there. I mean, there's
That's
acres and acres and acres of them.
All right, everyone. Well, hit the like, share the link out. Thank you so much. This movie, to me, it might be the greatest adventure movie of all time.
Right
that
on.
came to me Sunday when I was watching. I'm like, is there a better adventure movie than this? I don't know.
Yes.
You want to start? You want to start? You want to start that right now?
No, seriously, no. I'm
never
with
stopped.
Jericho. I'm with Jericho. The Marine is a superior
Well,
film.
that goes without saying.
We covered it, no holds barred.
John
I mean, we've
Triton.
got to be honest, you know. Now, if
They
you
have a
sweat
hostage.
hogs, when you sweat hogs,
This jock ass. I want this jock ass here
Jock ass.
tomorrow.
Right.
Yeah.
But
we all-
What's that
we-
smell? Oh my.
well, we've all made it through this movie. We've come out better, and
Oh, Sean, no, you're
Gone.
supposed to close your eyes.
Gone. Be careful. They have a hostage. It's my wife. Fucking shut up.
All right. So next week we're going to the Temple of Doom, right?
Right. Finally.
You're going to try and make some argument that it's better than this movie.
Finally.
I would say I would rank the Indiana Jones movies in this order of my favorites: Last Crusade, Raiders of the Lost Ark, then Temple of Doom. That's how I rate them. So,
I go
love
Temple, Last Crusade, Raiders.
And when and to me it's like Last Crusade and Temple and Raiders. They're like 1 and 1A. They're like I love them both. So yeah.
I like the one without the tarantulas in it. That's my favorite one.
Oh well, good thing we're done with that one. We're through.
Yeah,
that.
I'm
Don't
a big
have to worry
fan
about
of that one
anymore.
without
You,
the.
you gotta shut your door at night, Sean. You have to shut the door.
Obviously.
I just popped open a bag of Tostitos scoops, and these fuckers were in there. Okay, I don't even know like who packed these. It's like giving somebody a cheeseburger without the patty. I mean, what the fuck?
Sean, if you don't know by now, man, there's nothing we can say.
Oh shit!
It's up to you now.
Oh,
right,
the
This
ones
keeps happening.
below the camera are worse.
I bet.
Final thoughts, gentlemen. Anything else?
Great movie. Can't wait to do Temple next week.
All right. We'll
Yeah,
do
thank you
Temple.
guys for being here. Much love.
We'll see if Jericho can win me over to Temple of Doom.
No problem.
Right on.
We'll see. All right, 11:30 a.m. tomorrow, right here on this channel. Me and the champion of the roast battle
Got him.
from La Jolla Comedy Store, my daughter and the mother of Big Baby, one Minnie Al
Right on.
Saeed. And who knows, Jericho, Sean, anyone could drop into that from these two guys. Any of these two guys, anyone, they're always welcome on the show. So we'll see you tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. Thank you guys. Like, subscribe, check out the links in the description for everything that Shanta has going on and also for Jericho, what he has going on. Thank you. We'll see you next Wednesday, 6 p.m. Pacific. Bye-bye.
Fucker.
Raiders.